4, 3, 2.
With the intelligence, she's playing quickly. I feel like she thinks she's got it.
See what can happen on this turn
And the
for
draw for turn.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Riding through another turn. And the power pin is going to join it.
Very impressive showing and a really good understanding of how these teams work.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Maestro wants to go for a sweep of his own. Scrafty has already knocked out 2 Pokemon.
He said this match was too hot. I need to cool things off here with an ice beam. A Bastion. It rumbles onto the field, and the smackdowns are adding up.
Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
Trainers, bicycles have always held a very special place in the world of Pokemon, and Utrecht was voted the most bicycle-friendly city in the world, apparently. Be it Cycling Road in Kanto, all the way up to here in Generation 9, where we have our trusty Koraidon and Miraidon steeds to take us around. They could not be feeling more at home here in Utrecht. And I could not be feeling more at home here with the wonderful casters that we have this weekend here to take you through all of the action on day 2. Time for new adjectives for you all. We've got the delightful David Partington, we've got the brilliant Ben Kiriakou, and we've got the lively Lou Akshos Chromie. And speaking of lively Lou, day 1 could not have been more dynamic.
Honestly, charming Charlie. What a fantastic opening. It's very hard to not kick off day 2 with such amazing positive spirit than that opening you just gave us. And I have to say, yesterday had so much intense Pokemon action. It was amazing seeing so many old veterans of the competition come back to the forefront, but also get to meet some new faces.
Yeah, fantastic new names coming to the fore here in Utrecht. And this is the thing, Dortmund a couple of weeks ago, we had an entirely new player going all the way and claiming that victory. So we're in Utrecht this weekend here on day 2, but what's the journey we've been on to get here? We've hopped on our bicycles and we've arrived all the way here in the Netherlands. And next up, of course, here in Europe, is going to be the European International Championships. But along the way, we've been through many wonderful cities, haven't we, David?
We certainly have. Just only to name a few, Dortmund, of course. I was there a few weeks ago. That was such a great event, and like we've crowned so many amazing regional championships and special event champions as well. And look at them up there. We've ticked off so many from across the last few months. Lille as well, what another great event. Sao Paulo, the LAIC, Gdansk Regional as well. Plenty, and there's plenty more to come, as you can see, EUIC included. Especially if you like clocks, you should definitely come along.
Clock fans rejoice because we've got plenty of wonderful architecture on our road to Honolulu, Hawaii, Ben.
Absolutely cheery Charlie indeed this morning. And
they're all coming out now.
Coming up as our next regional championship, of course, followed by the Bologna Special Event, all the way up to New Orleans International Championships for the North American region before we stop, of course, in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Yeah, it's incredibly exciting, the journey that we've been on, and the memories are being made right now. It's all about the journey, not the destination. But along the way, in order to qualify for those World Championships, of course, trainers are going to have to accrue a certain number of championship points. Lou, tell us how those barriers are working.
Well, obviously the World Championships is an invite-only tournament. You have to be able to qualify by getting those elusive championship points. You can either get them by grinding through events, getting top cut finishes, and if you are in the European region, you need 400 for the Masters Division in order to get that qualification. One very quick and easy, well, easy maybe the odd adjective of the way, but let's say that you do find it's your tournament of the day. You can get into that first place finish and gain the automatic qualification. Maybe it's your only event, your first event, you get 200 CP and the qualification ticket already locked locked in. So for some people, it may be a breeze. Others might have to have a bit of a steeper mountain to climb, but there will be so many amazing Pokemon trainers at this event in August.
Yeah, you do a Florian Temmer, just turn up, win your first event, and then cheers, see you in Honolulu.
That's how you do
go
it.
all the way again this weekend, a brand new trainer. So, speaking of Florian Temmer, which trainers have made it into day 2? Which of our trainers are going to copy him and progress through to the next stage of the competition? Well, it's around 45, that sort of number, trainers who have made it through to day 2. And as you can see from the names here, it's a good old mix, isn't it, David?
Yeah, we've got a huge mix actually from a lot of different countries as well, like Spain, Italy, Netherlands, Germany, like just naming just a few of them. And a lot of these players we've also had on stream too. Evolve Liga with the really cool Alolan Ninetales team. We've had Alex Gomez as well with Volcarona that went absolutely crazy with its quiver dances. Aurelion Sula, a terrific French player. They've been doing fantastically well with Oakabon Half Flame. So if you haven't already caught up on day 1, definitely do that.
There's so many battles to catch up on, trainers, and if you missed the action yesterday, then where were you? You're going to want to be tuning in today. Ben, take us through these names.
Well, looking at the list down there, I'm going to actually start with a little bit of the trainers down the bottom of that list at the moment. Oliver and Killian running some very interesting picks and making it into day 2. Last time I checked, they were still 8-2 coming into round 11, which is being played by our trainers right now. And we're going to be able to recap them in a little bit more detail later. But looking as well, we have Kevin Salvetto, Francesco Piopero, and many other names, of course, here that we're looking out for. Adam Shafui as well, the counterpart to Aurelion Sula from the French community.
Of course, and Ben, you said we'd go through them a little bit later. Why don't you take us through that now? Let's look back at day 1 and what shook up there.
Oh, there were so many great picks in day 1. I mean, I don't even know where to begin. I'm gonna start with Evolve Liga. I mean, the team that Eva was running, it looked a little bit more like common Pokemon than Eva usually ran, not like last year in the Malmo Regional Championships with the Dunsparce and Squawkabilly. This time running Alolan Ninetales, which has seen a lot of favor in this event particularly, but not the supportive set that you might be expecting, running instead completely offensive with a Life Orb. And looking at it, I was like, hey, oh yeah, now we are definitely running an Eva team right here in Utrecht.
Yeah, absolutely. And it seems like we have Pokemon like Articuno in day 2, Sylveon, perhaps Regieleki as well. When you thought the metagame was settled, oh no, trainers, there's still so much experimentation to be had. So many Pokemon that are available to us, and we're only just scratching the surface of the possibilities of Regulation Set F-Lu.
Well, this is the thing. Yesterday I said I always look forward in day 2 to seeing the more spicy, unique picks that make it into day 2, but then are they actually enough to carry that trainer all the way into top 8, let's say? And some of the Pokemon you've mentioned, you know, the Alolan Ninetales, Articuno, there's even a Hisuian Lilligant out there, a Torkoal, so many really interesting Pokemon that I want to see if they can, yes, they've already had that endurance to make it into day 2, but can they go one step further and make it into that elusive top cut by the end of the day? That Pokemon I'm definitely keeping my eye on, because in yesterday's tournament, we saw so many hybrid balance-based teams. We had some very long matches because the teams enabled the trainer to make loads of calculated moves and have lots of options. So I'm wondering if these other Pokemon that maybe have more of a, I suppose, a one-way plan, let's say, whether they can hold their own and go all the way today.
It's all happening here. You are the Nose Pass. We are your North. You're going to want to stay tuned to everything happening on the stream today. And David, what about the more reliable, shall we say, the teams that we've seen more commonly in Regulation Set F? For example, that match featuring Alex Gomez that we had yesterday.
Yeah, it's a good call, Charlie, because even though there was that cool Volcarona there was still the usual pieces that we see significantly, consistently across Regulation Set F, like the Incineroars, the Raging Bolts, the Rillabooms, and of course the Oakapon Wellspring that's generally everywhere right now. But some trainers, especially Alex Gomez as well, has been tweaking some of those more common Pokemon, and like we're seeing more of a Calm Mind trend for the Raging Bolts, for instance, combined with that Leftovers, often combined with a Rillaboom on the team to have that Grassy Surge, so you're getting lots and lots of recovery each turn. So you're suddenly able to turn a Raging Bolt, which often kind of loses to a Fluttermane, for instance, being that kind of fairy type, into a win if you can boost up your special defense enough and maybe terrestrialize out of its fairy weakness. So something like that seems to be really picking up, and it'd be really interesting to see if it actually makes it into top cut as well.
This is the thing, it's also about the tiny tweaks you make to your team, not necessarily brand new Pokemon, but just an unexpected move here and there, as you're saying. And I believe that yesterday there was a Venusaur in day one, and certainly in Dortmund we had a Venusaur on stream. And I know what you're thinking, trainers. You want a Venusaur of your very own? Well, never fear, because using this weekend's Terra Raid Battle event, you can catch a Venusaur with the ground Terra type, Ben.
Yeah, that's going to be a great Pokemon to have on your team as well. Not only does it get a boost in the sun weather condition to be able to get those sleep powders going, but also Terra Ground, Terra Blast. Sounds like a really good offensive coverage move right now. Turn your Venusaur into a Landorus.
Yeah, but with all of the benefits that Venusaur provides in itself. So do make sure that you check out that raid event alongside watching the stream today, trainers. What could be better? All of the Pokemon action going on. And if you're participating in the Global Challenge this weekend as well, we wish you the very best of luck. Make sure you're following along with our socials. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We love to feature your tweets. We love to hear how you're getting on, be it in that Venusaur raid, in the Global Challenge, what you've had for breakfast. We'd love to hear anything that you have to share with us. So make sure you're following along with the YouTube and Twitch channels as well, so you don't miss a beat of the action. So I think it's time to get day 2 on this road. So trainers, we're going to have a little recap of all the action of day 1. I know you're wearing the Palkia pin today, Lou, but we're going to channel Dialga for a little moment. Let's go back over what happened yesterday.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back here behind the desk at the Utrecht Special Event, and I've got a little bit of a sneaking suspicion there are many more things that are back this weekend. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here on the desk by Lou at Josh Croney. And Lou, you must be excited that a certain cheeky cat is making its way back into our hearts.
Honestly, look who's back, and back again to stay is the amazing Incineroar. It has been a Pokemon that has been the talk of the town here in Utrecht, a Pokemon that ever since it jumped onto the scene and unlocked its hidden ability Intimidate has been a force to be reckoned with, having so much flexibility with its amazing typing of Fire and Dark, as well as those fake outs, parting shots, and all of the amazing supportive moves it also gets, Will-O-Wisp, Helping Hand, so many other things that it has access to make it such a flexible partner in crime when it comes to Pokemon. I love it. I'm glad to see it back on top here in Utrecht.
It was definitely the star of the show yesterday,
Yes.
wasn't it, Lou, on the stream, where we saw such a great moment where a Terra... No, let me get this right.
Here we go.
It was a Terra Ghost, Incineroar, went
Yes.
for a Flare Blitz,
Yes.
onto a Terra Fairy Volcarona,
Yes.
burnt with the Flare Blitz,
Yes.
and then got burnt by Flame Body.
Yes.
All in one turn.
Can't remember if it was one turn, but we're going to say yes
One
for
turn.
effect. It
One
was.
turn. One turn.
Wow, okay.
Telling you now.
Yeah, you know, it was so awesome, it actually broke my memory a little bit. But this is the thing, Incineroar, in previous formats when we didn't have access to Terrestrialization, was a Pokemon that was still just so consistently strong, because it also can go on the offensive mode with those Flare Blitzes, like you've mentioned, also Knockoff, giving it really good capability to remove a lot of items from the field, as well as deal out some awesome Dark-type damage, considering we do have a lot of Psychic and Ghost running around at the moment, so having that flexibility is really, really nice.
And seeing different item choices as well used.
Yeah.
We saw some safety goggles, we saw some usual kind of citrus berry sets. We actually saw something I was quite excited to see back from the past that we don't see too often anymore, was the Assault Vest. And seeing it take an Earth Power from a Landorus with about quarter of its health left remaining, I was sitting there thinking, hey, yeah, that's my Incineroar, he's back.
He definitely is here, hopefully to stay. I mean, I'm calling it now. He's going to hang around. But I think it's interesting you mentioned the Landorus as well, because actually on the way over to the venue this morning, Ben and I were talking about Landorus Therian form and Landorus Incarnate. And this Landorus Incarnate form being the more special attacking variant with the Sludge Bombs for all those grass types and fairy types, but also the Earth Power for all the fire types that are running around, as well as just having fantastic coverage, has really emerged to the top. And it's interesting to see that this Landorus Therian that is normally such a staple when it's in the meta has really been knocked off the top spot by its counterpart.
And let's have a look and see how its counterpart has been getting on. It was pretty high in the usage statistics for day one, but we have the stats here for day two ready. It's built up a couple of places here, up one place here, actually, thank you, Lou, and getting a good amount of success, converting from day one into day two. In fact, that is day one on the screen. Lou, it's the morning. I'm not reading things properly on the screen right now.
I think you can be forgiven. It's still early doors. We'll have to wake up a little bit more. But you're right. This is how it looked at the end of day one. We've got Fluttermane in the top spot, inevitably so. We've already given you the little sneak peek that it's knocked off that coming into day two. But Incineroar still in that podium spot in third position. The Wellspring Ogerpon is actually in second. I thought this was interesting considering on the broadcast yesterday, we managed to showcase a lot of the Hearthflame mask as well. So yes, Wellspring may be the more dependable, reliable one, but you definitely can't count out the Hearthspring mask form. Even if it doesn't quite make the top 12, maybe it's sneaking in there in 13th or 14th spot.
It's also one of the ways that you can actually deal with the Wellspring Ogerpon. The amount of damage that you need to actually knock it out is so high, and Hearthflame Ogerpon is one of those Pokemon that can really do a lot of damage, especially combined with Pokemon like Chen Pao or maybe a single or rapid strike Urshifu that have been, well, really rising in popularity anyway. But looking at those, I mean, let's not forget that in Dortmund, it was the single strike Urshifu, and there was no rapid strike Urshifu really to be seen whatsoever. So again, more adaptations that players are making event after event after event, and after a couple of weeks after we had 5 events in a row between the European region and the North American region. Wow, okay, all right, okay, do you know what? There's a lot of events going on all over the world, but I want to be talking about this right now, Lou.
Honestly, the fact that so there's two things, right? Incineroar's number one, let's go kitty cat. But Fluttermane isn't on the podium, it's not in 4th, it's not in 5th, it's in 6th spot. What has happened?
That's the lowest I've ever seen it since its inception in Regulation Set B. I mean, wow, look at it go. And I mean, actually looking further down the list at the Urshifu Rapid Strike and the Single Strike, we were having the conversation, which one is better? Clearly, the crowd doesn't know either the players that are playing this weekend, because it's exactly the same usage between the two forms of Urshifu this weekend.
Yes, that's the thing. It is a lot more even Stevens than I think we gave it credit for at the beginning of this tournament. But the Incineroar rising to dominance, I mean, if you take a look at the rest of the Pokemon here, there's so many that Incineroar can deal super effective damage to or be a thorn in their side. Pokemon like the Rillaboom, for example, you can hit it with the Fire-type attacks, as well as Amoonguss that is still out there. The Chienpao, again, doesn't want to take any of these Fire-type attacks. Speaking of the Dark-type attacks, Pokemon like the Frigiraf and the Fluttermane don't want to take those either, as well as all of the Ghost Terra types that are running around. We see that quite often on Tornadus, for example, so that it can have that immunity to things like Fake Out and still get its Tailwind up. I think it's interesting as well that in day one, the Landorus and the Tornadus were both up there in 5th and 6th spot, and now they've kind of spread out a little bit more, with maybe the Tornadus dropping off this day 2 meta.
If you looked in Regulation Set E, you would think that Tornadus was here to stay and always would be at the top of the usage statistics, but it just goes to show how important Pokemon like Farigiraf have been, Porygon 2 that we saw a little bit more of, and other Trick Room setters are, to maybe making Tailwind offensive-based teams a little bit less viable in this format, and trainers going away from just using those Tailwind and heavy offensive strategies, instead taking Pokemon like Landorus that instead of putting up speed control, they bring up a substitute instead, and they provide a lot more defensive pressure while still hitting really hard at the same time. Rather than missing your Bleak Windstorms.
That is very, very true. It could be a very bitter pill to swallow sometimes when the RNG is not in your favor and you miss all of those Bleak Windstorms. But I think you make a good point. We see this kind of meta emerging at the moment where, yes, there's speed control, but there's also defensive walls being built, whether it's the substitutes, whether it is just building your Pokemon to be a little bit more defensively bulky, Komodo, and even a Bronzong potentially getting those iron defenses up as well to give it a little bit more supportive capability. And we've seen in the past as well, Pokemon like the Grimmsnarl, for example, setting up Light Screen and Reflect. Pokemon like the Alolan Ninetales setting up the Aurora Veil to give those defensive capabilities as well. And speaking of Alolan Ninetales, there's actually more Alolan Ninetales than Amoonguss in day 2 today.
If you ever told me that before, Lou, I would have said, no, absolutely not. Amoonguss has been one of the key threats in Pokemon, one of the most meta-defining Pokemon ever created in the video game. We've seen it since its inception in 2011, just changing the way that people build their teams. Now, having access to Ogerpon really helps to alleviate the issue that trainers had with Spore, but it wasn't uncommon at all to see almost every team carrying at least a grass type, maybe a safety goggles Pokemon, maybe a taunt here or there, just to stop Amoonguss. Because if you didn't respect it, if you didn't make sure that you could deal with it offensively and defensively, then it could absolutely ruin your day. Now we're in a tournament where there's less Amoonguss than Alolan Ninetales, and I don't know about you, Lou, I'm not feeling that Alolan Ninetales is sitting on the same podium that Amoonguss has.
It's not. It definitely had its moment in the spotlight, though. I remember you even running it back in 2017 and really giving it its kind of time to shine a little bit. But you're right, Amoonguss at the minute, although it is such a staple, there's so many extra things we have in the current meta that can counteract against it. Grass Terrestrialization, for example, giving Pokemon that Spore immunity. And we actually do see it sometimes where you see a Grass Terra on a Pokemon and you ask the trainer afterwards, why grass? And the answer is almost always spores. Because you only have one set of safety goggles that you can throw around onto your team, and then the other 5 Pokemon might be vulnerable to those spores, particularly if you are, let's say, a Trick Room weak team.
Yes.
You want to be able to have a strategy against Trick Room always, maybe like stalling out the turns, Fake Outs, things like that. But you also want to have that coverage from Amoonguss, because when Amoonguss gets into Trick Room, it can be so formidable to stop.
The amount of trainers that I've had conversations with over the years, and I'll be fair, I myself have been subject to that mindset as well. I'm weak to Trick Room, I'll put an Amoonguss on there, it'll be
just
fine,
throw it on.
No problem. But the amount of work that Trick Room based teams have in their arsenal to be able to deal with Pokemon like that is, again, testament to how good it is as a Pokemon. But let's talk about those Pokemon that we weren't really expecting to see, because we've got a list of a few Pokemon that have made their way into day 2 that, well, none of us really expected to have lots and lots of success with. And let's start with the most spicy one. Articuno.
Okay, so Articuno, a Pokemon that I have not been expecting to see at all, has reasonable special defense, but really interesting abilities as well. That Snow Cloak, giving it an evasive advantage when snow is on the field. A perfect partner for Alolan Ninetales, and it's no surprise to see it paired up with that Pokemon on the same team.
No, and it's also able to put away a little bit of damage. I mean, you can see that its stat distribution there, it's very defensively capable on the special side. And, you know, it's decently fast. It's got a little bit of power to its name as well. But when it's combined with that snow effect, it can launch blizzards and not have to worry about the accuracy. And having played Alolan Ninetales that does a very similar sort of job in that respect, getting the double freeze is one of the best things that you can actually ever achieve. It doesn't happen often. Don't be banking on it. But
the best thing or the worst thing for your opponent, you know, it's
and look, you know, we're in a competitive environment, Lewis. Definitely the best thing. That's what I'm going to stick with this weekend.
It's a matter of perspective.
It's a matter of perspective, absolutely. But also it can run lots of different options. Articuno has the ability to go for a tailwind. It has the ability to really support its team with defensive options as well, and access to freeze dry to be able to knock out Pokemon like Ogerpon Wellspring in one, because it, instead of being a neutral hit, it turns it into a quad super effective hit.
And it is a Pokemon that we have seen play before at the most recent World Championships, actually, in Yokohama, Japan. Patrick Donegan was actually running an Articuno on his team, and actually had great success winning a stream match against Giovanni Costa with that exact technique that you've just described, having that snow advantage to give you some evasiveness, some accuracy with those blizzards, and it really did have that awesome team synergy to be able to accomplish that.
Especially when Landorus are really finding a lot of favor with players. Having an option to be able to deal with that in one is a really good option as well. And the last thing that I want to maybe foreshadow slightly is if we actually are able to show it on the broadcast, is that the fourth move that Articuno is running is Sheer Cold.
I'm almost shivering at the thought there, Ben. But from one Articuno to another, the Galarian Articuno is also all the range here in Day 2, being featured on a team alongside some very interesting Trick Room users. However, this Articuno, again, special attack is its stat to keep an eye on. It's a really heavy hitter, has so much nice coverage, and one that I've only ever really seen Jamie Boyd pilot before.
Yeah, Jamie using a Terra Ground Articuno with Terra Blast as well as Freezing Glare, its signature move. It's got a completely different flavor from its Cantonian counterpart in that it's got competitive as its ability, and certainly with the prominence of Incineroar in this particular format, and certainly in this tournament, whoever has the Galarian Articuno on their team is going to probably be feeling the effects of that, getting a 2-stage increase to their special attack and making it such a threat to be able to deal with.
I seem to remember as well Fevzi, one of our German players, talking about Galarian Articuno, but I can't quite remember if he was able to make it work or not. Definitely one that is in Day 2, so has a lot of potential, and there's a few other, you know, nice partner Pokemon on that team that maybe will be able to feature a little bit later.
For a completely different flavor, one of the new Pokemon that we've got brought into the game this year has been Hisui and Gudra.
Yes.
And that's something that we saw Yuki Zaninovich use in, I believe it was the Stuttgart Regional Championships last year, to actually really great effect, using its signature move Shelter to be able to boost up its defenses. Combined with Shell Armor as an ability, it's a really capable defensive threat and turns off one of the most powerful Pokemon in the format, Urshifu. None of its moves instead can critical hit, and all of those defensive boosts actually come into play. It can be such a difficult Pokemon to remove.
I mean, just look at that special defense stat. It is off the charts, and we've spoken a lot this weekend about being specially defensively bulky in a field of, you know, attackers like Fluttermane, for example. Pokemon like the Raging Bolt have been trying to really capitalize on their natural special defense, and Gudra is a Pokemon that can do that really well, particularly if it gets those defenses set up. It can then go for that body press strategy and just start absolutely steamrolling through opponents' teams. So if they haven't got a way to be able to KO the Gudra, it's going to be there to stay. One
thing I do want to shout out with Gudra's abilities is Sap Sipper. Now, we were talking about Amoonguss, and this doesn't work quite as well in open team sheet formats, but if an Amoonguss went for a Spore into a Sap Sipper Gudra, Gudra would actually get an attack boost. And that's one of the ways that you can use that Pokemon's ability to be able to benefit yourself as well as, you know, support your teammates as well. Switching a Goodra to a Spore, get an attack boost, start going on the offensive, or even have the opportunity to self-target it perhaps with a grass-type move of your own, and then use Goodra's natural defensive capability. It's going to be sticking around on the board. That means that that attack boost is going to be doing more and more work over the course of a game.
Yes, and I think it's a really nice switch into Pokemon like Rillaboom, for example, that really want to go for those wood hammers. It's just a nice defensive switch that you can bring in, and then, to be honest, there isn't really a lot Rillaboom can do to the Hisuian Goodra anyway. So after that, if you can maybe put a board state in where you've got your Goodra down against the grass types, then there's really nothing your opponent can do.
And speaking of creating board positions, let's move on to Clefable. Now, this is a Pokemon that we really don't often see in the video game. Usually its counterpart or pre-evolution Clefairy,
yes, with
holding
Eviolite.
yeah, exactly, holding the Eviolite would be the Pokemon of choice. But I think in a format where Pokemon can boost up, Pokemon that we've talked about like Raging Bolt going for Calm Minds, having the ability to go for Unaware and then redirect attacks towards yourself can be a really valuable strategy to be able to make sure that it's supporting your team really effectively. Another thing that can boost up stats, Party Entei, Luke.
That is very true. You can always bring your Gouging Fire to go for those howls as well and boost up the attack stat on your side of the field. But for the Clefable, it really is that Pokemon that is a supportive role. Yes, it can get access to some Fairy-type moves like Moonblast, for example, for that little bit of damage. You always want some kind of utility to be able to put damage on the board, but it is really there to be able to support partner Pokemon with that Follow Me.
One thing particularly that I like on Hisuan's team that's running this Clefable is the ability to perhaps, and I haven't looked at the team lists just yet, but perhaps use something like Swords Dance on Wellspring Ogerpon to be able to boost up the damage rather than Follow Me away attacks. And when you've got a Follow Me user like Clefable there, it really makes sense to then pay close attention to what you can do, what you can boost up with the Pokemon that it's partnered with, while they're a little bit safer from other attacks, and shift the focus away from Ogerpon being that supportive Pokemon to one that can be defensive. And especially when you Terrastallize, get the Embody aspect boost to your special defense, it's a really tough Pokemon to take down.
It certainly is. And thinking of things that are, you know, tough, your caster predictions were pretty strong, Ben. If we take a look at some of the other Pokemon that are coming through, Pokemon like Okidogi, the Roaring Moon, those were two of your choices, right?
They were, and they're on the same team here for Oliver Gosden. And, well, combined with the Okidogi and Roaring Moon, which I'm personally very, very excited to see, there is something that, again, we haven't seen too much of. There it is, Iron Boulder joining the fray and looking at that attack stat. And it's really, really interesting signature move, Mighty Cleave.
Yes.
That kind of goes as a counterpart to the Urshifu Rapid and Single Strike's Unseen Fist ability. It can break its way through Protect.
I honestly think this Pokemon is slept on.
Yeah.
I really, really do. It's got an interesting typing with the Psychic and Rock, and if that doesn't really work for your team, hey, Terrastallize it into something that will work defensively. But you're right, that attack stat, that speed stat as well, I think throws a lot of opponents off guard. But not only does it have a really nice move pool, and you can go with those more stereotypical, you know, Rock-type moves, Rock Slide and things like that it has access to. But as you said, this unique signature move can go through Protect. So yes, you don't have the full Iron Fist ability, you can't go through with every single move, but the fact that you can on one can give you that advantage. And with Quark Drive as well, if you throw something like the Booster Energy on it, you're going to be able to get a boost in either your attack or speed, however you train your Pokemon, and I think can really, really swing the momentum of a match as soon as it joins the field.
That is the thing when you've got a Booster Energy on it. Maybe you're boosting up your speed. That means most notably that it gets faster than Pokemon like Chien-Pao, which typically carry a Focus Sash. Then you're able to not only bring it down to its Focus Sash, but then it can't protect from you when it's only got 1 health remaining. Maybe it needs the Sword of Ruin on the field for its partner Pokemon to be able to do a lot of damage to you. You can just remove that from the field, remove that Sword of Ruin effect, and then your Pokemon next to you might be a little bit safer that turn.
Now from Iron Boulder to Iron Crown, this is another Pokemon that I think when it first jumped out, everyone was so ready to test it in the Psychic terrain environments, often paired up next to Ndidi, going for things like expanding force, even with something like a cheeky choice specs for that additional damage. It was really devastating. That special attack is sky high. The speed as well, a really, really good stat to have access to. And a lot of trainers were maybe replacing previous expanding force Pokemon for this Iron Crown, but it has dropped off the meta a little bit. I do still see a lot of usage in juniors and seniors with it as well, but actually having it in the Masters division where a lot of trainers, I think, will say, right, Sci-Span teams, I need to have an answer to that. I need to have a way to counter it. Have maybe made Iron Crown be a little bit more vulnerable. Possibly coming into this event, people have, you know, maybe overlooked Sci-Spam and not prepared for it as well.
I think that's really true. I mean, looking at the power of expanding force that we've seen with Ndidi and Hatterene, Ndidi Armor Rouge, and those sort of combinations of Pokemon in previous regulation sets and this regulation set as well, you just cannot stress enough how important it is to be able to have an answer to those two Pokemon in the format. And Iron Crown has a little bit of a different flavor to those more Trick Room focused Pokemon, where it doesn't need to set up a Trick Room to be able to be effective. All it needs to do is be on the field with that Ndidi, with the Psychic Surge launched out. And I think that's one of the reasons that Rillaboom is more common at the moment than before, and one of the reasons that Iron Crown hasn't been used as much, because when Grassy Surge overwrites the Psychic terrain and has Grassy terrain instead, Iron Crown really does struggle to find its place a little bit.
It does, to be fair, but I still have my eye on it a little bit in this day 2. We'll have to have a look for all of these amazing unique Pokemon and how far they're able to advance through the day 2 competition. Maybe you're at home watching, maybe you're out here in the audience right now, keeping an eye on the competition and thinking, hey, EUIC is just around the corner. Maybe one of these more unique picks are going to be something that I will pop onto my team in order to try and get the victory. But maybe you're also going to this international as a spectator or just to play a little more casually. So I think it's good to go down memory lane and look at the last international championships at LAIC and see what side events are on action for you as well.
Hello everyone, we are here at the Latin America International Championships, and there is so much to do and see. So we're going to be checking out some of the things that are happening around the venue. And we're here checking out one thing right now. I was hoping that you could introduce yourself and tell everybody what you're doing here at LAIC.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and for this event, I'm the side events lead.
So what are side events, and why should people come play?
So, not everyone on the Pokemon community are competitive or being able to register for the events. So they always have this thing that it's called side events. It's smaller events. We also have championship ones, smaller. But it's the place for the players to have fun and to do other stuff when they are not in the main events. They have all kind of different events. We have some that has a schedule, so it has a time to start, and usually we don't have a player limit. And then we have the on-demands. The on-demands are the events that is always happening. We just need 4 players. As soon as we sit them and they start to play. For every side event, you can collect prize wall points. Those points you can keep it or spend it right away, and you can go to our amazing prize wall and change for any kind of products we have there. You just need to exchange the number of points for the products you can get for those points. And yeah, that's it. Each person picks whatever they prefer. We have a lot of different choices, a lot of different sets, and this is usually the mode that we have for these internationals.
Sounds like there is so many different ways that people can compete in side events, so many different ways that you're able to enjoy the game. What games can people play here to really participate in these side events?
So in side events, we always have TCG, VGC, and Go, of course. In TCG, we have a lot of different formats. I can tell that some special ones we have, it's the raids format, that it's a bit of new here, not new in America or Europe, because it's a very popular format there. We also have the Journey. The Journey is a format that it's being done for the first time, and it's in the first event ever on the planet. The idea is to be fun without all of the big Pokemon, you know. For the VG, we have the regular standard format, but we also have the Chaos Cup that some of you may know. You also participated in one. So the Chaos Cup is very fun. We usually have people that do rental teams, and the players need to play to see which team they will play in that round. So it's very chaotic, that's why the name. For Go, we also have all cups. So imagine you're a Pokemon Go player and you already played the Great League on the main event and you just want to do something different and fun. We just need 4 people and you can pick whatever league you want to play. It's very flexible for them and they can get prizes for that. That's the biggest part because they are not just playing for fun, but to get the prizes, to get to the prize wall and the products, yeah.
There's so many amazing products back there to be able to win at the prize wall. But if you had to pick one to go for, what do you think that would be?
It's difficult. I didn't decide it. And most of the products are in Portuguese because this event is run by Copag and it's Copag products. So to be honest, I don't know, but you guys can pay attention, but we will have some special Cosmic Eclipse boosters. So maybe that.
Sounds like that might be the prize of choice. Soda, thank you so much for joining me to discuss side events. It sounds like there are so many different ways that players can get involved, so we hope to see you there at some of the side events. Joyful to see those first partner Pokemon from Paldea enjoying time on the beach like a lot of our trainers may be doing in Honolulu, Hawaii if they qualify for the World Championships.
Absolutely, and I just love Fuecoco. I'm going to be biased here. It's one of my favorite first partner Pokemon to watch, enjoy. It just looks so like it's having so much fun all the time, like we are behind the desk. Of course, my name is Ben Kiriakou, joined here by Lou and Josh Cromie, and we're getting into day 2 Swiss here at the Utrecht Special Event, where we have round 12 getting ready to go.
Exactly, the Pokemon action will continue, and these are how the standings are currently looking. Aurélien Soula, our trainer from France, who we were able to showcase on the broadcast yesterday, is off on a tear, 11-0, hasn't dropped a single round so far. They are definitely one to watch.
That's not the first time I've seen Aurélien Soula have that kind of result, and great to see the consistency coming out from one of France's best trainers. Looking down the list there, Mikhail Kelsch, our 2023 world champion, runner-up, of course. Riccardo Stellini was a player that was 8-0, undefeated until facing off in the last round of yesterday's Swiss against Aurélien, and unfortunately not being able to take that win, but still carrying on the succession there. Only one other loss, or a couple of other losses to their name, 9-2, but still in a good position.
Exactly, and Alex Gomez and that trusty Volcarona are definitely doing well too at a 9-2 record. A few more wins to keep that consistency is something I'm sure Alex will be working towards, as well as many other trainers here. Victor Medina, I know a trainer very, very hot on the heels of this kind of day 2 race that we've got running through in the European region at the moment, and wanting to try and get as many championship points as he can this weekend.
One player that I really like calling out is Salvatore Rega with their Don Dozo that they're running this weekend. So many events, so many regulation sets that we've seen them play, and really opting for Dondozo quite strongly, still believing that that Dondozo-Tatsugiri combination is a really good into the current metagame, even though every single regulation set we get more toys to be able to deal with that combination. Salvatore showing why we still need to consider it when we're building our teams for regionals and special events.
I still believe in Dondozo. I still think it's a very viable Pokemon. It doesn't necessarily have to be paired up with Tatsugiri. It has a lot of flexibility on its own. But Ben Kiriakou, you've breathed in your breath has literally been taken away.
Yes.
Is it because it's cold?
It's getting a little bit chilly here.
Talk us through it.
Emir running that Alolan Ninetales and Articuno combination, not the Galarian one, the Cantonian form of Articuno. Landorus Incarnate, Raging Bolt. Ogerpol. I'm lost for words, Lou. I'm actually that excited. But let's take a breather from that for just a moment and talk about some of the other notable matches that we have here.
Exactly. Michael Couch also running a really interesting team alongside Entei, not the gouging but fire variant instead. So nice to kind of go back to basics here with a very solid and consistent looking team against Adam Trafaghi as well. So some really interesting Pokemon coming through. Alex Gomez versus Victor Medina, the trainers we were just talking about. That's going to be a Spanish showdown if ever I have seen one, as well as some interesting pairings. We have that Sui and Gudra with the Alolan Ninetales on Raphael's team versus Ryan, who has an Glamora. Now, Glamora, I've seen a lot in seniors at the minute on the rise. It's great to see it in the Masters Division again.
Power Herb Meteor Beam does the damage, Lou, and that's something that combined with Tornadus and Tailwind can be really offensive and difficult to knock out, especially when Rapid Strike Urshifu starts to decline in usage. Glamora, I think, becomes a better and better and better, and especially that Fluttermane Chi-Yu combination that we see as well there combined on the same team. That's a lot of offensive pressure that he's going to be putting on.
Exactly, and we have to dive a little deeper into these teams as well. You know, Domenico also has a very spicy pick in the form of that Registeel that we haven't talked about too much. Registeel is a Pokemon I have seen on a few North American teams as well, doing incredibly strong with, once again, Iron Defense, Body Press, and just being a force to be reckoned with. Having done a couple of Pokemon Go broadcasts recently as well, it's a very strong competitor over there, has a lot of consistency, and it's good to see it maybe making its mark in VGC as well.
I played it in Dortmund a couple of weeks ago, and Registeel was definitely not the Pokemon that I brought to every match, but when you bring it, boy oh boy, does it do a lot of work with Iron Defense, just boosting up the natural capabilities of an already defensive powerhouse. And Body Press really does set it over the edge, but also you get that clear body ability as well, which stops it from taking any attack drops, most notably. That can make Heavy Slam really useful, and what's really useful is to have a look at these players' achievements there. Emir on the left, 2024 Lille Regional Top 32. Domenico a little bit further back, having a top 64 finish in the 2018 European International Championships.
Exactly, so many accomplishments yet to be had for these trainers as well. And nice to see that, you know, Domenico has one from several years ago. EUIC, however, such a prestigious event, maybe now trying to get, you know, a little bit more present in these accolades as well.
Always great to see a player that's maybe had a little break, maybe hasn't been able to have so many results, coming back after a little while. And let's have a look at this team for Emir. It's been doing him so well so far. That Ninetales and Articuno carrying a choice specs. That's 4 ice type moves on his Articuno, and Terra Ice as well. That Blizzard is going to be doing so much damage. The Ice Beam, the Freeze Dry, and you know what? If all else fails, Sheer Cold.
Does Articuno need anything else though, Ben? That is the question.
I don't think it does.
It's one of the original kind of ice types. When you think of kind of legendary ice types, it's what jumps into its mind. So it really is representing its typing strong, paired up with those choice specs as well for the additional extra damage. It's something that the opponent is going to have to watch out for, particularly if that Alolan Ninetales comes into the fray and gets that set up. But the other 4 Pokemon can also hold their own too. Diving into Domenico's team as well, we've talked about this Registeel already, but some firm favorites here as well. The #1 usage Pokemon in Day 2, Incineroar, is here using Taunt. Now, I love to see this as well, being able to shut down other Pokemon that want to go for some status moves as well. Taking a look at the opponent, you know, Ninetales with that Aurora Veil can be very detrimental if it gets it set up and boosts the special attack and defense on Emir's side of the field. So stopping that from going up would be critical, as well as trying to stop, you know, something like the substitute on the opposing Landorus.
And when all else fails and your Pokemon have taken a little bit of damage, Cresselia is going to be there waiting in the wings with its Lunar Blessing, being able to heal up both not only the HP remaining of your Pokemon, but also curing status conditions. And I think that's a really big benefit to Cresselia in this particular format, especially when we're seeing more Pokemon running moves like Will-O-Wisp on Incineroar, and generally a few more status conditions running around. Lunar Blessing can really come in and save the day.
That's true. Lunar Blessing has been a really nice addition to Cresselia. We've seen it be so supportive in the past, and the one thing I want to keep my eye on though is this skill swap. Because sometimes skill swap can really make or break a game. If you take a look at the opposing side, taking away something like the Sheer Force from the opposing Landorus is going to make make its damage a little bit underwhelming. Taking away Snow Cloak from Articuno is going to make it that little bit more vulnerable and easier to hit, as well as just, I always like stealing away a cheeky Intimidate from something like the Arcanine, and just being able to intimidate it back in return can sometimes feel like sweet, sweet revenge.
You know the other thing you can do with Skill Swap Cresselia?
What can you do?
Give that Registeel a Levitate ability.
Oh, wow, yes.
Yeah.
No, I like that.
Now,
that's good.
That can be really useful when you come up against Blood Moon Ursalunas. You can just skill swap the Registeel, give it a Levitate, and suddenly it can only be hit by Blood Moon Ursaluna's normal type moves, or Landorus's poison type moves, but hey, here's a hint for you, Lou. It's immune to poison type moves as well with its steel typing, so you can become completely immune to one of the most prevalent offensive powerhouses in the game.
The size of your brain, Ben, does completely surprise me at this point in time.
It eclipses many.
That is incredible, yes. And I really like that synergy coming through. I think it definitely is something that if the opportunity presents itself, depending on the matchup, that could be a really useful strategy and synergy for that Cresselia to have. But you don't have to wait too much longer, trainers. Our battlers are getting into it. This is Swiss round 12 between Emir and Domenico. The Alola Ninetales is fresh out of the gate, paired up with that Landorus, and the opponents are that trusty Incineroar with the Cresselia.
Cresselia and Incineroar is really a match made in heaven here, being able to go for a fake out, go for a trick room, and reverse the speed orders of this Ninetales and the Landorus. Now, if you go for the fake out here for Domenico's side into the Landorus to stop it doing any damage, you are allowing the Ninetales to get an Aurora Veil up. There's not really too many ways that Domenico has to be able to stop Aurora Veil coming out. And it could be really important, especially since it's carrying the light clay, as to how long that defensive boost is going to be lasting.
That can leave it a little bit vulnerable as well. We've often seen it running something like a Focus Sash to be able to take an additional hit and enable that Aurora Veil, but it has the potential to go down in one. Fake Out, however, goes down into the Hisuian Arcanine. The Ninetales is able to get that Aurora Veil up safely, so the defense and special defenses are now up on Emir's side for 8 turns, thanks to that light clay. But also things that last for many, many turns are Trick Room. That has now been set up by the Cresselia.
And it's going to be difficult now for Domenico to find a lot of damage onto the field. Not just have you got the Aurora Veil boosting up the damage, you've got the Intimidate that's come in from Arcanine, reducing the attack of that Incineroar, but also Ninetales getting a defense boost from the snow. So I think Domenico really has to find a way to reposition here and maybe bring the Registeel in, start to get up some defensive capabilities, defense boost, maybe get a skill swap onto it to stop it taking any damage from that Landorus. But in the meantime, Emir has positioned a Choice Band Arcanine in a position where it can really go on the offensive right now.
Cresselia's done its job. It's getting out of here, maybe giving way to a more offensive Pokemon in the back. Or, hey, another setup choice in the form of that Registeel, a Pokemon that isn't going to worry about the Alola Ninetales either, as it can't really do super effective damage to it. The Articuno, however,
it's
here on the field, going to be able to reap all the benefits of this snow as the Incineroar goes for the parting shot, just allowing Domenico the opportunity to bring it back in later, go for another fake out, and keep those Intimidates rolling through.
Probably bringing back in the Cresselia in this situation. If the Arcanine is going for a Rock Slide, that's going to do minimal damage after the parting shot to both of the Registeel and the Cresselia that is indeed coming back onto the field. Rock Slide there, launched out from the Arcanine, but you can see how defensively trained this Cresselia is, as well as how bulky the Registeel is. Now with Articuno on the field, I wouldn't be surprised if we're in that position where a sheer force starts to become a really good idea really quickly.
It could be a nice way to just get rid of that Registeel quick and easy. However, Registeel going to be in a good position to apply pressure with those heavy slams and the body presses, something that Articuno definitely doesn't want to take either. If we dive deeper into the Articuno, it is running that Ice Terror as well, so it is going full on the offensive mode. No defensive strategies at play for it.
Not at all. Cresselia now removing itself from the field, getting the Incineroar back in, getting that Intimidate up, removing even more of the damage that Arcanine is going to be landing out onto the field, and allowing this Registeel the opportunity to go for an Iron Defense.
Yes, this is what Registeel loves to do, get its defenses nice and boosted so it can go for this damage. Oh, the Rock Slide not going to be able to reap any benefits from this. Snows doesn't get the advantage like the Blizzard does on the Articuno, so is only going to be able to connect on one.
The amount of turns that Registeel is on the field, it's very likely that eventually this Articuno is going to be able to connect with it, with the sheer cold. And because it's in the snow, because there's that Aurora Veil, there's no Intimidates on the field right now for Ymir, but you can see the effect of the stacking all of the defenses in front of Pokemon that really can't do anything towards it. Sheer Cold actually becomes the highest damage dealing move overall that this Articuno can run over the course of a battle, not just the turn that you click it.
It's a very valid point. It's high risk, high reward, and we've seen it in the past with Guillotine Kartana, for example, with Fissure Ting Lu. It is on these teams for a reason. It's not just a, you know, let's roll a dice and see what happens. It's there for a particular point in time in a match where you need that one-hit KO. Body Press does connect through. Articuno able to take that really well thanks to the Aurora Veil as Incineroar goes for the parting shot. A wise targeting here because Sheer Cold doesn't really care about the stats. There's no point wasting those juicy drops onto a Pokemon that isn't going to care about them. Arcanine, however, is now a ghost type as well. Means it cannot be hit by any of these previously super effective body presses, so now has a little bit more defensive flexibility, enabling this Cresselia to come back in.
Sheer Cold, though, does connect. It's connecting onto the Registeel, and the Registeel is down and out. One-hit KO.
There it is. You see it, Pokemon trainers. The knockout from the Sheer Cold. This Articuno means business, and that is a very devastating turn for Domenico. The Cresselia takes that little bit of damage thanks to the Rock Slide, but really it was the Sheer Cold superstar in that turn.
If you want to change the nature of a game, that is the way to do it, ladies and gentlemen. And the reason we saw it back in previous regulation sets, Ting Lu running Fissure, because it was on the board for a long time. You could do it over and over again, and it couldn't get removed very quickly. That's exactly what this Articuno is doing in this spot, and just makes it more and more viable in this particular matchup where Domenico needs to take some time setting up the board state, getting the damage onto the field, and while they're doing that, Sheer Cold is going turn after turn after turn after turn.
Flare Blitz is going to have to try and have something to say about it, and it does get the knockout, so no more Articunos coming through.
Critical hit.
That is how you get revenge for your fallen comrade here. The Flare Blitz getting the critical hit to remove that Articuno from play. That is something that Domenico needed desperately to jump back into this match. The Ice Beam comes through as well, minimal damage into that Arcanine as it is able to retaliate with the Rock Slide. Of course, Incineroar not taking too much damage from it thanks to these previous parting shots and Intimidates.
Lou, we're back to what we could say is a normal game of Pokemon video game here, where the Sheer Cold is gone, the Iron Defense Body Press is gone, and now it's just the Pokemon that we have remaining that need to use all of the tools at their disposal. Now, Cresselia coming in and being around after the Sheer Cold from the Articuno has left the field puts Domenico in a fantastic position because he can go for those Lunar Blessings, stay on the field for a long period of time, and get the health back where Sheer Force, or Sheer Cold, in fact, is not going to remove that defensive capability.
Well, it's sheer excellence on the field at the moment. The Arcanine, however, does avoid the Incineroar once again. A little bit of chip onto this opposing Cresselia as the Incineroar that means business goes for the Flare Blitz into the Arcanine and gets another one-hit KO here. Able to do so much damage. I mean, Incineroar's number one.
Stop it!
It's number one in the usage stat for a reason. It is mean, it is here, it is getting knockouts, and I love to see this comeback from Domenico and the Incineroar.
Wow, this game has taken a turn for the crazy here with two critical hits in a row. Domenico, probably in a little bit of a difficult spot previously, really has just hit the buttons that given him the best chance at success. If you get the critical hits, perfect, you're back into the game. But if you don't try, you don't get them in this situation. And yeah, okay, the critical hits definitely mattered with that Aurora Veil on the field, but oh my lord, the Cresselia taking those attacks like a champ, not folding to the Sludge Bomb, but the Rock Slide is in fact enough to pick up the knockout.
The Rock Slide accuracy has been a little bit tentative in this game so far, but it was able to connect when it needed to there to get the knockout chip onto that opposing Cresselia. Once again, Incineroar doing what it does best, going for these rotations, and they're critically at a good time here because Domenico only has 2 Pokemon remaining. We have yet to see the 4th and final Pokemon. It is that Raging Bolt coming out onto the field, and of course, Incineroar will be able to come back onto the field now, Intimidate one more time, have Fake Up pressure onto this Landorus one more time, and after that, it's just going to be a few more turns to close out this game.
Landorus has now had its special attack dropped, and that's going to put this Assault Vest Raging Bolt in a little bit of a better position to be able to take attacks. But with Aurora Veil still on the field, courtesy of the Light Clay that Ninetales is holding here, the Landorus is possibly not even going to get 2-hit KO'd by the Raging Bolt. and combined with Arcanine's Rock Slide, just putting that extra little bit of chip damage Raging Bolt's way, probably knocking out the Incineroar as well. I'd be surprised if the Raging Bolt could take 2 Earth Powers from this Landorus.
It is going to go for the Protect. I was wondering if the Raging Bolt maybe wants to start going for these Snarls. It's going to deal super effective damage to the Ghost Arcanine as well as reducing the special attack of that Landorus. And while the Aurora Veil's still up, you can't deal too much damage, so you might as well weaken the offensive pressure they have. Incineroar does fall victim to the Rock Slide here. It's now the Raging Bolt on its own legs in order to try and get the victory here. It flinches, so we're not going to be able to see what move it has gone for here, but the Aurora Veil has now faded, so it does leave the Arcanine and the Landorus a little bit more vulnerable.
Now the Landorus gets to do a really cheeky little maneuver here and try to go for the substitutes. Now, if it's able to get to the substitutes and the Arcanine Rock Slide is able to flinch the Raging Bolt as it did in the last turn, then it's in a position where it can get a substitute for free and keep itself safe. Now it's committed its Terra into the Terra Fairy. It's also going to be weak to those Sludge Bombs, but trying to catch the Landorus off guard on an offensive Earth Power instead.
Yes, another flinch comes through, though. This Raging Bolt is having a hard time with these rocks, it's safe to say. The Terra is definitely difficult because, as you've said, the Sludge Bomb can now come through and do super effective damage. Does a significant chunk. That's definitely putting Raging Bolt in a vulnerable spot as Arcanine follows up with that Rock Slide to get the knockout. Emiya able to take game 1, but it got dicey for a minute there with those critical hits, for sure.
I think dicey is definitely the word for it there, Lou. That game was back and forward, but seeing how well Emiya was able to cope with that, taking 2 critical hits, both of which were knockouts that wouldn't otherwise have happened, and still managing to find a great path through the game into the end game. I mean, that Arcanine, it was intimidated so many times over, but Emiya knowing that Domenico's team was maybe a little bit more defensively orientated meant that it was quite comfortable to go for the secondary effect of Rock Slide. Sit there on the field, you're doing a little bit of chip damage, and you're crucially stopping Domenico's team from acting every single turn.
That's a great observation because I wanted to credit the way Emiya played kind of passively with that Arcanine. As you said, it's not dealing as much offensive pressure thanks to the Intimidates and parting shots, but it was able to just stay on the field, go for those Rock Slides. And I think as a trainer, sometimes you're really tempted to be like, this isn't dealing the damage I want it to. It's kind of null and void. The opponent doesn't even have to worry about it and target into it at that point. So why don't I switch out and bring it back in a little bit fresh and ready? But actually, that would have been very detrimental to his strategy, that constant pressure of the flinches, and we saw it work so beautifully in the end with that Raging Bolt. I think really does demonstrate that kind of caliber of play, staying calm, staying cool with that particular Pokemon and leaving it there. That sometimes the passive plays can be completely the right call.
You don't have to be going on the offensive every single turn, and actually, you know, that's a call out to the substitute play in the end game, where you're just trying to get an opportunity to win without taking a risk, rather than just going, you know, just going for it and being able to try and put as much damage on the board as quickly as possible. Now, going into game 2 for these trainers, do you know what I want to see, Lou? Flutter Mane.
I can see that. I can completely see that. I think for me, if I'm Domenico, I'm thinking, how am I going to stop this Articuno?
That's exactly
because you have literally no way to stop the weather in this situation. The snow is going to go up if that Alolan Ninetales comes into the fray. So maybe you need a Pokemon like the Flutter Mane that's able to deal that extra damage and try and remove it from the field very quickly. It's also a Choice Specs Pokemon. It can deal big damage. If you can have that speed to get the KO, even on something like the Alolan Ninetales, before that Aurora Veil goes up, that can be critical. But it's a double ice thing here. Wrap-up trainers is getting cold in here as the Articuno and the Alolan Ninetales come out front and center for Emiya, and in the vanguard for Domenico, it is the Incineroar and the Cresselia.
Choices, trainers here. Do you stop the sheer cold, or do you stop the Aurora Veil? Do you stop the thing that's immediately pressuring to get a one-hit knockout on your opponent, or the thing that's going to stop you from knocking out the thing that's going to get a one-hit KO on your opponent?
Questions, and it's going to come right down to the wire in this turn 1. Articuno, of course, with the Choice Specs, has no way to protect, and whatever it picks, it will be locked into. It must be tempting to go for something like a Blizzard, however, considering both these Pokemon aren't going to be taking a lot of damage from it. Sheer cold might be the question. The speed is on Ninetales' side, though. It gets that Aurora Veil up. The special defense and the defense are in play once again, and this Articuno goes for the sheer cold, but misses. Has to warm up a little bit more in this game, too, as Incineroar goes for the parting shot.
but Articuno with that Snow Cloak avoiding the attack. Incineroar is going to be locked in this turn. The Trick Room goes up. Not the worst position for Incineroar to be in, to be fair. It's not threatening to be KO'd other than from the sheer cold. It can launch Flare Blitz that we saw get those critical hits in game 1. That could be really tempting to try and go for again. And here it is, Domenico launching it out again, but not getting the critical hit this time.
Look how different it is when there is no critical hit in play for that Incineroar. Cresselia able to follow up with the Ice Beam, give Articuno a taste of its own medicine, but only gets a little bit of chip.
Sheer cold!
It connects!
It's going! And Incineroar is down, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, it is a one-hit KO.
Not every day you see an Articuno taking down an Incineroar, but the king of Pokemon video game has been felled by this sheer cold. Blizzard comes through into the Cresselia with a double target, the additional bit of damage, but still Cresselia so bulky.
I'm trying to be unbiased here, but I was almost hoping that a freeze would be coming out onto that
Benjamin,
Cresselia.
no.
I just like adding insult to injury, I'm afraid. But yeah, the freeze is something that could be a factor here at play as the Registeel comes in. Now Ninetales retreating away from the heavy slam that the Registeel can go onto it. Getting an Intimidate down, not going to affect the Registeel because of its clear body ability, but is going to put a little bit more pressure back onto the field. And without that Intimidate support from the Incineroar, it's going to be able to do lots more damage. Heavy slam and an Ice Beam into the Articuno. It's not landing.
Yeah, no sheer cold today. The Registeel must be quaking in its little boots, however. It's got the Pokemon that felled it in the game 1, and now you have potential Flare Blitzes coming away as well from this Arcanine. So Registeel not in a safe position, but it does have good natural defenses. It can maybe take one of these attacks, as long as it's not the sheer cold, of course.
I really like this change up from game 1 to game 2, where Amir's targeting down the Incineroar rather than the Registeel and removing it from play. And that kind of means that the Articuno doesn't have to shoulder the burden of being able to knock out this Registeel, because the Arcanine with its Flare Blitzes is still going to be doing super effective damage.
I also quite like the Ice Beams coming through from the Cresselia, because Amir might want to switch out that Articuno and preserve it for when Trick Room is over.
Right.
And then potentially that Landorus could come in from the back. If it takes a 4-time super effective move, even in Aurora Veil, it might easily go down. Terrestrialization is happening though. The snow is not enough to glisten on the field. We want to have beautiful and bejeweled Pokemon here as the Arcanine becomes that Terra Ghost.
What a great Terra type to have in this scenario. Making yourself immune to the body presses is going to pay dividends later on. Iron Defense on the Registeel, so not the opportunity that Domenico had to maybe knock out this Articuno this turn. Instead, playing the numbers a little bit more. Sheer Cold doesn't land into the Cresselia, and Arcanine is able to get a powerful Flare Blitz onto Registeel, but with that Iron Defense, it's taking it like an absolute champ.
It does get the burn, however, so Registeel isn't going to appreciate taking that at all. I have to say, though, I like the way Domenico is playing this out. Yes, you have a sheer cold Pokemon against you, but you cannot live in fear of that. You have to start playing your own game, because at the end of the day, the odds are in your favor that sheer cold does not connect. So going for the Terra Fairy, making sure that those fire type moves are not going to be dealing as much damage, getting that Iron Defense set up, knowing that you now are in the driving seat to apply pressure with something like the Body Press is really nice, and that Articuno is being whittled away at.
It is, and now actually the burn, it looks like it's pretty bad, but Cresselia has the ability to remove that burn from play. Heavy Slam not quite picking up the KO on the Articuno because of the burn, though. Gets another opportunity to sheer cold as Lunar Blessing goes on to Cresselia. The health isn't going to matter one little bit here as the sheer cold comes in and does not connect onto Cresselia.
Yeah, the Articuno just unable to get these knockouts now with the sheer cold. However, the Flare Blitz from the Arcanine is going to try and make a two-shot of that into the opposing Cresselia. The snow has gone away as well, though. This isn't too bad for Amir because you do have the Alola Ninetales still in the back, so you can bring it back at a later stage. That is totally fine as the Trick Room ends. So everything looking good for Amir here. Would almost not be surprised to see something like the Arcanine switch out and the Alola Ninetales come back in.
Well, this is the turn that's really critical. The Registeel is on the field and the Landorus isn't. That gives the Registeel a little bit of safety in this spot. And actually, what I was about to say is completely off as the Trick Room has been ended. Now the Arcanine is able to get the Flare Blitz knockout onto the Cresselia, take away Registeel's support.
Exactly, the Articuno gets it! The sheer cold comes through. All of Registeel's efforts are null and void due to that one-hit KO.
It's Pokemon going down left, right, and center. This Articuno has almost no PP left of its sheer cold. It doesn't have to hit many times. Once or twice is absolutely fine. Urshifu joining the field, going to do super effective damage to that Arcanine, but there is 2 more Pokemon in the back for Emir. This Urshifu is only able to target 1 Pokemon at a time.
I mean, I stand corrected thinking the Arcanine could switch out, but then why would it when it can get that 2-hit on the Cresselia with the Flare Blitz? Urshifu now actually finally having some speed advantage on Domenico's side outside of Trick Room, is able to get the knockout, but I really do think Articuno has put in the work that it needed to do.
So much.
Arcanine can go for the Flare Blitz here, do a good amount of damage, but that Focus Sash is still in play for the Urshifu.
Urshifu pretty much going down to its Focus Sash or close enough. This Ninetales, though, is coming in. It's going to be able to not take super effective damage from the Wicked Blows, in fact resisting those hits. It has access to Blizzard, it has access to Moonblast. Sucker Punch, the last hurrah for Urshifu on Domenico's side as Arcanine comes down, and this Ninetales is able to respond.
Exactly, there's not a lot Urshifu can do in this position, but it does get the cheeky KO on that opposing Arcanine, a little bit of vengeance for the fallen Cresselia. But what a match, what a way to kick off day 2. It was fantastic. Congratulations, Emir.
Absolutely freezing right now in this venue. The sheer cold doing so much work for Emir, but Emir finding a way to be able to land it consistently against his opponent. I mean, I think that's the thing that we have to call out. Not that the sheer force is sheer cold is unlikely to hit. Not that it's maybe, you know, fortunate when it does hit, but actually that Emir put himself in a position where he could land it turn after turn after turn after turn. It doesn't matter if it's not very likely if you get lots of opportunities to use the attack.
I think I've got literal chills, and it's not just a pun based on that game. It's because the Pokemon play was so good. It was so engaging and hyped to be able to oversee that match. So thank you to both of the trainers for giving us and the viewers such a showcase to kick off day 2. And, you know, you have to give commiserations to the opponent. There was so many good strategies in play there from Domenico's side. I loved seeing the Registeel getting set up, and it could have been such a formidable threat. I like seeing the endurance and perseverance of that Cresselia, making sure it can go for those Ice Beams and help out with the Lunar Blessing. It was really good to see that synergy come through, but it just wasn't to be. It was Articuno's day, and it really stole the show.
In a completely different matchup, or if that Articuno was running a different set and just didn't have the sheer cold. You know, if you delete the sheer cold from the Articuno, then that matchup becomes a very different game of Pokemon, where Domenico's trying to execute his strategy and doing it very effectively. Unfortunately, when your Pokemon can get knocked out in one and it takes a lot of time to get your board up, it can be really difficult as a matchup. And I think Emir really latched onto that, understood that that was the case. In game 1, leaving the Articuno until, you know, you've got the Aurora Veil set up, bringing it in, going for the sheer cold. But in game 2, just completely committing to it. Articuno on the field, Ninetales on the field, Aurora Veil up, sheer cold on the field. It didn't hit the first time, but it hit the second time. It didn't hit the third, fourth, or fifth time, but it hit the 6th time, and that was enough.
I think you make a really good point as well, because it must be tempting to look at these, you know, one-hit KO moves and just think, well, that's easy, let's just plonk it on the team, go for these moves, and it's very tempting to sometimes say that a trainer got lucky with those situations, but actually no, this wasn't just a kind of last chance saloon, gotta hit the sheer cold or, you know, bust in that sense. It really was a case of, I can afford to miss a couple of these. I'm still in a position where I'm commanding control and applying some pressure. If I don't get any, then yes, that would be unfortunate, but if I even get one, that's the advantage that I need. And giving that wiggle room around these kind of one-hit KO moves is where you really do see the excellence in Pokemon play. And it's not just, you know, a lucky roll of the dice, not just a kind of, you know, I want to throw this team on for style points kind of thing. It's actually a tactical decision, and I really like to see it executed so well. We've seen it with Fisher, with Tinglu before as well, where it just sits on the field, goes for a couple of Fishers. Yes, it misses the first 3, but when it gets that 4th one, it's done the job it needed to, and it just so happens to take 4 rather than 1.
And that's the same with the Arcanine and the way that Emir played that in game 1. Sitting on the field, it's Terra Ghost, using that to be able to not take any super effective damage from a body press from the Registeel, which was the thing that was piling on the most defensive pressure. Domenico did really well to make sure that the Arcanine, even carrying a choice band, wasn't doing as much damage to him, and was able to sort of sit on the field, or they were able to sit on the field for a little bit longer in front of it. but during that time period, the rock slides keep coming, and eventually, again, you're going to get some flinches. And then leaning into that in the end game with the Landorus and the substitute going for that defensive play, actually waiting for Domenico to show their hand and go for the Terror in the end game on that Raging Bolt. By going for the substitute, getting the flinch on that turn, created the freedom to just go for the Sludge Bomb.
Also, it's a tale as old as time, this kind of dog versus cat debate, right? And we had the amazing Incineroar come through with those two absolutely condemning critical hits in that game, which was phenomenal to see. But then you also had the Arcanine on the other side, just sitting pretty, going for these rock slides. And yes, in this particular showdown, the Arcanine did come out on top, but the top kitty of the day is still that Incineroar and the #1 usage stats. And I think this match really did showcase that really well. Although it didn't come victory in the actual, set, it still showcased why it is a great Pokemon. Those parting shots were putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, and if you take away the sheer cold, look at how much work that Incineroar was doing. Intimidates, parting shots, getting the Flare Blitz, even if it didn't get the critical hits, it was still piling down super effective damage onto Ninetales, onto Articuno, and that damage really does add up. And especially once you've launched out your Intimidates, once you've parting shotted a couple of things, you do actually get the opportunity to go back onto the offensive. And Fire is such a great offensive type. It's something that everybody wants to build within their teams and have available to them. And Incineroar is a great way to use that while also supporting with other options as well in the earlier stages of a game.
Exactly, and I think it's time to take a minute and defrost before the next round is up. So let's kick it to the couch and hear a winner's interview with Charlie.
Well, that was a match, wasn't it, trainers? Absolutely incredible stuff. I'm here with your winner of that previous round. We had Sheer Cold, Sheer Force Landorus. One thing's for sure, Amir Abdulovsky is here providing sheer entertainment on stream. Amir, how are you feeling now?
I slept a little, but I'm still feeling good, so hopefully with 1 or 2 more wins I can maybe get top cut, but we're gonna see. It's my best result so far.
Yeah.
So we will definitely take it.
Let me tell you, we would love to see Articuno making top cut. That was an absolutely crazy game. It was so much fun to watch. I mean, the sheer cold connecting 3 times over the course of 2 games. We had critical hit flare blitzes coming in over to your side, taking out the Articuno and the Alola Ninetales. There were burns, there was rock slide flinching onto the Raging Bolt in game 1. Are all of your games this crazy?
No, actually I haven't clicked sheer cold at all.
Really?
At all, the whole tournament. This was the first game. And I made a game plan because one of the best Dutch players is Bart van Doorn and he plays Registeel.
Yeah.
I encountered him on the ladder, so
yeah.
I kind of knew what I had to do in the matchup, and yeah.
Yeah, I see. So this time on stream, you pressed sheer cold for the first time? Or...
Yeah, for the first time in a whole tournament.
That's wow. But presumably in your practices, you've been pressing it before and as a last resort, maybe?
Yeah, no, not really. It's really against Iron Defense body press mons, and yeah, it's pretty much as Blizzard.
I see, yeah, fair enough. I was wondering if you would go for the Blizzard in game 2, Terra Ice Blizzard. So, Articuno, we've got to talk about this Pokemon. How come you decided to run it?
Yeah, so I always look at the day 2 results and I try to pick something spicy. So I think in Charlotte or maybe previous regional, I saw Articuno doing well with Don Check. And I used it at a GC and it went okay. But I feel like, especially against Tornadoes, the matchup could be improved, and against Sun and Rain. And so that's where the Raging Bolt was added. And then at the MSS last week, I used a version with Golden Go instead of Arcanine. But then someone that's also 10-1 right now, and maybe if he wins, he's gonna go into cut, also used the same team. But with Specs Articuno, I had Never Melt Ice. And he also had Arcanine instead of Golden Go, and I felt like maybe his version is better, let's try it. And I ended up liking it and stuck with it.
Wow, that's incredible, and the return of Alola Ninetales as well. So diving into those games, yes, game 1, as you said, you see Iron Defense Body Press, you're just clicking sheer cold, but then, what would your game plan have been if those sheer colds had not connected?
Yeah, maybe for game 2 I can go Terra Ice, but his team is so defensive, and my game plan was just to go with Auroraville and Intimidate Psycho, and I can control the Incineroar. And also with Landorus I can immediately threaten it, and when Incineroar is gone, then with Terra Ghost Arcanine I can also wall Registeel. So that was also something I could lean back on, so that's probably what I would have ended up doing.
Yeah, that's true. And I mean, if you have a Pokemon that's going to be on the field for a long time, like the Registeel, it makes sense. Eventually, one of those Sheer Colds is going to connect. And then game 2, yeah, I mean, it was connecting again in full force. And really, it was very difficult for your opponent to come back from that. So the fact that this is the first time you've been clicking Sheer Cold all tournament, presumably the first time you've gone up against Registeel.
True.
Yeah, okay. And if we zoom out now, you told me just before our interview that you got top 32 at Lille using a Staraptor.
Yeah, true.
Can you dive into that a little bit more for us, please?
Yeah, so once again, I was looking at the day 2 results from Peoria, and then I saw Peter Chen using Staraptor. And I was immediately hooked with Final Gambit into PR, into Trick Room. And I was like, I have to try this team, and it went very well. And then I also went top 32. And I had some very, very tough matches in day 2 against Marco and against Neil, so it was...
Did you win those matches?
No.
Shame.
I was also 9-2, and then I faced Marco and Nils, and yeah, then
okay.
Up against the best of the best. And
yeah, of course. No, understandable. So we'll wrap up very briefly, but very quickly, Amir, any shout-outs that you want to give?
Shout-outs to my family, to Nikhil Reddy, Tayo. Shoutouts to Bart, because I learned this matchup from his ladder game, so also shoutouts to him. And yeah, that's about it, I think.
Well, there you go, trainers. You can come to one of these events, run your favorite Pokemon, and yours, of course, is Lapras Amir. Makes total sense given how chilly that game was. We're only just getting started here on our stream of day 2. We'll go to a short break, and then we'll be right back with another thrilling Pokemon battle. There's a storm coming, trainers. Charlie Merriman here with the forecast on the powerful Paradox Pokemon, Raging Bolt. Raging Bolt is a dual electric and dragon type, boasting impressive all-round bulk and sky-high special attack. It's not the fastest, but who needs speed when you have a priority move? Thunderclap is Raging Bolt's signature attack. If the target is readying a damage-dealing move, then Thunderclap will strike the target with damage first. You have to be careful about how you use it, as this attack will do nothing against a target going for a status move or a faster priority move. But in the right situation, Thunderclap can turn the tide of a battle in your favor. With access to attacks like Thunderbolt and Draco Meteor, Raging Bolt is a force to be reckoned with, and it can raise its special attack even further, as well as its considerable special defense with Calm Mind. Alternatively, for an immediate special defense boost, you could give your Raging Bolt the Assault Vest held item, and you could turn its weaknesses into resistances. The Grass Terra type makes it less vulnerable to ground type moves, and the Water Terra type renders ice much less of an issue. But if you'd rather capitalize on Raging Bolt's power, the Electric Terra type would amplify its electric moves. And the Booster Energy held item could augment the power of any special attack by activating Raging Bolt's Protosynthesis ability. Or you could run safety goggles to protect it from Spore and Rage Powder. There are so many great options for held items and Terra types because this Pokemon can be used so flexibly. As a result, Raging Bolt can fit on a wide range of team compositions. What's more, it counters 2 premier threats: Tornadus and Rapid Strike style Urshifu, being able to hit both with super effective damage. But how can you counter Raging Bolt? Fluttermane is a fantastic option. Being part Fairy type, it is immune to Dragon type moves and pressures super effective Fairy attacks. The part Ground type Landorus, on the other hand, in either of its forms, is immune to Raging Bolt's Electric type moves and can hit it with super effective ground damage, including if it terastallizes into a pure Electric type. With its both offensive and defensive capabilities and a lightning fast priority move, shock your opponents and storm to victory with Raging Bolt.
When it comes to team building, I like to build something on my own that I think will beat the meta, and I think it's a couple steps ahead of where the meta is at right now.
With the team ability, I am definitely trying to stick with the meta. There are a couple in my team that aren't meta, just so that way I can have that block ability. But I am definitely trying to stay with the meta and learning from the greats, hopefully.
When I'm building a deck, I would like to make it spicy, but I definitely consider the meta. So now I was making my Mew deck. I was debating on if I should do like a hybrid between Fusion Strike and Double Turbo. Then I just picked to go with Double Turbo. It's still spicy list though.
When I'm building my team, I like to not go by the meta because it makes it harder for people to counter you.
I tend to go somewhere on the fun side of the decks. Cloth Electro just happens to be semi-meta, so it's just super exciting, but I go for the fun decks more so the meta decks.
The way that I prefer to approach it is to look at the more meta options. In the beginning, when regionals and these types of events started, I wanted to aim towards building a spice team, but I ended up not being as successful as I would have liked to have preferred. So as I've gotten more and more experience, I've learned kind of sticking to the core meta mons until I feel like I've improved my abilities enough where I can try to run some unique options. That is my best bet in finding success in these events.
Well, that was cool, wasn't it, trainers? What a match we started the stream with there. A pleasure to be back on the desk with my Minen, David Partington. We are buddying up today with our plus and minus abilities, aren't we?
Yes, add us together and we are Chaz and Dave. Plusle, yes. So glad to have you boosting up my special attack throughout the course of today.
Yeah, underexplored, aren't they? And we've got Plusle and Minen now with the DLC. Maybe, I mean, based on that previous game, we might start to see some Plusle and Minen brought. It feels like all bets are off here in Utrecht.
Yeah, it does. Like Articuno, the Cantonian form, going for sheer cold so consistently as well, thanks to the snow cloak, meaning just loads of attacks will miss. Parting shot missing, for instance, that was incredible to see.
Yeah.
You don't often see that. And of course, the defense boost that now ice types get in Scarlet and Violet, thanks to that snow too, allowing that longevity of those ice type Pokemon. It's taking heavy slams from that Registeel so well.
Yeah, ice has always been seen as a bit of a glass cannon type. I mean, literally made of something as frail as ice. But then, behind an Aurora Veil, that Articuno is taking so many attacks so well. And yeah, then Snowcloak just pays dividends there as well. And if it's going to be on the field for a while, why not throw out some sheer colds and see what you can achieve?
Well, that's the thing. Like, we saw Amir go for, I think, 6 sheer colds in total. Yeah. And he hit 2 of them in that second game, which, on average, you're going to hit 2 if you go for 6, because you've got about 30% chance to hit each sheer cold, because that's what its accuracy. So 2 Pokemon are going to go down, and that's half an opponent's team.
Yeah, exactly. And then there were the Rock Slide flinches coming out on the Raging Bolt as well. 2 critical hits taking out the Articuno and the Alola Ninetales in that first game. Trainers, if you missed it, you're going to want to go back and watch that match. Again, the metagame is being completely stirred up here in Utrecht. Just when you thought, a couple of months in, we thought it was fairly steady. And I mean, we can take a look at our top 12 Pokemon in day 2. There's no Articuno there, but with that is not to say that there aren't other spicy picks around in the venue today. What fascinates me about this, David, is we've got Urshifu Single Strike and Rapid Strike tied.
Indeed, and also very similar into day 1 as well. They were also very tied, so there's obviously no difference going into day 2, just that they're a little bit more common than they were in day 1 as well, which also makes a lot of sense. No too much surprises there. But Farigiraf is back. Yeah. That's what I'm looking at here. It was in the usage stats for Dortmund in day 2, but wasn't there for day 1 yesterday here in Utrecht. But yet it is back again, showing Farigiraf is still a very consistent Pokemon.
Yeah, incredibly consistent. The regulation set of the long necks with Farigiraf and, of course, Raging Bolt there. 51% usage. That Pokemon is rising just as high as its neck into those lofty clouds. There's no gouging fire on this top 12, indeed. Raging Bolt is the only new Paradox Pokemon that's there. And speaking of Paradox Pokemon, Fluttermane there in 6th position. That's the lowest it's been in a long time.
Yeah, Flutter what? More like, oh my goodness, yeah, 40%. Yeah, chances are you will not face one now, which should be pretty, well, relief to a lot of trainers, to be honest. But yeah, you've got to trade that off, though, for the Incineroars. As you can see, 57% massive usage there. And yeah, Raging Bolt for the first time, I think, above 50%. And we're seeing a lot of different varieties of it as well. Whereas I think from previous regionals, maybe it's just Assault Vest, but now multiple different like types of Raging Bolt are coming up. Booster Energy we've seen, Leftovers, Calm Mind, etc.
Yeah, Calm Mind is a move that's really been cropping up on Raging Bolt. And again, trainers now leaning towards more setup options. Of course, when Raging Bolt is holding the Assault Vest, it can't go for those status moves. But Calm Mind does enable it to, you know, it can deal damage quickly, but also if you boost up those stats enough, then it can just completely sweep in the late game. And Calm Mind gives you a special defense boost as well. And with all of the Landorus Incarnate forms running around and the Earth powers, that can pay dividends.
It certainly can. And let's see what trainers are maybe possibly using this as we get into the rest of our day 2 coverage here. I'm going to have a check out of the standings, actually, to see how many people are close to maybe getting into that top cut. Right at the top there, though, is Aurélien Sula of France, who we featured yesterday on stream and took a very convincing win and seems to be still undefeated.
Undefeated, and it's an absolutely incredible showing with those fairly popular Pokemon based on the usage stats that we've just seen. Aurélien, of course, was the runner-up at the Utrecht Special Event last season, also the runner-up in Lille this season. Let's see if Aurélien can finally go all the way. We're rooting for all our trainers here. We've got our eye on all of them coming into this day. And of course, Mikhail Kelch there in second position, the world's runner-up from 2023, running Entei, a Pokemon that had success very early on in the format in Portland, and then one that we haven't seen so much since.
Not so much, but you can see why it is getting used. Sacred Fire on its own is just a really good reason to be using Entei.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful, consistent fire-type move, but on top of that has a 50% chance to burn. So even into Pokemon that resist it, that you'd normally say switch into a fire-type move like a Flare Blitz, you can't do that so safely into a Sacred Fire, especially if you're a physical attacker. Say like a Terrasilize Ogerpon Wellspring, for instance. It's going to take the damage very well, but that burn is going to be detrimental to the rest of its viability for the rest of the game.
Yeah, 50-50 is nothing to turn your nose up at, and I bet when Amir was clicking sheer cold in that previous game, I mean, it seemed like it was 50-50 there. So it hit twice out of 6 times in game 2, so not quite, but you know, you really are tossing a coin when you're using that move. And there Amir is at 10-2, such an incredibly impressive record, along with names like Alex Gomez, who we're incredibly familiar with at this point. Kilian Duquesne representing the Netherlands here on home turf, of course, as well. It's really shaping up now, these standings, David.
And the 9-3s that you can see at the bottom of there still have a shot at getting into that top cut as well, but they're likely going to need to win out from here on then, because otherwise it's a very competitive environment into top cut. Like, if you want to try and squeeze in there, you might just need that good resistance, which is something the Swiss round structure kind of offers here. If you've been playing against players who've done particularly well, or maybe you've lost but against players who've done particularly well, that will still show you in good stead compared to some other people if you've kind of defeated someone who is not doing as well. So your resistance will be a little bit high because of that, and you might be able to squeeze into that top cut.
Yeah, it all comes down to how your opponents are doing as well. But as for the match we're going to be going to right now, it's up to you. Let's take a look at our choices for our community choice. Get over to Twitch and vote if you would like to see any of these matches on stream. That's a Walking Wake and a Hisuian Lilligant being run by Mark Cotter at the bottom there. Oliver Gowsden running Iron Boulder and Grimmsnarl, one of the new Paradox Pokemon we haven't been able to feature. Mighty Cleave, hits through Protect, Rock type moves, really good coverage into the rest of the format.
Incredible variety that we have here at the Utrecht Special Event, honestly. And that still hadn't covered everything you said there, Charlie.
No.
Yeah, the Galarian Articuno there, along with the Lilligant and the Walking Wake, as you said there. But we still haven't seen a Dondozo in goodness knows how long, and it seems to be really popping off right now. It kind of, with just a kind of a standard composition, really. We've seen that kind of before in maybe even Regulation Set D, honestly.
Yeah.
And maybe even before then, that kind of 2-2-2 sort of composition that Salvatore Vega has possibly even used before.
Yeah, and then of course you might opt for the more steady variety, the Pokemon who we're more familiar with at Regulation Set F, Riccardo Stellini versus Victor Medina, 2 players who have a fantastic record behind them. And Blood Moon Luna, of course, a Pokemon that has been eclipsing the metagame of Regulation Set F. So you're spoiled for choice here, trainers. I don't envy being in your position, but we cannot wait to see what you decide. Get on over to Twitch. Let us know which of these incredible matches you want to see. David, this is so exciting.
It is. We've like, it just keeps coming, and it keeps delivering this Utrecht special event. Across day one, we've had such interesting teams, and it tends to be that the interesting teams maybe fall off a little bit slightly once we get to day two, because the more consistent, more used teams, more available teams have started to kind of prevail a little bit. But this doesn't seem to be the case here. Look at all this variety. And that gets me really excited for EUIC as well, Charlie, where we might start to see some of these really interesting team compositions come to the fray once they've kind of been tested, you could say, in the Utrecht special event.
Well, exactly. This is the perfect testing ground for any trainers here. And if it affects your voting, everyone, those top two matches we had on screen there, they were 10-2, and the ones on the bottom were 9-3, in case you want to see people who are having a slightly better record going all the way through. But I mean, 9-3 is an absolutely incredible record as well. I would gladly take that.
Absolutely, and it's just as kind of like exciting for those trainers particularly too, because they've got their top gun chances on the line. It's still at that 9-3. As soon as that person takes a loss, they are most likely out. They can probably get some championship points still, and it's obviously still worth playing through, but yeah, probably out of the contention of top cut at that point. So at least if they win though, they've still got to win many more matches.
Yeah, is it going to be win and in, or is it going to be the face-off of the 10-2s? It's all up to you, trainers. Get on over to Twitch and let us know. And again, David, there are so many interesting Pokemon. I love that we're able to feature the teams that trainers are running in our notable matches as well, because it gives everyone a flavor of just the variety that trainers can experiment with. And there are so many Pokemon that we can choose from in Scarlet and Violet to try and bring to these tournaments. So why not just give it a go? And as you said, if something works out well for you, then that could be your EUIC team sorted.
And let's see what you did end up deciding on for our round 12 here. It is going to be Carlos Cabal versus Mark Cotter. An excellent choice there. Look at that Galarian Articuno walking weight team versus probably the arguably a little bit more standard kind of Chien-Pao Sin and Raging Bolt sort of team as well.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how the less meta team that Mark Cotter is running is going to match up into Carlos Cabal's team. I commend your taste, trainers. This is going to be a really good snapshot of Regulation Set F at this point. Are the tried and tested going to have to be rethought in the face of Mark Cotter's Galarian Articuno and Walking Wake? And it's such a thrill to see Walking Wake on stream as well. Have been able to feature Gouging Fire and Raging Bolt quite commonly yesterday, giving the other past Paradox legendary beast Pokemon some spotlight too.
Very good there, Charlie. I would have fallen over my words multiple times there, I'd say. But yeah, the Walking Wake is very cool. I believe we did see one on stream in Dortmund Regionals, combined with the Sun at the same time with that Torkoal supporting it. It makes a lot of sense, where you boost it up with that Photosynthesis, boosting likely the special attack or the speed, depending on where you want to kind of distribute Walking Wake stats. And then on top of that, that Hydro Steam move that it has, that really consistently powerful move that actually gets boosted in power by the Sun instead of the Rain, allowing it to deal still so much damage as a water type, even in Sun. And it just does so much damage, Charlie.
Yeah, it does. Water Dragon is such a useful typing as well. It's only weak to Dragon and Fairy, so that's absolutely something to bear in mind. And the coverage that it gets is wonderful. I mean, it can run Flamethrower, Hydro Steam, as you mentioned, Draco Meteor, of course, as well. You're getting most types for neutral or super effective when you're running those three moves. Now, why are we seeing this less commonly than Raging Bolt and Gouging Fire? It's a Pokemon that's here for a good time, not a long time. It's you know, relatively frail, but again, who needs defenses if you're able to get off the damage you want to quickly?
Well, yeah, indeed, it is very powerful, obviously, but what Walking Wake does lack is a kind of a reliable spread type attack.
Yes.
So unlike the Pokemon like with Dazzling Gleam, for instance, or Discharge, or Hyper Voice, for instance, this Pokemon only targets single targets, and therefore it leaves itself very susceptible to a lot of other Pokemon as soon as that Pokemon protects, for instance, that you've been targeting. It's also often forced to go for the Terror a lot of the time to avoid the Flutter Mane that are going around at the moment too, because it's obviously weak to Fairy, and Flutter Mane's very common, and it just naturally outspeeds it. So often Walking Wake are running a Terror type like Fire or Steel to be able to take those attacks on a bit better. And if you're running Terror Blast as well, often seen on the Steel Terror Walking Wakes, you can actually then threaten a KO back into the Flutter Mane.
Yeah, exactly. That's something I love to do on a Regidrago back in Regulation Set D, running that Terra Steel, Terra Blast. And then, of course, Raging Bolt is also taking super effective damage from Fairy-type moves. That's a Pokemon that tends more to run the Assault Vest, and it can go for Snarl, it can go for Electro Web, and you could put an Assault Vest on the Walking Wake as well. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I really like that. Because Walking Wake does have at least 4 moves that it probably wants to be using at some point. You've got Hydro Steam, Draco Meteor, Flamethrower, Terra Blast, and maybe a few others as well. Maybe a more reliable Dragon move, for instance, that doesn't drop your special attack. So there's plenty you can do with a Walking Wake, but it does depend on, I think, the matchup, whether you want to bring it or not. And seeing Fluttermane's usage kind of really tank, to be honest, in the day 2 here, only on 40% of teams instead of over 50% where it's been in most regionals, it's probably in a better position right now than it has ever been.
Right, it's a really good point. Maybe we'll start to see Reggie Drago come back as well. I believe that was one of your caster predictions too, David, the Reggie Drago. So yeah, maybe the Dragon Tides will rise back, but one thing's for certain in this match that we've got coming up, we've gone from Cantonian Articuno to Galarian Articuno. Trainers, I love what we're being able to showcase here on stream. I realize you're a sport of choice. What with the Iron Boulder there as well. Iron Boulder has made day 2, David.
I know, it has. Incredible. And so we'll have to see if it goes a little bit further, because Mighty Cleave is certainly a mighty choice of move. But yeah, here we go. Galarian Articuno, seen on previous streams as well and in previous regulations, is a very niche pick, but with that competitive ability, it can be led straight into an Incineroar, and it very much welcomes that, because then it gets a double boost to its special attack. However, what do you then do about the Incineroar? What attacks do you then use going into it?
Yeah, well, I mean, often we've seen Galarian Articunos running Terra Blast with the ground Terra type. That is one way to counter it. Freezing Glare, of course, a very powerful move. And with Galarian Articuno, I think with competitive, the difference between competitive and defiant, of course, is competitive boosts your special attack rather than your physical attack. And what that means is, if you're intimidated, rather than just getting overall +1 to your physical attack, you're immediately getting +2 to your special attack, because of course Intimidate drops that physical attack stat. So it's immediately a Pokemon that's become an offensive threat, and that means you can pile in all of your training to bulky options, and then all of a sudden you have a bulky Pokemon that is also very offensively threatening.
One of the other really good things I like about Articuno, Galarian form particularly as well, is it's one of the very few Pokemon that gets Tailwind and Trick Room.
Exactly.
So it can work absolutely both ways to your own team as to whether you want to boost the speed up or completely flip the switch. Or you can run both on the same set if you so wanted to. So depending on the situation, you can go for Tailwind as soon as you want something to kind of outspeed. Or if your opponent kind of seems to have faster Pokemon, they get their Tailwind up a little bit more quicker than you because they've got a Tornadus, you can just flip the switch on them. Go that straight for that Trick Room. And it looks like on this team there's a lot of Pokemon to make the use of that Trick Room, namely that Torkoal.
You can tell you worked in a showroom, David. That was really good pitch there for Galarian Articuno, and something that I will certainly keep my eye on. Now, of course, there's another Pokemon that gets both Tailwind and Trick Room, and Prankster to boot for those Tailwinds, and that is Whimsicott. But Whimsicott isn't a Pokemon that is able to get off as much damage, of course, as the Galarian Articuno over the course of a long battle. Whimsicott is the kind of Pokemon that's going to be running something like a Focus Sash, so it's there for as long as it possibly can be. And yes, it can run Moonblast, and it has incredible supportive options, more supportive options than Galarian Articuno gets, but we haven't seen it so commonly in Regulation Set F, which, you know, is a departure from previous regulations. Whimsicott used to be very common indeed, but I think now the power level is that much higher. Something like Galarian Articuno is going to serve you better for your Tailwind Trick Room needs.
Although we did see it on stream yesterday, used by Ivar Vliga in round 5, using a Covert Cloak bulky Whimsicott to be able to really support the team. And so rather than relying on the damage output, it was using the multiple different kind of supporting options Whimsicott naturally has. Like Light Screen, for instance, was one of the moves that he was using on it. And it was interesting talking to Ivar yesterday about the use of Whimsicott and that Pokemon too, and Light Screen too, because he kind of thought that Reflect is a little bit useless when there's Urshifu everywhere and just kind of punch holes through it, but Light Screen provides like a special version of Intimidate, really, to the team, which otherwise you don't have.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, I like how Light Screen provides that almost a quasi-ability in the use of that move. And here are our trainers getting ready on stream. I like that the Eevee there is wearing the Glaceon hat, because things might not be getting quite as chilly as the last game with Cantonian Articuno, but with the freezing glare of this Galarian Articuno, it certainly will. Now, we won't be diving into the teams just yet, but in fact, this Galarian Articuno is not running freezing glare. You'll have to see what will be coming out. Lovely to see our trainers smiling on stage there. It's an exciting day. It's an exciting time. Cannot wait to get into the game.
Yeah, round 12. They are almost there to top cut, but we've still got a couple more rounds after this round before the top 8 is decided. So even if they take the win here, they're definitely going to need at least another one as well to be able to have that sort of contention. And if they can get to that point, that's a lot of more championship points that they could be getting.
Yes, and we are nearing that time when the championship points will be dished out. But first of all, we can take a little bit of a deeper look into the trainers we have on stream. Mark Cotter, someone who doesn't have so many accomplishments to their name as of yet, but hoping to go all the way with their really interesting team. Carlos Cabal, 2024 Dortmund Regional Top 64 just 2 weeks ago. So the momentum behind them coming into the Utrecht Special Event. Will they be able to capitalize on it, though?
We'll have to see. But already, though, like, they've got top 64 already at this event. So if they can try and push for that top 32, that's definitely an improvement. And obviously if it's top 8, then it's an improvement on that Bochum Regional top 16 there. So yeah, it's always about kind of pushing to that next level for you, and like, or setting your goal as to what you want it to be going into a tournament as well. So like, maybe that's day 2, maybe that's going positive, maybe that's taking 1 win. It's all up to you as to how you want to set your own bar, because there's so many tournaments out there that you can attend, whether it's the locals in those Premier Challenges, a little bit higher in those mid-season showdowns, or the regionals or special events as we have here.
Exactly. The bar that you set is entirely up to you, trainers, and Mark Cotter could not be more thrilled to be here with this Life Orb Galarian Articuno. That's a female Indeedee with the Psychic Seed. There's a Torkoal. That's a Hisuian Lilligant. We got a Walking Wake, and we have Iron Hands there too. All 6 of these Pokemon are ones that we rarely see. I mean, Iron Hands has been dropping off. Indeedee, you don't see so commonly because Iron Crown teams aren't so popular anymore either. But it's Choice Specs Walking Wake with Dragon Pulse, as you said earlier, David, because Draco Meteor will be reducing your special attack after use. So that is a more reliable Dragon-type move. But of course, as soon as a move is clicked on that Walking Wake, it will be only able to use that move for the rest of the turn until it is switched out. And Hisuian Lilligant with Sleep Powder, this could be really, really interesting, David.
And over on the other side, we have a team that's a little bit more familiar to some of you out there that we've seen a few times on stream as well. It's that kind of nice core of 6. Again, that Calm Mind Ranging Bolt that seems to be really popping off. And that Rapid Strike Urshifu that seems to be the Urshifu of choice to pair with it, instead of that single strike, which used to be a little bit more common. Now the Urshifu Rapid Strike seems to be kind of picking up yet again, a little bit more equal usage, and it seems to be paying off a little bit as Ogerpon maybe decreases slightly in usage as well.
Yeah, I mean, Urshifu Rapid Strike is surging right back up to the top. And yes, exactly, it's Ogerpon Wellspring that is the main plug in those works. Chien Pao and Incineroar, that's a pairing that we've seen very commonly on teams. It seems most of the time when Incineroar is run, so is Chien Pao. And of course, Chien Pao is reducing the physical defense of everything around it with its Sword of Ruin ability. And they complement each other's typings relatively well, but they do both take super effective from fighting, of course.
Yes, so fighting is something that is going to be very, very prevalent on Mark's team with that Iron Hands and that Hisuian Lilligant too. Rocking the close combat on both of those Pokemon, and the Iron Hands also has that Drain Punch on top of that, so it has the choice of what sort of fighting move it wants to go for, which is really nice and not something you often see on Iron Hands. Usually you've got that Heavy Slam instead to be able to take down those Fluttermane. But again, Fluttermane's usage has decreased here in day 2, so that's probably paying off and maybe why we're seeing this team.
Is all change here in Utrecht, just a month or so away from the European International Championship. So this is really paving the way for a thrilling tournament in just a month's time. But right now, here at the Utrecht Special Event, our trainers are nearly ready to be getting into this game. Now, looking at this matchup, David, you've got the Torkoal there that's able to set the sun, but of course Torkoal prefers to be in Trick Room. So is Mark going to be able to set up the Trick Room? Well, there's the Psychic Terrain to prevent any priority moves such as Fake Out going into the Indeedee, but of course Galarian Articuno is not grounded, so it could still be faked out, not affected by the terrain, and would have to take that flinch.
And we'll see if that does come into play as we get into round 13 of the Utrecht Special Event. It is that Galarian Articuno and the Indeedee, the double Psychic lead, versus the double Dark lead on Carlos Cabal's end, Chien Pao and Incineroar.
And that's an immediate competitive boost to the Articuno there. Carlos deciding that that's okay, I can still work around an Articuno that's at +2 in its special attack, and that is the Psychic Seed, giving a boost to the special defense of the Indeedee. Not something it really minds about right now, now in the face of 2 physical attackers. Now, this is gathered information already for Carlos because it's only Ndidi that could be able to set up the Trick Room. But is that even what Mark is going to do? Perhaps Mark is going to index more on just getting damage down. These are the mind games at play, and mind games all over with this psychic terrain. It's starting off with a helping hand.
Okay, this has got to be an air slash most likely, but it's going to be Icicle Crash first. No! That's just a one-hit KO straight out of there. Maybe Mark wasn't expecting that much damage to be coming out.
Right, well, that is certainly going to put a stopper in the works immediately. Incineroar able to get the taunt off. It's not Prankster boosted, so it is able to go into the Ndidi, and so no further helping hands or indeed Trick Rooms, only damage can be coming out from Ndidi for the next few turns. Now, the Galarian Articuno there had the Psychic Terror type, so it wouldn't have been taking super effective damage from the Icicle Crash had it terrestrialized. That's something Mark may well be looking towards in the next game, but it is Hisuian Lilligant joining the field now. Torkoal isn't there as of yet, but it could switch in at any point, giving it the Chlorophyll boost up to its speed.
Now, there's a lot at play here. Carlos obviously knew the lead to go for here. That really shuts it down. Now, if the Articuno had gone for that Terror, the Icicle Crash probably wasn't getting that KO, but at least had that 30% chance there, which really puts the ball into Carlos's favor as to who's going to come out across on that turn. Now, of course, we've got the Lilligant in here now. It does have Sleep Powder, which means there is certainly a way out for Mark as soon as he can get off any of those attacks, because that's potentially 3 turns that Carlos is missing.
Well, it's going to be Ghost Terror on the Incineroar first of all, and the Incineroar is holding the safety goggles, so Sleep Powder will not be able to activate on the Incineroar, but it could onto the Chien-Pao. It's going for another super effective Icicle Crash. Lilligant brought down to the Focus Sash. The question is it going to be flinching right now? Not able to act. No, it's not. It's going to be close combat, but it was into the Incineroar, which has gone for the Terror Ghost. Would have been super effective into the Chien-Pao as well. Flare Blitz able easily to pick up the 1 remaining HP on Mark's Lilligant.
Amazing play from Carlos, but also fairly safe as well, because the Lilligant does not have Protect. It's after you close combat Solar Blade and that Sleep Powder, so it was a very, very easy target to kind of target down. And the Ndidi there, going for a last-ditch kind of Dazzling Gleam, the only move it can use now that it is taunted, which at least does kind of break the Focus Sash on this Chien-Pao, but really cushy for Carlos as well. It's still a 3-hit KO as well, so it's still not even doing enough damage to be able to effectively deal with this Chien-Pao.
Yeah, and the Ndidi still cannot set up Trick Room because it has been taunted. The taunt has not yet worn off, so Torkoal will be moving last in the turn. Chien-Pao is quite happy to just keep throwing out these stalactites down into the Ndidi, and Flare Blitz following up into it as well. So the Torkoal at least is able to get off a full power eruption boosted by the Charcoal and the Sun, if that is what Mark has locked in. And we're going to be seeing after this recall damage that is exactly the case. The Chien-Pao has had its sash broken. Incineroar, though, is going to be able to hold on, even though it's no longer resistant to fire.
Incineroar's such a good Pokemon, Charlie. Oh my goodness, have we talked about that yet? Like, it just took it like that eruption so well, even if it's not resisting it anymore. Anyway, there it is, taking that hit very nicely as Raging Bolt comes in. Yeah, you definitely want special attackers to be trying to take down this Torkoal, which has a massive defense stat. So it's looking pretty safe now, right now, because the Raging Bolt obviously resists fire, and so it looks like Mark is going to be making a game plan for game number 2.
Yeah, and I think the game plan starts with the very first turn. If you're leading Galarian Articuno and there's a Chien-Pao in front of you, you're going to have to terrestrialize. But of course, Mark could entirely turn it around. There is Taunt, of course, on Carlos's Incineroar, shutting down potential Trick Rooms. That's something that Mark is going to have to play around, because to get the Torkoal in the best position, it does want to be in the Trick Room environment. But as long as the Sun is on the field, then it will be giving a speed boost to Lilligant thanks to his Chlorophyll ability. And so if it can get a Sleep Powder off, that could entirely turn the tables. But of course, then there's the Walking Weight there as well. You don't need to mess around with Trick Room. You can just get the Sun out with the Torkoal. It's got the Choice Specs, boost the Photosynthesis, and go for immediate damage there too. And into the Incineroar Chien-Pao lead, at least, I don't mind seeing the Walking Weight, David.
The Walking Weight could be very nice, yeah. Like, honestly, we just want to see the Walking Weight.
Yeah, well, true.
Yeah, it's just a cool Pokemon, yeah. But honestly, like, even if Mark goes for the same lead, there's still a very safe Follow Me plus Trick Room. The Articuno has Trick Room too. So there's nothing stopping him doing that at the moment. So perhaps he was expecting Carlos to maybe make a slightly different play that turn, maybe going for that Fake Out into the Articuno instead, because the advantage of having the Terra Psyche on the Articuno is when you go for that Terra, you lose your Flying type ability, and then you're grounded, making yourself immune to the Fake Out.
Yeah.
So that's where maybe why Mark wasn't expecting a fake out into that slot. But either way, an Icicle Crash kind of ended up doing the same thing, if not better. So I think Mark could probably go for the same lead here, just change up his game plan slightly, and he'll definitely be able to get that Trick Room up.
Well, let's hope that Mark is able to have more of a showing here in Game 2. A trainer who's gone 9-3 here at the Utrecht Special Event. There are names aplenty who you will all be familiar with at home, so this is no mean feat, and Carlos Cabal is the next stop along the journey. But of course, on Carlos's end as well, running the slightly more expected team composition. But you can say that Mark will have more practice against a team like Carlos's than Carlos will have against Mark's, and it's a switch up in the leads, David.
It is, but not for Mark's end. There is that Articuno and Ndidi, which does give him a lot of options, as we've kind of already talked about. But yes, Carlos has definitely switched things up, leaning in with that Urshifu, which I also really like here. It offers that U-turn, which is super effective into the Ndidi and into the Articuno if it so chooses to terrestrialize here too, which it looks like Mark is considering. It's probably not going to get any one-hit KOs, but in combination with the Chen Pao's damage as well, there is probably a one-hit KO being threatened somewhere on this field at the moment. The question is, where does Carlos target? Because the Articuno can protect, the Ndidi cannot, so it is a safer slot to go into that Ndidi.
Well, you don't see this Terra type everyday, trainers. The Galarian Articuno will be rocking that future sight eye on its head. It has terrestrialized into the Psychic type, removing its weakness to the Ice type thanks to its secondary flying typing that Galarian Articuno has. And that's going to be helping hand coming out from the Ndidi. Ndidi lending its partner a good deal of assistance in order to get off as much damage as possible. These Surging Strikes look like they're going to be just shy of a KO, but then all eyes onto the Chen Pao and what that will be going for, because this Articuno could be down and out once more before it's been able to act. Icicle Crash is going to be missing, very fortunately, onto the Galarian Articuno, so at least it's able to get something off. A helping hand boosted air slash. That is going to be a one-hit knockout onto the Rapid Strike style Urshifu.
That's a massive, massive KO and a huge, huge void for Mark's Articuno as well, because as we saw, if that Icicle Crash had hit, Articuno would have definitely been going down there just like in Game 1. But suddenly, Mark has a lease of life now, and that also enables him to go for the Protect a little bit more so too, because Urshifu is down and out. However, Rillaboom is a really nice Pokemon to be bringing here. As you can see, obviously, switches up the terrain completely, so suddenly both of these Pokemon are susceptible to a Fake Out. So you can quite simply Fake Out Ndidi, prevent a Trick Room there, and then KO the Articuno again with the Chen Pao.
Well, Articuno is indeed going for the Protect, as the battlefield just got a whole lot more fragrant rather than weird with Rillaboom coming in. Icicle Crash is going to connect this time onto the Ndidi, bring it down to about a third of its health, and a follow-up U-turn is going to be enough to secure the knockout. So Carlos and Mark both have 3 Pokemon apiece.
Incredible play there from Carlos. Absolutely calling the defensive play from that Articuno there. I wonder if Mark maybe should have gone on the offensive there a little bit. Yeah. Just take the Fake Out damage, just assume you're going to take it there, because Ndidi was the likely target for something at least. But yeah, Carlos called it obviously very well, knowing his damage counts, and Ndidi absolutely goes down as Raging Bolt is the switch in now, which is a very nice option too, obviously. Now, we also don't know the speed interactions between the Articuno and the Raging Bolt, which could be interesting, because if you're running a Trick Room team, the Articuno is probably very slow, even though it's naturally faster than Raging Bolt. And obviously we're out of Trick Room right now, and that could make a big difference. So as we can see, the Torkoal's in the back, so Articuno might want to start getting up that Trick Room, but can the Lilligant lend that sort of helping hand to assist this? Maybe a Sleep Powder into either of these slots, or an After You, if it can kind of get it off into that Articuno before the Raging Bolt takes it down.
Can Lilligant do its best Ndidi impression, go and give a helping hand to its partner Pokemon? Well, for now, it's going to be Torkoal coming in, and the photosynthesis of I should say, of Hisuian Lilligant will be boosted, and the photosynthesis of the Raging Bolt. That Chlorophyll ability is going to make Lilligant go first, but the Sleep Powder is going to be missing onto the Chen Pao, but then the Icicle Crash is also going to be missing onto the Lilligant, so it is miss for miss right now. Raging Bolt, though, is able to get up that Calm Mind, and when you've got 2 special attackers in the form of the Articuno and the Torkoal, that is certainly something that you want to be boosting up.
So the Lilligant's still in a nice position to be able to start threatening those Sleep Powders still, left, right, and center. Now, it's probably the Raging Bolt you want to be targeting here, because that's the main thing that's going to be able to do damage into the Torkoal, because it's that special attacker. Whereas the Torkoal can relatively shrug off the attacks from the Chen Pao at the moment. Lilligant obviously takes super effective damage, but you have that Focus Sash to keep yourself alive right now. So Sleep Powder into that slot, plus maybe another attack like an Eruption, for instance, could do a lot of damage.
Well, Thunderclap for now is just going to get the one-hit knockout on onto Torkoal, a Pokemon that isn't so known for its special bulk, but I was not expecting it to just be taken out in one shot. The Sleep Powder is going to be connecting down onto the Raging Bolt now, and Chien Pao is left to its own devices, going for an Icicle Crash, which is going to connect now onto the Lilligant, bringing it down to its Focus Sash, and it's just Galarian Articuno in the back. Where there's a snooze, there's a way, David, but Mark seems like potentially the back is against the wall.
I think it looks like it as well. Carlos has been making unreal reads, to be honest, like completely calling what Mark is targeting, what he's protecting, and even despite 2 Icicle Crash misses, he's still in the driver's seat right now.
Yeah, certainly there with all 3 Pokemon remaining. Now, if this Hisuian Lilligant were able to put the Chien Pao to sleep, and there were multiple turns of sleep on both of the Pokemon, then yes, could start whittling away. But with the Rillaboom lurking in the back as well, the Galarian Articuno can hit it super effective with Air Slash, but just look at the health bars on Mark's side. It seems like the resources are just a little bit too dwindled. Sucker Punch, though, is the wrong call right now.
It is, so it is the Sleep Powder that's coming out instead. So Mark definitely going for the route. So at least he's calling something this time. So that's both Pokemon asleep. So Raging Bolt takes that turn of sleep again this turn, the second one. And the Trick Room is finally up, but the sun is up and this gets the fastest field of the field. So now it's going to be the slowest thing going into the next turn.
It certainly is going to be the slowest thing. The sun isn't going to be around forever, especially because Torkoal isn't holding the Heat Rock but the Charcoal. So it will be going back behind the clouds. But yes, Mark has kindly downloaded Pokemon Sleep for Carlos and handed it over to him as Chien Pao and Raging Bolt are indulging in that snooze. It's time to Terra for Carlos. You know, the writing seems to be on the wall, but Carlos is not going to be taking any chances hoping for a turn 1 wake or turn 2 wake on this Raging Bolt that's become the Fairy type.
Into the Fairy type, and that also does make sense too. It's going to be able to take some of those attacks a little bit better. Chien Pao is going for another turn of sleep here, so it's still coming up Mark right now. Expanding Force is going to definitely do a lot of damage with that Terra Psychic, but there's still no Psychic Terrain to boost it up, and with that Calm Mind boost as well, it's not even doing half at the moment. But yet another turn of sleep for the Raging Bolt, so it's definitely giving Mark a little bit of hope. Is the close combat enough? No, thanks to that Terra Fairy, it's able to take that attack very, very comfortably.
You may as well drop your defenses and special defenses when you're on such low health. Now, of course, Articuno holding that Life Orb, that is going to be taking it out eventually because you take a little bit of recoil, but then with the grassy terrain acting at the end of every turn, at least it's going to be boosting up a little bit. But of course, the Life Orb chip happens immediately after you move, and now the grass is gone. Of course, Rillaboom is in the back. Potentially Carlos not wanting to switch it in, even though both Pokemon are asleep, because that is just going to be healing up Mark's Pokemon, and that is really the only way Mark might be able to get back into this game now.
Now, we still have Trick Room up, so Articuno can definitely go, as you can see, Mark's considering it, an Air Slash into the Chien Pao. It needs to take 2 attacks at some point because that Focus Sash is still intact. So an Air Slash definitely makes a lot of sense, and it also covers for the Chien Pao waking up, because then you might even be able to get a flinch, which I think Mark really needs to hope for. However, I think the Raging Bolt might be waking up this turn. Final turn of sleep, it looks like, all 3 turns. That's exactly what Mark needs to be able to maybe take this. There's that Air Slash. We might see a wake up here. Let's see.
It's very good damage onto the Chien Pao. Chien Pao remains asleep. They are just too comfortable right now, basking in the sunlight. Solar Blade is going to be able to go off, and of course go off in 1 turn because of the sun enabling it to do that rather than 2. Solar Blade connecting down into the Raging Bolt, and that is such a cool animation. That is Raging Bolt down. That is the Terra down for Carlos. Carlos is down to just 2 Pokemon now, and Galarian Articuno is super effective into the Rillaboom. The Trick Room is still up, but it will be expiring soon. No more 1-turn Solar Blades, thanks to the sun going down, but with Chien Pao on such low health and Rillaboom resisting Solar Blade, that is A-okay.
It is okay for now. However, yeah, the Trick Room going down means that the sun going down means that Lilligant now underspeeds the Chien Pao, can maybe offer a KO there. But there is no Protect on this Lilligant, so that it can maybe even just drop to a Fake Out at the moment. It's not a very vocal Pokemon. Does it get the KO? Yes, it does. With a critical hit too.
Critical hit to boot. Carlos is done messing around with that Fake Out coming out. Don't let the sun go down in Hisuian Lilligant, but unfortunately, it is down and out right now as Chien Pao is going to be sleeping again. Air Slash is doing huge damage into the Rillaboom, but unfortunately the Trick Room, and well, it's not even going to matter because Articuno with that Life Orb chip damage is going to be going down, and so Mark Cotter unfortunately loses here in Swiss Round 13. Your winner here is Carlos Cabal.
a super, super convincing win as well. Looks like Carlos knew exactly what to do versus this Card Trick Room team, and he played it so, so well, using the pieces that he has on his team to be able to kind of counter anything that was in his way, making those calls as well around the protecting Articuno, for instance, as well, and with the Terror going on too. He even missed the Icicle crashes and got 2-3 turn sleeps on both his Pokemon at the end, and still yet he won it out.
Yeah, I think Mark's team is so interesting, and I think it certainly has the tools for success. I mean, evidently it does. It's still here in day 2 of the competition. But the Pokemon that Mark brought there, they sort of work in pairs, and it's quite difficult to therefore bring a consistent team into anything that your opponent has. Carlos has lots more flexibility available on the side of his own, but with Galarian Articuno and Indeedee, that's a pair that goes together. You set up the Psychic Train, you can get off Expanding Forces, and then Torkoal and Lilligant go together, but any combination that isn't quite that, it doesn't work quite so well, especially because Indeedee isn't really dealing all that much damage. Torkoal setting up the Sun, but it's very slow, so you need Trick Room to be up. There's a lot that has to go right, I think, for Mark's team to work.
Yeah, I think you're right, but there is a reason he's come this far as well. Like, it's a really strong team, and there's a lot of teams out there that if you haven't prepared enough for a Trick Room matchup, then you're going to be really struggling, where if someone has that kind of dedicated Trick Room mode. Whereas a lot of people maybe have just a couple of Pokemon that kind of deal with that, like the Frigarath and Blood Moon Ursaluna that we saw Florian Temme win Dortmund with. But this obviously has a lot of components that all come together to make that Trick Room mode very, very effective. But Pokemon like Rillaboom, for instance, are really, really effective at shutting that down, because obviously it overrides the Psychic Terrain, which means fake outs from that Rillaboom itself can also come out, which supports the teams very well in terms of slowing things down. And we also saw the Raging Bolt that just resists Torkoal, which is arguably probably one of the best Trick Room Supers we've got, and it just resists fire. But that's at the end of the day, that's as simple as that. And on top of that, the Solar Blade, and it just has really natural bulk as well. It makes it really hard for Mark's sort of composition to really break through a solid team like Carlos's.
And yeah, going this far in the competition now at the 9-4 record, presumably Mark has, along the journey through the Utrecht Special Event, faced off against pretty similar teams, and certainly will be more prepared for a team composition like that rather than Carlos being prepared for Mark's own, as I said earlier. And so clearly, you know, Mark will have known what they were doing, had the tools to succeed. It just didn't work out on this particular occasion, and perhaps Carlos was playing in a way that Mark wasn't expecting. It was interesting to see the same 4 Pokemon brought to both games for Mark, given that Mark did lose game 1, and potentially some of the other Pokemon on that team would have made more use of that. You're probably not going to want to bring the Iron Hands at the same time as the Indeedee, because of course the Psychic Terrain disables you from going for the fake out. But yeah, I'd love to see Mark in that matchup when he's slightly more prepared for the trainer he's up against.
I mean, he almost made the correct call in each of those games.
Yeah.
I think it all came down to the turn 1, to be honest.
Yeah.
Where as soon as Carlos called it right, he just suddenly put himself in such an advantageous position. And in both times, Trick Room just didn't go up in that first turn, which really put Mark on the back foot. Because if you imagine in that game 2, or even game 1 even, but let's start with game 2 with that Urshifu there, you could just safely protect the Articuno. Yes, you still take a Surging Strikes, but you're still not going down. And your Indeedee could just set up Trick Room based on what Carlos decided to do there. So obviously Mark kind of expected the target to go into the Indeedee because it seemed a little bit safer, and then target with the Articuno. But Carlos just called it really nicely, to be honest. And it makes a lot of sense too, because Carlos probably thought with the composition he has in the back, it's not the end of the world if Trick Room goes up, because he still has Rillaboom and Raging Bolt to kind of last it out, fake out around, and kind of reposition. But if he frees the Articuno to go for an attack, that's a Pokemon that can completely go down. And that was the case in game 2. Urshifu completely dropped that Air Slash. And if the Icicle Crush had hit, that Articuno would have been dealt with, and that would have been fine. If it had gone for the Protect, at least Surging Strikes would have done a load of damage. Trick Room goes up, but then, yeah, you could still reposition from there.
Sure, it's just then you need all your resources available when the Trick Room is up, I guess. And then I'd love to have known if the Air Slash from the Articuno, holding the Life Orb, let's not forget, would have got the knockout onto the Urshifu without the Helping Hand. I mean, Urshifu isn't the bulkiest Pokemon, but then you're freeing up the Indeedee to go for the Trick Room whilst also getting damage off on the Articuno.
It's a really good point, actually. Yeah, it's something that's obviously maybe our trainers will know who've played it, know the kind of how what the training they've put into their Pokemon stats are going to be, whereas we might not know that. So potentially, maybe Mark considered it to be a more bulky kind of Urshifu on that special defensive side. SH doesn't have the high space power, but yet again, Kyo and Cartunio is very strong. And with that life orb, as you said, Charlie, it might have been enough. So potentially relying on that to be a KO combined with that Trick Room could have been the play, as you say.
Well, I guess the other thing to say is that the Rapid Strike Urshifu could have gone for the Terra Water. There was not much stopping it going for the Terra Water in that situation, especially when you're facing off an Indeedee that can also go for Dazzling Gleam. And so the Helping Hand is just able to secure the knockout, potentially even if it does go for that Terra option. So really fantastic to see Mark's team on stream. A shame that Mark wasn't able to do it. I'm thinking about all the other notable matches we had for you to choose from in the community choice and how those teams did. I want how the Iron Boulder got on there, how the Tatsugiri Dondozo team fared as well. One thing's for certain, we are hurtling ever more quickly towards the top cut here in the Utrecht Special Event. And I mean, day one was exciting enough. That first match we had on stream with Cantoni and Articuno was exciting enough. The intensity of that match there was really building up the energy too. And so heading into the remainder of the day, you're not going to want to look away, trainers.
Certainly not. But I do want to hear more from Carlos Cabal himself, the winner of that round 13. We have our interview ready. Take it away.
Thank you so much, David and Charlie, and welcome here to the couch where we have the winner of our round, Carlos Cabal. How are you feeling right now?
I mean, I'm feeling well, I think, yeah. I hope I can pull off the next round and like maybe even get in top 8. Kinda hard though, because I got paired with a friend earlier in a down pair and he like read everything. Got everything right and outplayed me completely, so yeah. See how it goes.
Sometimes that sort of thing happens, but you've got to be in it to win it. So good luck for the rest of your rounds, of course. But let's talk about the round that you've just played there, because seeing Mark's team, it was a really different composition to what we're used to seeing. And your team looked like it had a lot of tools, but you must have been a little bit worried coming into that match.
Actually, I had, yeah, because I mean, I think it was a Japanese team that like performed decently well at the Global Challenge or ladder, but I wasn't sure, actually sure. I think it's kind of a coin flip matchup. Not really though. I had tools. Yeah, I think it was in my favor. But it really could have gone south if like the sleep turns go in his favor, or if I get caught in a bad position.
Yeah, game 2, especially when the Hisuian Lilligant really got going. What were you thinking in that end game? Were you worried about the sleep turns, or were you thinking, I just know I need to keep clicking the right button?
Not really, because he kind of let me free switch in Rillaboom, and I think Fake Out always killed, not sure though, but I think Fake Out always killed in sort of green, and Chienpao was eventually going to wake up. He cannot spam it for Chienpao, so he couldn't.
Yeah.
I was worried when the Icicle Crash missed though.
Yeah, that turn 1. Well, it's slightly different from game 1, where you just, every single turn it looked like you were absolutely in Mark's head at that point.
No, I mean, not really though. I did read him, but I was actually like trying to cover for every option, because if he went for follow me, like he can't attack and set up Trick Room at the same time, and he can't touch any of my mons with expanding force. So I was in a decent spot no matter what he did.
Yeah, so just covering really every single base. Now, we said before, you're getting a little bit closer to your World's Invitation. Yeah. You've probably got some points coming your way from Utrecht this weekend. What are your goals for the rest of the season and European internationals on the way to Worlds?
Honestly, I want to do well at a major. Before Worlds, of course, but I want to do well at a major first, because I've made it to some tournaments already, but I've always like came just close, like, just before actually like making it, or haven't played well at all in day 2. So yeah, I kind of want a strong result first, and then I want to make it to Worlds, of course, and see how it goes. But that's kind of a gift. Like whatever comes after, I'm happy.
It's okay. I mean, you've got this regional championships, you've got the European internationals, you've probably got locals as well that you can go for. So ever closer to the World Championships, and we're going to be following along and seeing if you manage to make it. I'm sure you will. Showing off your performance this weekend has been so great to see. Now, you must have friends and family back at home that have been helping you along the way. Do you want to give any shout-outs?
Yeah, quite a lot, actually.
Oh, go for it.
First of all, I want to shout out my parents for making this possible. I wouldn't be here without you. My girlfriend, too, Yaiza, te quiero muchísimo. And then, I want to shout out Team C, because I wouldn't be here if it weren't for them. They helped me with prep. They helped me come back mentally, because I was down 1-2 yesterday, and I came all the way here.
Wow.
They helped me push through it and for prep. And especially Torbi, Victor Medina, who's also been on stream quite a few times. Abram, Sebastian, Liu Li, Gio, Polar Bear, you guys are the GOATs. everyone in Team Sido. I'm sure it's a big server, so I'm forgetting someone for sure. Yeah.
I'm sure they all know.
I love you guys.
They are. Thank you so much. We're going to let you get away and get prepared for your next round of Swiss. But trainers, don't go anywhere because the action is hotting up. We're getting to the end of day 2 Swiss now. We're getting closer and closer to finding out who's going to be in top 8. You don't want to go anywhere. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championship.
世界最高峰のバトルがこの日本で行われているのが、とても信じられないというか、こういった舞台をすごく今楽しんでて。
It's been an incredible experience. They're going all out for this world.
The opening ceremony with the drums, like everything was beating. My whole body was into it.
You've seen the show, you've seen the decoration, everything. Like it's definitely worth in Japan. Like it's everything I wanted it to be.
So exciting just to walk down the street and see all your favorite Pokemon everywhere, and to watch your children's faces as well when they light up as they see everything. Pokemon just brings such joy to everyone's lives when it's things like this. It's amazing.
Altaria, there's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It's Accent, the most decorated Pokemon Go player in history.
No. Are we there? Are we there? There's the second energy cycle we're waiting for. Now we can attack with the Kyogre. Aqua Storm is going to do so much damage. It's going to take out those bench Pokemon. And Xiao Tong'en is your Junior Division World Champion.
Pumpkin Pit can discard the stadium. There's a Lumineon V that can search out boss's orders. Bring up the Arceus V. Gabriel Fernandez is your Seniors Division World Champion here in Yokohama, Japan.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. Power Tablet. Vance is playing quickly. Does he have the pieces? Switch card. Moving the Mew VMAX into the active spot. And boss's orders brings up the Zacian V. Vance Kelly, the 2023 Pokemon TCG World Champion!
Out here, it's only really got that Pollen Puff or the Clear Smile, but it gets the knockout. Sora Erisara is your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
Now, Arcanine's gonna avoid
I don't think that KOs Gastron
survives.
That means,
it's just a sliver of HP.
It's the Arcanine sled. That means Gastron gets an attack off. It should get a knockout here if it goes for Ice Beam. It's Angelia Muga, stats down. It's a 3v1 now.
The battle is just canceled, and Tomoya Ogawa is your Seniors Division World Champion in Japan.
Get any secondary effects. So as Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。ワールドチャンピオンになることは自分にとって目標でありました。チャンピオンになってめちゃくちゃ嬉しいです。家族に恩を返せて、観客の人も盛り上がっていたので、僕的にもとても嬉しかったです。
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to.
It still hasn't really set in that it's real, but it's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time.
我赢下阶级标赛后，我非常兴奋，也觉得不可思议，也很感谢所有支持我的人。I'm feeling good to be a world champion. Something I'm gonna remember for a long time.
I started playing Pokemon with Red and Blue in 1999, I think. Started playing competitive Pokemon in 2010, and my first VGC event was in 2015. probably go with Bulbasaur, I guess. Lots of players, but Amelia Forbes is the best player in the world. I'm here to have fun and just, enjoy the game. I think the game is beautiful and building teams is great, and I'm just here for love of the game. My favorite event food is my cookies that I bring to every tournament. They're good and I get a lot of compliments. My favorite city is probably Melbourne. Melbourne's always great. Every time in Melbourne, it was a blast. Of course not.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US. It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championship. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
My name is Vance Kelly. I'm from Kansas City, Missouri. It still hasn't really set in that it's real. It's really exciting, and it was super cool seeing my friends in the audience, and it's been a great time. I played against people from maybe 3 or 4 different continents this weekend. It's a lot of fun to play against people from different countries, and it's really cool to kind of have something in common with people from all over the world that you can talk about and bond over. Winning Worlds still feels just absolutely unreal. It's something that I aspire to, but it's really a dream.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。なんだろうな。まだ実感が湧いていないです。頭を使って考えることがこのゲームは大事だと思ってます。でその練習をすることが一番大事だと私は思ってます。次の大会も参加して、もう一度2度目のワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Hello Pokemon trainers, as we wait for round 14 to get ready, I thought I'd steal some time with one of our veteran judges, Martina. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. You've been judging for 9 years, is that correct?
Yes, I started judging in 2015 and I started judging at international events at the end of the year. So yes, it's been 9 years. That's a lot.
Yeah, but it does, speak to all of your amazing experience. Speaking to maybe some viewers at home who maybe want to get into judging, what type of judging roles are there that you can expect to get into?
Well, there are a lot of roles, so you can actually really find something you like to do and to do that. For example, you can judge on live stream, you can judge the players who get there on the stage and play amazing games, or you can also help with the papers, so the results, register the results, or you can also even coordinate a team and make sure that your team members are doing fine, they are taking their breaks and they are feeling good and having fun.
It really is this big community effort from our judging team as well, and if it wasn't for our dedicated judges, the event just simply wouldn't run. What kind of skills can you gain as a judge at one of these events?
Well, you can gain a lot of skills. So for example, also leadership skills, like taking care of others, but also interpersonal skills, like hanging out with players and organize everyone, and also, well, as I said, organize all the event, like making sure the results are in the system and making sure that everything is run in a fine way. So, yeah.
Oh, sounds amazing. Lots to learn, whether you're battling with Pokemon or you're helping in the judging team. Speaking of this particular event here at the special event in Utrecht, how is the event going from the judges' perspective?
It's so amazing. I mean, I had so much fun, and it's always so interesting to see which strategy is going to win. I'm very, very curious to discover which ones will make it to top 8 and which one is the one will be crowned the champion. As a judge perspective, the event was great. I had so much fun, and also the rest of the team was feeling great, so it was amazing.
Oh, brilliant. And what role is it you're having here today, this weekend?
Today, I'm being a mentor, so I'm taking care of the other judges and making sure that they have a fun experience, and I'm there for them. I mean, if there is any area they want to improve in, I'm going to make sure to give some suggestion and to share my experience with them. So I'm trying to help them as much as I can.
That's brilliant. And you've got 9 years of experience that I'm sure you can share with maybe other veteran judges, but also the newer ones coming into the fray. Well, Pokemon trainers, that's lots of amazing tips about how you can be a judge. But before we let Martina go, I've got one last question for you. Who's your favorite Pokemon, Martina?
Well, it's a strange one, we can say. It's Purugly.
Okay, why?
Because it looks like my cat.
Oh, okay, that's a very valid reason. I love that. And we always say that every Pokemon is someone's favorite Pokemon as well. But thank you so much, Martina, for taking the time. We'll let you get back to mentoring at this event. And don't go anywhere, Pokemon trainers. Round 14 coming up next.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. This was the first World Championships held in the Alola region with Pokemon Sun and Moon. Our classic battle took place in the top 4 match between Tomoyuki Yoshimura and Ryota Atsubo. Japan was guaranteed to have a representative in the finals, but who would come out on top? Tomoyuki had experience playing in multiple World Championships, and this time around he made the right call on the metagame. With Ultra Beast on his team like Nihilego to deal with the Tapu Pokemon running rampant in the format, and Buzzwole to handle Snorlax teams, Tomoyuki was in a prime spot to claim the championship title. But Ryota was not to be outdone. As the reigning Japanese national champion, Ryota wanted to solidify his claim to being the best player in the world. With a twist on the common double Tapu core, Ryota brought a team to support his choice specs Tapu Fini. But the real star of his team was Celesteela, the launch Pokemon. Many trainers feared Celesteela's ability to single-handedly bring back games from the depths of defeat, and Ryota would need a heroic effort out of Celesteela to win this set. In a game that lasted over 30 minutes, Celesteela showed just how unstoppable it can be thanks to Leech Seed recovery. If Tomoyuki wanted to keep his championship hopes alive, not only did he have to win game 2, but he needed to do it fast. There wasn't enough time left in the round to play another slow game against Ryota, so Tomoyuki would need to be on the offensive. But sometimes the best offense is a good defense, and Assault Vest Salamence was just bulky enough to keep him in the game.
That is a big boy Salamence, taking a Choice Specs boosted Moonblast from a Tapu Fini of all things. And I know it's not known for its really big special attack, but it's still one of these Tapu Pokemon. As the trainers actually round out the game, shaking their hands, Tomoyuki will be the victor.
The clock was ticking, and 50 minutes wouldn't be enough time to finish this epic set. This meant our trainers would be concluding this match in the most dramatic way possible, plus 3 turns. If a match exceeds the round timer, 3 untimed turns are to be played, and whoever has more Pokemon remaining at the end of the 3rd turn will be the victor.
Time was just called in the round. We are a couple of seconds out, so this is turn 0 in the game. And in this turn 0, Metagross taking so much damage, but after the Intimidate, it's not enough.
Rounds don't commonly go to time in VGC, especially not in top 4 of the World Championships. Only 3 turns stood between these trainers and their destiny. What would ensue could be considered the most intense plus 3 turns in VGC history. A climactic 50-minute set came down to these final turns, and only one of these worthy trainers would be victorious. Celesteela wasn't the only Ultra Beast to show up big in this match. While the Fighting-type Buzzwole faced off against a Fairy-type and a Flying-type, Tomoyuki made an incredible read with his Z-move to try to make Buzzwole the hero of this story.
All out pummeling from your boy Buzzwole. It's not your boy Guzma like it is in the trading card game. In this case, it's a Buzzwole. It's going to be dealing some pretty sizable damage. It would like to get that on Celesteela, I think, a Pokemon that sometimes people try and bust through the defensive of with all of these fists.
But instead, the Crocodile is going to get knocked out by this all-out pummeling, leaving Ryota
Ryota down with just 2 Pokemon on his side of the field as we go into the final turn of this game.
With a 3-2 Pokemon advantage for Tomoyuki going into turn 3, Ryota could see his hopes of victory slipping away. This was Celesteela's last chance to launch Ryota into the annals of VGC history.
It's been so close coming down to the wire, but Buzzwole doing what it does best with the Z move. No, it protects from Tomoyuki. Instead, Sludge Bomb into that Tapu Fini. Not going to knock it out. Instead, Moonblast into the Buzzwole for the knockout. Ryota's clawing his way back. He still has a chance. The Heavy Slam from the Celesteela into the Nihilego. Will it knock out without the Intimidate?
A critical hit!
Critical hit!
It does it in the last second!
Ryota gets into the finals thanks to a critical hit from his Celesteela in the final turn of this game.
Tapu Fini hung on with 1 HP, and they crit from his trusty Celesteela. Ryota won an unbelievable set against Tomoyuki and would go on to leave Anaheim as the VGC 2017 Masters Division World Champion. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
It was Celesteela's last chance. Now it's our trainer's last chance to get into the top 8 here at the Utrecht Special Event. My name's Ben Kiriakou, and ever present on the desk here alongside me is the wonderful Lou Akjosh-Chromie.
Yeah, we're double troubling it this weekend on Championship Sunday. Ben and I will be paired up and bringing you all the awesome Pokemon action. And you're right, it is the last chance for a lot of our trainers to try and battle it out to get into that day top 8, not day 2. We're in day 2. The third stage of the competition, I like to say, that elusive top 8 where they can really then get into the knockout rounds to try and get into top 4, grand finals, and then who knows, become our special event champion.
If you've not been here with us already this weekend long, our trainers battled it out in 9 rounds of Swiss yesterday. Anyone with a 7-2 or better record in the Swiss yesterday made it into day 2. 40 to 50 players that we had here in day 2 are now battling it out in more and more Swiss rounds. We're here at the last of those Swiss rounds. It's the last chance for our trainers to get that last win to be able to get into top 8. Some trainers not in contention anymore. Some trainers like Aurelian Sula have already managed to get it into the top 8 before this last round of Swiss. But for those in the middle, it's now crunch time. Anyone with usually a 12-2 record is fairly safe. 11-3, that's when it starts to get dicey.
Definitely, and we actually saw that in our juniors and seniors competition yesterday as well. A couple of those players being the last trainer into the top 4 or top 8, so it definitely can come right down to the wire in these situations. I think though as well, you know, championship points are still on the line, so even if you don't make it to the top 8, you are still battling out for maybe that top 16, top 32 threshold and trying to get your ticket to the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii.
We're quite a way through the season now, Lou, and there's so many trainers that are on the border that just haven't quite made it into their invitation to the World Championships. It's always a great position to be in, to lock up that invitation before we go to the European International Championships. Take a little bit of the pressure off, maybe take a little bit more of a risk with the team choice that you bring, maybe shoot for a deep run rather than playing a consistent team that you know will get you the last points that you need, and really kind of shoot for the moon, so to speak, rather than just shoot for some points.
Exactly, and the team competition is certainly fierce out there, but it's also pretty fierce back here behind the desk when it comes down to those caster predictions. So let's take a closer look at how those are shaping up and which of the commentators maybe has made the right meta call for this tournament.
For me, it's Roaring Moon and Okie Dokie. Those 2 Pokemon are on the same team that we have here featured by Oliver Gorsden. And I saw him when I was in my interview with Carlos just come past the couch, and I just caught him out the corner of my eye just with a 10-3 record hands, just to let me know that he's still in and still contending for that top 8 spot. Of course, Landorus Incarnate, we've seen it. It's got very, very high usage in day 2, so I'm feeling pretty confident, Lou, about my predictions.
have to admit, I'm kind of with you on this. Porygon 2 as well yesterday had an excellent showing, but when we looked at the top 12 usage, it wasn't Porygon 2 that was the Trick Room setter of choice. It was the Farigiraf that really was coming through, but there's none of that Pokemon to be seen here. Instead, a few more spicy options. Pokemon like the Raging Bolt on Charlie's side have definitely come through very strong. Pokemon as well like the Golden Go we've seen littered around as well. There's a bunch of those in the field currently. Maybe we'll even get one on the broadcast. And the party Entei gouging fire himself is still having a very excellent representation. But when it comes to these kind of paradox Pokemon, it really is the Raging Bolt that's all the scene.
Certainly the most prevalent of those Pokemon. We did see a Walking Wake in the last round. It wasn't able to reign supreme in that match, but it definitely was there to show us, or at least show us why it should be feared in team preview, if not in the game that was actually played by Mark Cotter. So yeah, unfortunately, probably not going to be seeing too much more Walking Wake, but it has been showing us a little bit of representation here.
Oh, definitely. You can't count it out for sure. And just because it's not a Pokemon that everybody can just pick up and be well versed with doesn't mean that it doesn't have credit in its own right. I mean, if we dive a little bit back into the top 12 Pokemon, one of the things I want to talk about, is we've just touched on it, is the Fluttermane. Because Fluttermane is now in number 6 spot, right? That's not usual. It's not something you see every day. And the fact that you've got Pokemon like Rillaboom, you've got the Ogerpon Wellspring Mask really taking advantage of Fluttermane's fall from grace, I think is really interesting to see.
And the change up between the Pokemon that get used and how they're being run. I mean, look at the Landorus Incarnate there, up at 42.9% usage in day 2, converting fantastically from day 1. It tends to opt for a Terra Poison. You've got the Wellspring Ogerpon. When it terras, it gets a special defense boost as well. You've got a lot of Choice Scarf, Rapid Strike, Urshifu that really do give Fluttermane a lot of trouble, as well as the Half-Flame Ogerpon seeing a bit of usage as well. And that's one of those Pokemon that resist fairy moves and can, well, it makes a nice sound effect when it donks its cudgel onto Fluttermane's head.
It definitely does. It's a very immersive experience watching an Ogerpon in action. The Pokemon I want to talk about as well is that Chi-Pao, because when it comes to the Treasure of Ruin Pokemon, it really has come out on the top spot. We do see a lot of Chi-Yu often paired up with Fluttermane to give that synergy with the Beads of Ruin, dropping the special defense, enabling both the very fast and furious fish itself to be able to get good damage, but as well supporting that Fluttermane. But Chi-Pao's role really does work with those physical attackers, Sword of Ruin dropping the special defense on the field, and that's why we see it paired up so beautifully so often with Urshifu. I think in previous regulations, it was always side by side with Dragonite, for example, and Dragonite with a choice band going for something like an extreme speed could be absolutely devastating, but players seem to have opted away from Dragonite, possibly because it was often forced to go for a Terastallization and then you didn't have that flexibility on your team as much, whereas the Urshifus, depending, I mean, either one works so beautifully with the Chi-Pao, can have that synergy. You can slow things down a little bit more going for Protects if you're running obviously something like the Focus Sash, but then even if you have the Choice Scarf or the Choice Band, you can really capitalize on that with Chi-Pao by your side.
I think that's the difference between pairing Chi-Pao with something like Dragonite that relies so much on the extreme speed, and especially when players are opting for Farigiraf a little bit more often in the team, it tends to be a little bit more tricky to land those priority moves. And since Dragonite isn't a particularly fast Pokemon itself, one of its major weaknesses is just being knocked out before it gets a chance to do anything. Well, Choice Scarf Urshifu, which typically seems to be this weekend paired with Chi-Pao, doesn't fall foul of that so much. It's both a little bit more bulky, it's got a better defensive typing, but also, especially with a Choice Scarf, it's hitting first. It's a good offense is sometimes a good defense.
True, and it is that speed that can sometimes give it that extra bit of synergy. You know, Chi-Pao as well can really pack a hit. We've seen Icicle Crashes deal so much damage. Even things like the Sucker Punches can really be capitalized on if they fall into a Psychic or Ghost type Pokemon that we're seeing everywhere at the minute. Ghost Terra seems to be a really firm choice for our trainers at the moment.
How many Incineroar have we seen this weekend already go for their Terra Ghost?
So
We've
many.
seen Hisui and Arcanine go for Terra Ghost as well. I've even seen a Landorus Incarnate go for a Terra Ghost in this tournament so far. And so, yeah, with that kind of Terra choice as a staple seemingly on many teams, it really does change the dynamic of how useful Chi-Pao can be, and useful especially with that Terrastella that it's been using quite commonly, being able to boost up all of the individual coverage options that it has. You get a boost to Icicle Crash or Ice Spinner, you get a boost to your Sacred Sword, you get a boost to your Sucker Punch. Usually Chen Pao isn't hanging on the field for long enough to repeat those move choices, and so the Terra Stella works absolutely perfectly there.
And the focus sash generally has to go onto that Chen Pao because it may be a ferocious feline, but it is a little bit frail, and you want to make sure that it has that longevity on the field, not only to deal some big damage like you've been talking about, but also to keep that Sword of Ruin in play.
Not if you're Jamie Boyd though, Lou.
Okay, yeah, that's fair, but not everybody's Jamie Boyd. Not everybody
Jamie
has
Boyd.
his mad skills when it comes to team building.
He does favour the Terra Electric Assault Vest Chen Pao, which he was running in day one yesterday. Other parts of the team did maybe stand in his way from getting into day two, but he's made a couple of changes. I was just talking to him just a moment ago. He's playing in the Premier Challenge right now, trying to get some points in day two, because it's not just the main event that we have going on, of course. There is lots of side events going on too.
Another amazing reason to get yourselves down to one of these events. Not only do you have the main event action, but there's also some epic side events and friends to make along the way here at these events. However, back to the main action of this broadcast. The round 13 standings, I believe, are ready, so we can dive a little deeper into which trainers have, got these amazing records at this point in time. I mean, Aurelian, Ben already mentioned it earlier, undefeated, 13-0. They are absolutely phenomenal in this tournament, trying to go all the way to get that title that I know Aurelian is really, really desperate to get.
With a team that matches their playstyle, totally consistent, but also still a little bit aggressive as well, opting for half-lane Ogerpon and Rillaboom combination that we kind of, the grassy glide combination, so to speak, where you can get Rillaboom on the field, get the grassy terrain going, and attack into your opponent's Pokemon with lots of priority, especially with the amount of Choice Scarf, Rapid Strike, Urshifu that we're seeing here. I can understand why that's been such a deadly combination for him, combined with Fluttermane, combined with Landorus Incarnate, combined with Raging Bolt. All of these Pokemon are so powerful, but so consistent at the same time.
And they are running that very hyper-offensive Raging Bolt as well, so only time will tell how far they can get in the competition. But another trainer to speak about is Victor Medina, a very charismatic soul, someone who's well-versed on these broadcasts and doing phenomenally well here too. 11-2 record, some of my favorite Pokemon on here. You've got the Incineroar, you've got the Fluttermane, and again, this Raging Bolt coming to the forefront.
Raging Bolt, again, it's been doing so well, piloted by many, many trainers this weekend, but also piloted very consistently by those trainers. I think Raging Bolt has found its place in the format as either you've got the Assault Vest set, you've got the Calm Mind set, you've got the Booster Energy set that we've also seen throughout the broadcast as well. Lots of different ways to play it, but I think players are working out how to slot each of those individual sets into their teams. And you can see a little bit of a change of pace there for Victor Medina's team as opposed to Aurelian Sula's, where you've got the Incineroar rather than the Half-Flame Ogerpon. You've got the Wellspring Ogerpon instead of the Rillaboom, and I'm kind of maybe mixing up which one each one of those Pokemon replaces, but the two kind of slots are fairly consistent. You've got the Ogerpon and the fake out pressure and the repositioning capability there, combined with the Urshifu, combined with the Fluttermane, combined with the Raging Bolt, and Landorus Incarnate, of course, doing very well as well.
Yes, Victor using 6 very standard, trusted Pokemon to be able to cook up a storm here in Utrecht. But speaking of something a little bit more off menu, Alex Gomez is running that Volcarona that has been really catching attention.
I love Volcarona so much. You know what, I'm going to avoid saying way back in my day yet again, but Volcarona was one of the Pokemon that catapulted me to some very good results back in my day there, Lou. And it's really good to see. Actually, yeah.
It actually is, to be
fair. It kind of is. We're going to move on to very, very quickly back to Alex's team here because, yeah, the Volcarona doing very well. We saw him use it against Leonardo Bononomi in round 7 yesterday and playing very, very well. He wasn't able to win that match, but still here at 10-3 record, doing phenomenally well. And that Volcarona with the Quiver Dance, with the Terra Fairy, Terra Blast, putting in so much work against a lot of the threats that people are bringing to this event, especially the Raging Bolts.
That's true. The Raging Bolt, literally on all these teams that we've just kind of highlighted, it really has been a standout due to its nice flexibility. But another Pokemon to touch on there is the Rillaboom, because when it comes to having that grass type on your team, Amoonguss has been a very trusted companion of, you know, formats past, but it really has fallen off the radar completely. Rillaboom having its flexibility to bring that grassy surge onto the field as well and set the grassy terrain, enabling that little bit of recovery, enabling that grassy glide priority, as well as having Fake Out, I think gives it so much utility in the format at the minute. Where Incineroar is reigning supreme, you need something to try and combat it, something to match its skills. And although in a 1-to-1, obviously the Incineroar is going to win against a Rillaboom 9 times out of 10. The Rillaboom still has a place within the composition of a team of 6.
And people are using different forms of Rillaboom as well, just like they're using different forms of Incineroar. And that's something that really we've seen so much of this weekend, the different sets that Rillaboom can run. Some are running high horsepower, some are running U-turn, some are running a Miracle Seed to boost up the power of those grass-type moves, make sure the grassy glides are KOing things like Urshifu, Rapid Strike, or Fluttermanes, etc. But they're also changing the items as well. So you've got the Miracle Seed, you've got the Assault Vest sets that we see paired between the different forms of Rillaboom, and I think that really sets the tone of what Rillaboom can do apart from others.
And in previous formats as well, you'd see Rillaboom maybe in the Gigantamax form, you know, back to kind of those formats we had in Pokemon Sword and Pokemon Shield. It really was, you know, it's a one-man band there. It could do everything, didn't just have the 2 drumsticks. But the one thing that it can do now is fit still really nicely with terrestrialization. Because obviously as a grass type, you do have a bunch of weaknesses that will come towards you. But if you want to go into something like a fire type, that gives you a lot more flexibility.
In the top day 2 standings as well, we talked a little bit earlier on the broadcast about Iron Crown and its presence in day 2. There's only one of them in there, but we have at least 2 instances of expanding force, one with Galarian and Articuno, one with Iron Crown, and Grassy Surge is one of the best ways to be able to deal with that as an ability, because you can just switch in the Rillaboom and turn off expanding force, so to speak, and that gives you both a great defensive pivot, which Rillaboom is naturally on its own, but also its ability as a defensive pivot at the same time.
That's true. I think back then we had a lot of Ice Spinner being run on Chien-Pao for that exact reason. Side Spam was everywhere, Psychic Terrain was really difficult to navigate around, particularly if you have a lot of priority moves. So you would use the Ice Spinner in order to get that terrain off the field, but you don't have to use a move for that. You can then go for the more powerful Icicle Crash, for example, and just switch Rillaboom in, bye-bye Psychic Terrain.
And bye-bye the Pokemon that is probably using the Psychic Terrain as well, trying to use Expanding Force, because as well, we've seen it a little bit this this weekend as well. Icicle Crash is not totally reliable.
We have seen a lot this weekend, but I think it's time to see a little bit more, Ben, because we've got some notable matches up for you for round 14, the last Swiss round. Oh my goodness, look at these spicy choices.
Victor Medina versus Rayan is going to be an absolutely fantastic match. I'm excited to see that Glamora and what it can do this weekend. Of course, looking down the list, is there anything more that we can say about Emir and that Cantonian Articuno still holding strong and potentially making it into our top 8 versus former world runner-up Mikhail Kelsch?
And it's not the only Alolan Ninetales in the fray either. Eva is also running one paired out with that Archaladon, which we featured yesterday, if I'm correct, facing down against that illustrious team that Alex Gomez is running with the Volcarona. Carlos also running a very standard set of 6 against Oliver, who's maybe running a few things not so standard.
Iron Boulder there, as well as my caster predictions, Okie Dokie and Roaring Moon. So
and my Golden Go.
And your Golden Go as well. I mean, it's caster predictions central there for Oliver. I think you may have been listening to us when we were discussing before the broadcast what we were thinking that was going to be successful. It's just like, hey, yeah, that's a good idea. I'll have that, I'll have that, and I'll have that.
Yeah, just pick your choosing a little bit. A bit like pick and mix at the sweet shop. Which ones do you want to use today? But Victor Medina, a player I'm really looking forward to being able to see, someone who's had so many high accomplishments, lots of top cut finishes, but really wants to be able to get the victory here at this special event.
He's played so many of our tournaments right now. He's always managing to get to the high tables and really converting from the Swiss, making sure he's always having a good day 1, going into a good day 2 with those consistent teams. You can never count Victor Medina out of a game, and I think that's one of the things that I really see when watching him play. kind of like a lot of our really consistent players like Aurelian Sula, Eric Rios, Alex Gomez, they don't make many mistakes. They really do give themselves the best opportunity to both have an option for later in the game and to improve their board state turn after turn after turn, but not doing anything that can risk them having a little bit more of a problematic turn. They do go for those reads when they need to, but usually when they do, it's totally calculated.
I think you're right though, particularly in an open team sheet meta where you have a lot more information available to you. You've got to know how to use it right and wisely.
Yeah.
And a lot of these trainers like Alex Gomez who have so much experience behind them, you know, Alex was playing right back in seniors and has advanced up through the years. Being able to then already be so well versed with Pokemon and then have information and use it appropriately, I think does show testament to his consistency, and it is why we are seeing a lot more consistency throughout Pokemon in this particular 2024 season.
A lot of the older players are really finding their place where now we have the Terra mechanic, now we have open team sheets, and like you say, Lou, the experience that our players have picking out what is really dangerous on your opponent's team and working out a game plan to minimize how much impact that's going to make. There's Victor Medina there, looking cool as a cucumber there on stream. He's very, very accustomed to be there as well.
I think you make a good point, though. This really is the season where it's kind of a nice tale of two halves. You've got these newer players who come into the fray, just naturally have that incredible skill of analyzing moves and counter moves and are able to come into their first tournament and win, for example. Like Florian in Dortmund, and we've had Justin Tang as well over the pond. But then we also have these really experienced seasoned veterans, you know, Marcus Statter, for example, coming back in and winning an event very, very recently. The one he won has escaped the top of my head, but I'm all about Utrecht right now. You've got to forgive me on that. But at the same time, trainers like Wolf Glick coming in, being able to get a title, and so many players who have been very, very experienced, but maybe haven't always got that win, are now able to go all the way.
And look at that experience on Victor's side. Latin America International Championships this season, top 8. World's top 8 in Yokohama, Japan. North American Internationals top 4, and European International Championships top 4, 2022 and 2023 seasons.
It's a lot of top cuts, but not a lot of champion, and that's what Victor Medina wants to get at this particular event. Rayan on the other side, however, in Liverpool 2023 was able to get a top 16 finish. Well, maybe if you're able to go one more match deep, you'll be able to make it into the top 8 and add that to your roster.
11-2 for both of these trainers. A really good chance that at least one of them is going to be able to make their way into the top cuts. And let's have a look at what they're running. Rayan here with an offensive tailwind-based teams. We're not seeing too much of that Tornadus dropping in usage here, but it's combined with that Meteor Beam, Power Herb, Glimora, Urshifu Single Strike, Wicked Blows, Focus Sash, Terra Dark, increasing the power again. Chi-Yu and Fluttermane combination. Fluttermane putting some speed control on the board. Chi-Yu with a choice specs, taking full advantage of that, and Ogerpon, of course, supporting along the way.
I affectionately call them Flutterfish.
Flutterfish.
When I see them together, and it's such a lead, right? You lead Chi-Yu and Fluttermane, and you know what's coming. There's the potential that Heatwave, Dazzling Gleam can come through, particularly with the choice specs of that Chi-Yu. Beads of Ruin lowering the special defense of the Pokemon on the field means that if you do not have a way to deal with at least one of these attackers, they are just going to steamroll through your team. But there are a few Pokemon on this side that I think can deal with them very well. Ogerpon, for example, having really good special defenses naturally, can even go for his terrestrialization to get the embody aspect for an extra special defense boost, can be a really thorn in their side, particularly as Ivy Cudgel is going to do some really good damage to either of them.
Raging Bolt carrying the Assault Vest as well is a really good, consistent pick into a lot of the format, but Chi-Yu and Fluttermane certainly one of the combinations that I think Victor will be very pleased to have picked the Assault Vest item rather than the Calm Mind. Just have the special defense boost right off the bat. And of course, Landorus, if you can get some speed control, it'll depend on the training of the two Fluttermanes here, because both of them are carrying the booster energy, both of them are carrying an Icy Wind, so the interactions between these two Pokemon will be key here in this matchup.
We have seen a shift in the metagame to Fluttermane being able to run these Icy Winds and utilizing them in order to gain that speed control advantage. But the Fluttermane on Victor's side, I think, is extra interesting thanks to that taunt, something that can give it an extra supportive capability. And when you take a look at Rayan's team, the only Pokemon that really is going to suffer from that is a Pokemon like Tornadus. You can shut down potential taunts on its side, but also the Sunny Day, which would benefit Pokemon like the Chi-Yu, giving it extra boost to its fire-type attacks. Also would enable Fluttermane to get the extra boost if the photosynthesis has worn off from the booster energy, for example.
If Overheat wasn't enough with the choice specs and the Beads of Ruin, just add some sun. Absolutely, you'll be able to pretty much one-hit knock out most of the Pokemon that you're going to be running. And I think this is testament to Rayan's skill here as a trainer, because with a team that's as fast and offensive as Rayan's, when you're setting up the Tailwind and you've got to take advantage of those 3 turns or 4 turns that you get if you're able to attack on the same turn that you set up the Tailwind, you have to be really accurate, both in the moves that you use, but also in the way that you target against your opponent. You have to pick up those key knockouts while you have the advantage, because otherwise, if you don't and you lose the opportunity to Tailwind later, you can really be on the back foot very quickly.
Yes, you don't want to let the opportunities pass you by. Go for that Tailwind at the right moment to capitalize on the speed. But the leads are coming out in Swiss round 14. It's Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt versus down against an opposing Ogerpon and Fluttermane.
You called it out, Lou. The 2 Pokemon that we said would be able to resist that Fluttermane Chi-Yu combination are coming out straight away for Victor Medina, Raging Bolt and Ogerpon there. But Ogerpons facing each other down is always a little bit of a difficult time. They both have the Water Absorb. They both have the Follow Me to redirect Ivy Cudgels into them. So wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of grass type action here.
Yes, just to protect on the Fluttermane side, maybe scouting out what Victor wants to do, as it was going for the Horn Leech into that slot, trying to get some physical damage on the board early doors. Instead, the Ogerpon on the opposing side can go for the Horn Leech into the opposing Ogerpon and get a decent chunk of damage on the board. The protect from this Fluttermane, a really wise play by Rayan here, because it means it's not going to take the Electro up, which means it's not going to take the speed drop.
This is the most important part of this Raging Bolt set, the ability to drop the speed stats of your opposing Pokemon. Now, it's not going to affect the Landorus on Rayan. Oh, in fact, no, I've got the Landorus on the wrong team there. It's going to affect every single Pokemon that Rayan has on his team. So when Rayan is really trying to boost up the speeds, that Electro Web is stopping Rayan from kind of snowballing the speed control there. And in combination with the Ogerpon that maybe could go for a Terra, maybe could just start Horn Leeching health back that it's managed to take in recoil from the last turn, there's a lot of work for it to be done.
A change of events, Fluttermane goes on the offensive with the Moonblast and does get the special attack drop. That could be detrimental to this Raging Bolt. This time the Ogerpon finds the smart with the Horn Leech. You could see it would have been a 2-hit KO, so unfortunate for it that it wasn't able to get the damage off in the previous turn. Raging Bolt just sitting on the field, going for these Electro Webs. That's now -2 speed on Ogerpon, 1 on the Fluttermane. This could be advantageous depending on which Pokemon are in the back for Victor.
But the Fluttermane does have the booster energy as well, so effectively it's at neutral speed, doesn't effectively have the booster energy anymore, and so yeah, probably still going to be outspeeding the Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt. We saw that the Moonblast did nearly half damage to the Raging Bolt on Victor's side, and so a double up, especially into that Assault Vest slot that cannot protect itself this turn, could put Rayan into a little bit of a better position for later down the line, but Fluttermane just protecting itself instead.
Yeah, Raging Bolt really putting that Assault Vest to work, as the Ogerpon also goes for a Spiky Shield here. Does not want to take another one of these Horn Leeches to put it into a very dangerous spot. Electro Web just coming through again. This is pretty consistent damage onto the opposing Ogerpon, but once again covers for any potential switches and also ensures that speed is being neutralized.
Oh, that's a Horn Leech into the Raging Bolt. That looks like it's taking it into range of being KO'd by a Moonblast here, and because Rayan has wisely protected Fluttermane from those speed drops from Electro Web, it's not now slower than the Ogerpon, and so can get a Moonblast off into either the Ogerpon or the Raging Bolt slot, depending on what Rayan prefers to go for. I'm questioning whether Victor needs to swap out his board position right now.
Yes, there could be some adaptations, but at the minute, these trainers sticking with their 4 Pokemon out front. Raging Bolt tried to go for the Thunderclap. That priority move will fail as Fluttermane can go for the Moonblast. Thanks to the chip of the Hornleech, it will get the knockout.
Knockout into Raging Bolt, and that's a big piece of the puzzle down for Victor. Both a defensive bulwark, but also the Pokemon that was offering speed control. Hornleech going into the Ogerpon that was redirected away from the Fluttermane, so Fluttermane continues to stay on the field with most of its speed intact.
That's true, actually. It's sitting relatively safe at the moment. It doesn't have the biggest amount of HP remaining. So if you're Rain and maybe want to have it a little bit later on in the match, you could switch it out, reset some of the drops that it's taken from the Electrowebs. But the Fluttermane on the opposing side, Victor's now able to bring in his very own. This one is also boosted energy, and it's going to be able to get the speed boost as well. So speed is the name of the game in this set.
This is a toughie, though, because if you go for the Icy Wind for Victor and commit to maybe an Ivy Cudgel or a Hornleech to try to knock out the Fluttermane, you've got to be really careful that the Follow Me is going to be able to go off, and you could take an Icy Wind as well. That'll favor Rayanne's side of the field more, because if a Pokemon gets knocked out here, Rayanne gets a free switch into, say, maybe a Chi-Yu after you've dropped the speed of the Ogerpon and the Fluttermane on Victor's side, and then it's able to go more easily on the offensive.
Yes, and that is a Choice Specs Chi-Yu. If it does join the field, it's going to be able to hit hard and hit fast. It is also going to be a Terra Fairy for the Fluttermane, a big switch we've seen in the meta to it going very hard on the offensive. I think a wise protect here on the Fluttermane on Rayanne's side. The Ogerpon also going for a spiky shield, just trying to capitalize a little bit on what Victor wants to do with this turn. The Moonblast was targeting down into the Ogerpon, trying to get as much damage on the board against it at this point, and the Ogerpon was going for the Hornleech into the Fluttermane. So coverage moves from Victor, trying to get a double KO, but Rayanne says not this turn.
Not this turn at all. And yeah, I like that from Rayanne, just trying to scout out what Victor's really thinking in this turn. But of course, the mind games start coming into play now. Does Victor use the same moves over and over again? And I think this is the opportunity for maybe a kind of using the same moves over and over again for Victor. If he's able to connect a Moonblast just into that Fluttermane, then the Hornleech from Victor's Ogerpon will be going before the Ogerpon on Rayanne's side of the field, and probably take this Ogerpon close to a KO, if not KOing it.
Yes, particularly considering the Fluttermane on Victor's side hasn't had those speed drops. It's really in such a dominant position with the booster energy up as well. As you can see, fastest thing on the field, to nobody's surprise. Able to go for this Moonblast, find his mark in the Ogerpon, and get the knockout. It did go for the Follow Me here, drawing in all of the attacks, but now that it's down and out, Fluttermane is vulnerable to whatever this opposing Ogerpon wants to go for. First, it has to take that Icy Wind, but both Pokemon going to be able to hang on nicely after this, and this could be a double knockout for Victor.
You know, it's a difficult spot for Rayanne here, as the Fluttermane does go down from the Hornleech on the Ogerpon. That's a double KO this turn, but now Rayanne gets to pick 2 Pokemon to come in their favor. With a speed drop on Victor's side, question mark as to whether it is advantage Victor or Rayanne. It will come down to the training, I think, of that Fluttermane. And since it's the booster energy speed, likely to outspeed both the Urshifu and the Chi-Yu that have come out. If both of those connect, then the Ogerpon, now because Rayanne doesn't have an Ogerpon supporting his team, will be able to follow up with an Ivy Cudgel.
There is the potential, I believe, still for terrestrialization on Rayanne's side, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so you have the potential to go for something like the Dark Terrestrialization on that Urshifu or the Ghost Terrestrialization on Chi-Yu. However, I don't think either would be necessarily beneficial at this point.
Dark-type Sucker Punch, though, onto Ogerpon.
That's the only one for the extra damage. Defensively, there isn't really any benefit, but if you want to try and get the knockout, that could be a way to do it. The Fluttermane is still faster, is able to go for the Icy Wind, get that chip, and critically break the Focus Sash on that Urshifu as well, leaving it a little more exposed. Don't forget the speed effects take effect immediately, but thanks to the Icy Wind on the previous turn, they are also still affected. Gets the burn on the Fluttermane, but not the KO.
Not the KO, but the KO on the Ogerpon. That Ogerpon going down there is a big, big bit of information that both of these trainers can take into the next game, because that being slower than a Chi-Yu is a real insight to how Victor has trained it and the advantage that Rayanne can get with just one Icy Wind.
That's the truth. Right back when that Icy Wind came through on Rayan's side, that has had the effect in this turn. If the Ogerpon had been faster than the Chi-Yu following that Icy Wind drop, then it would have been a very different story, and Ivy Cudgel could have come in and just cleaned that fish off the field. Now we have an Urshifu versus Urshifu. Yes, it does have its Focus Sash intact, so Rayan is going to have to connect with both its Pokemon on it. But then, depending on these speeds, it's going to get interesting. Urshifu comes in without any speed drop, so it's going to be the fastest.
And depending on the Terra as well, Lou,
yes,
because that is the Terra Ghost on the Chi-Yu. So if Victor decides to lock into a close combat into that now Terra Ghost Chi-Yu, it's not going to be effective whatsoever. But Wicked Blow is resisted otherwise, and so you're into these mind games, and you've got so much work left to do. Sucker Punch on Rayan's Urshifu going into the other Urshifu. Close combat in reply is enough to pick up the KO. If this Chi-Yu connects, it will be Urshifu going down for Victor and Rayan taking the game, but if not, it's all to play for still.
Beady Eyes on that fish, it's able to connect, get the knockout, and Rayan is able to take game one in this set.
Lots and lots of interesting turns there, but I think the KO on the Ogerpon with that Chi-Yu was absolutely the turning point. If that Ogerpon from Victor's side had been trained to be just that little bit speedier, closer to its natural capabilities, as opposed to trying to play a little bit more defensively, it would have knocked out the Chi-Yu with an Ivy Cudgel that turn, and Victor would have been in a great position. But both of these trainers, and Victor learned it the hard way, the speed training came into such effect.
It did, and there were so many Electrowebs and Icy Winds being thrown around. I do like the way Victor was able to play out that end turn, though. You know, targeting down into the Urshifu meant that you weren't even going to play the guess the Terra type of the, you know, Chi-Yu game. Is it going to or is it not? You could possibly, you know, cross your fingers that the Heat Wave was going to miss, and then you could just go for it with the Sucker Punch as it was the Ghost type or, you know, close combat on the next turn. You are flexible having only got the Focus Sash as your item. However, just the way that Rayan was able to pilot that, knowing exactly that it was an opportunity for victory, I think was really, really well played. Game two, however, do you expect a change in the leads? And critically, Ben, do you think Landorus is coming to this match?
I think it definitely could. I think it definitely could. If it's been trained to be faster than the Chi-Yu, which, again, naturally it's capable of doing, maybe it's a window into this game. But, I mean, it's quite clear. I mean, Rayan only needs one Icy Wind speed drop in his favor to be able to sweep through Victor's team with the Chi-Yu. And I think that's really down to Victor to try and adjust with. And Landorus, certainly one of the Pokemon that could do it, but it's hard to bring in front of Icy Wind.
Well, Fluttermane and Ogerpon are coming out, as well as Raging Bolt and Ogerpon on the opposing side. So once again, the Ogerpon mirror is in play, but Raging Bolt out with its Assault Vest once again too.
This is a little bit of a question mark here as to how Victor's going to play this endgame and adapt to it, because in the previous turn we saw all of the Electrowebs coming out, but ultimately they were for naught with the way that the game played out and Rayan got the speed control. I wouldn't be surprised to see this Raging Bolt going a little bit more on the offensive this time and trying to deal some more damage into the Fluttermane, remove those two Pokemon a little bit quicker, and then not have to deal with that Chi-Yu at the endgame.
Let's see what's able to be cooked up here, though. It's going to be the Moonblast with the Terra Fairy on this Fluttermane, ferociously going down into that Raging Bolt. Does over 50%. It isn't going to need the Horn Leech chip to be able to get a second KO there. The Horn Leech on the Ogerpon, however, does go into the Fluttermane. That is also going to be a two-hit KO, but who needs Horn Leech when you have the Ivy Cudgel? Again, not enough to get the knockout. It's going to have to come down to this Fluttermane on the next turn, enabling another Electroweb to come through. The speed tier mind games have begun, Ben.
But the Raging Bolt has taken so much more damage. I mean, okay, the Fluttermane's kind of on its last legs here at the moment, where Rayan's just allowed it to take that little bit of damage, take the speed drop, but we know that it's going to be still the fastest Pokemon on the field because of that booster energy. And yeah, Rayan just protecting that speed control opportunity going into the next turn there. As a Thunderclap goes out, the prediction there from Victor going into the Ogerpon, knowing it's probably going to attack. Horn Leech, the follow-up, not enough to pick up the KO though.
Yeah, just doesn't quite get the knockout. Ogerpon able to hang on here in this match, as well as that Fluttermane getting through completely unscathed.
And now the question is where do you Thunderclap if you're Medicta? Victor Medina. Yeah, because if you go for the Fluttermane and you go for the Thunderclap and Rayan goes for the Follow Me, then you're not going to connect down on it. If the Ogerpon is going on the offensive, maybe a combination of Thunderclap and Horn Leech is easily going to be enough to knock it out. but then one of Raging Bolt or Ogerpon is going to be going down to a Moonblast from the Fluttermane. So very difficult turn to be able to navigate here. I'm fascinated to see how this actually plays out because I couldn't call it.
The boost energy really coming in clutch on this Fluttermane as well to kind of give it a little bit of breathing room against the Electro Web that came through previously. It still has that little bit of an edge and agility on the field, but we're going to see a terrestrialization. It is going to be on that Ogerpon getting a embody aspect ability now, dropping its grass typing, but also critically getting a +1 special defense boost, which is what you need in the face of such a formidable special attacker like a Fluttermane.
Fluttermane, though, will be acting next, and well, actually, not before the follow me from the Ogerpon. I didn't call the follow me coming out, but there it is. Thunderclap coming out from the Raging Bolt, but failing because of the follow me, redirecting it, and Fluttermane getting that Dazzling Gleam, allowing itself to change its moves, will be able to knock out that Raging Bolt, but also looking like it's putting that Ogerpon in range of another Moonblast there, unless it is able to heal up some damage with the Horn Leech.
This is the thing. Previously, before it had gone for its terrestrialization, and Null and Moonblast would easily get the KO. But now that it's got that special defense boost, it's going to be a little bit more of a risky game, and I don't think Fluttermane is going to be able to do it. The Fluttermane on Victor's side also joins the field, has its speed heightened by its booster energy, and has not been touched by any icy winds. So I think very easily a Dazzling Gleam will get a double knockout here.
But this is a Fluttermane that is not carrying Dazzling Gleam at all. The only spread type move it has is Icy Wind, instead favoring the Taunt that we were talking about earlier. And the Moonblast could knock out both the Fluttermane or the Ogerpon, but crucially, that will allow the Fluttermane on Rayan's side of the field to get an attack off afterwards, because the Ogerpon has also taken a speed drop from the Icy Wind.
That's the thing. Maybe you just go for the Icy Wind as a spread move of choice here, maybe get the knockout on the Ogerpon, lower the speed of the Fluttermane, and possibly then the Ogerpon on Victor's side will be faster enough to get the knockout.
Could be. I think it's possibly unlikely. We'll have to see how this plays out. A spiky shield on the Ogerpon on Rayan's side of the field, making sure it's not just chipped away this turn, as it is an Icy Wind coming out from Fluttermane on Victor's side, lowering the speed of the Fluttermane on Rayan's, but not picking up the KO here.
And Ogerpon is now able to outspeed, gets the KO with that Horn Leech. Really nice play here by Victor, putting himself back into control.
Lots of control here on the field for Victor now, removing the speed control option of Fluttermane on Rayan's side of the field, maintaining his own, still having the booster energy to his favor as well. And we can see a little bit of a preview. Tornadus isn't in the back for Rayan, so there's no tailwind to take advantage of now. And Chi Yu and Urshifu are going to have to find a way to do damage, even though they're susceptible to the Icy Wind speed drop and a big Ivy Cudgel from the Ogerpon that has committed its terror on Victor's side.
I would almost have loved to have seen the Tailwind actually to just kind of completely negate the effort of these Pokemon with the Icy Winds and the Electro Webs. But Ogerpon, first of all, going for the follow me. It's got a lot of health regeneration thanks to the Horn Leech here, so has a lot more longevity on the field. And the Ogerpon on the opposing side, matching it toe for toe with these supportive moves. The Fluttermane goes for an Icy Wind again, critically breaking the Focus Sash onto the opposing Urshifu, as well as finally felling that Ogerpon.
And Ogerpon going down there. I think it's going to be another Ogerpon leaving the field this turn as a Wicked Blow. The follow-up from Urshifu, knocking out Ogerpon in one hit from the HP that it had remaining, sending it back to Victor. And we're going to see the reveal of the final two Pokemon. We know that it's Chi Yu for Rayan, but Lou, what's it going to be for Victor?
It's the Urshifu. It's an Urshifu apiece. We've got a Fluttermane and a Chi Yu. But for once, the Chi Yu and the Fluttermane are not on the same field against each other. These are both single strike variants. You can see the Fist of Fury raised. They know that they need to be able to get these knockouts. Powerful Wicked Blows or close combats can be traded. And there is still the terrestrialization once again for Rayan.
No, the terrestrialization got used on the Fluttermane earlier, Lou.
It did,
so
the Fluttermane.
No terrestrialization available for Rayan, and that Chi Yu and Urshifu are going to be susceptible to a big close combat from Victor's Urshifu. But Icy Wind does have to connect first. Sucker Punch coming out from Rayan's Urshifu, getting the Focus Sash broken, but that is a double connect on the Icy Wind, and it will be the follow-up from Urshifu. Single strike on Victor's side.
Oh, and it is going to be able to get the close combat knockout onto that Chi-Yu this time. The guaranteed, oh, it wasn't the guaranteed critical hit, but with Urshifu, you know, almost, it almost always is, right? Even the close combat's got some extra oomph to it in this particular match because Victor Medina knows he needs to even the score to get into a Game 3.
This is going to a Game 3 indeed. Only a Moonblast here separates Victor from winning this game and knocking out that Urshifu on Ryan's side in 1. And we're going to get to see how these trainers can battle it out slightly differently because, you know, same leads both games in a row and very, very different games. It looked like Rayan was taking the offensive lead early in Game 2, but wasn't able to convert it quite as well, with Victor just being able to maintain the pressure that Fluttermane had on the field.
And once again, it came down to icy winds and how they had such a detrimental effect on the outcome of the match. In Game 1, Rayan able to get that previous icy wind down, was able to then gain victory in the end with the Chi-Yu being able to be faster. However, in this game, Victor Medina using that icy wind to enable the Ogerpon to get the KO on the opposing Fluttermane just gave him that momentum going forward. Fluttermane was then able to go for the second icy win and just put Rayan into a devastating position to close out the game. So, a Game 3, Ben. I'm going to ask you a similar question to what I asked you last time. Are we going to see any changes? But this time, is it a case of we're going to see Tornadus instead of Landorus? Yeah,
I was thinking about Tornadus quite a lot, actually, in this particular scenario, because being able to just get up a tailwind and get some big damage on the board is really, really valuable for Rayan. And Covert Cloak stops the Icy Wind drops as well, the secondary effect, of course, of Icy Wind. So that's something that maybe Rayan can lean into a little bit. But I'm looking at that Glimora as well. Given that Victor has used Ogerpon and Fluttermane to such great effect in Games 1 and 2, Glimora, to me, is looking like a good pick here.
It's tempting.
It's tempting.
So tempting to go for those sludge bombs. But it's going to be Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt again. But there is an adjustment on the field. Rayan instead dropping the Flutter for the Fish.
Flutter for the Fish, and the Fish, which can do quite a bit of damage in this spot. It's really tempting here to just launch an overheat into the Ogerpon on Victor's side and really try to take advantage of it, but here's why that lead is so good. Follow me from the Ogerpon, protecting that Chi-Yu.
And I love this, not going on to the offensive, instead going for the Snarl, lowering the special attack of both the opposing Pokemon. In the previous couple of turns, the Moonblast from the Fluttermane was able to get that onto the Raging Bolt, but the support, the Ivy Cudgel, not going to be able to do any damage because Ogerpon brought that in, protect it, the fiery Chi-Yu. Yes, the Electro Web is able to go down, but that's a tail we've seen before.
This is a really nice adjustment in Game 3 because we've seen those Ogerpon just trading Horn Leeches turn after turn after turn, both trainers knowing that the Follow Me was a big threat. But this time, Victor saying, well, if you think I'm going to Horn Leech you again, well, you've got another thing coming. I'm just going to go for the Ivy Cudgel here. And Rayan deciding instead to just not take the risk whatsoever. The Chi-Yu is the most important thing. Look at how much damage that Snarl did to Ogerpon there. 40% with a move that's both spread and not really that powerful in itself.
I was going to comment on that too. So much damage, and you wouldn't expect that from such a supporting move. Ogerpon, however, just going for another Follow Me, drawing in these attacks, not wanting another Ivy Cudgel to come through into Chi-Yu. That goes once again for this Snarl. It is, of course, choice specs, so it is locked into this, and this is something going to be detrimental mostly for the Raging Bolt in terms of the stat drop, but Ogerpon as well doesn't want to take that big damage that we weren't expecting. Electro Web avoids the Chi-Yu this time. Ogerpon is going to have to take some damage with a critical hit. And now I believe it is, really lowered in its speed.
Yeah, both of these Pokemon on Rayan's side of the field taking speed drops. But I really like the way that Rayan's playing this, right? Because the Ogerpon doesn't go down very quickly, especially if you're dropping the offensive capability of Raging Bolt with Snarl, but then also not taking too much damage with the Horn Leech either that we've seen in the previous game. So you can kind of snarl down your opponent, whittle away its resources instead, and you capitalize on the speed control that Fluttermane has in the end game.
Ivy Cudgel and the Ogerpon are having a terrible time in this Game 3. Chi-Yu going for that Snarl. Another one of those is going to be able to get the knockout on the opposing Ogerpon, so it might want to have to go for something like a Horn Leech in the next turn to just gain a little bit of HP back on the field. Chi-Yu and the Ogerpon once again having their speed dropped, but considering Follow Me has that priority, Ogerpon doesn't really care, and the Fish is still so fast. Chi-Yu really is in form.
Rayan really taking advantage of this board state, knowing that he's in a good spot, knowing that Victor's going to struggle to switch in any Pokemon to a Snarl, and capitalizing on that by just using his Pokemon turn after turn after turn. But here's the read. Rayan going for the Spiky Shield. It's a Horn Leech into the Ogerpon. Rayan has called this perfectly, getting another Snarl off. Ogerpon taking a little bit of recoil, and not before the Electro Web, of course, but we've seen how little damage that does too. The Chi-Yu's going to be able to respond here with yet another Snarl, and going to double connect on both of the Pokemon. This Chi-Yu Snarl has nearly knocked out 2 Pokemon, and Rayan's still feeling nice and healthy.
Chi-Yu refuses to play Ogerpon's game there, and I really like the call by Rayan, identifying that, yes, another Snarl will get the KO, so they're going to want a Horn Leech. They're going to want to be able to get a little bit of extra damage and then possibly use that Electro Web to chip down against the Chi-Yu. But Chi-Yu putting in some work, gets the knockout. This Raging Bolt, yes, it can go for these Electro Webs, but it's doing no damage. Flutter Mane, however, could throw a spanner in the works.
Well, it could do, but now that the Ogerpon on Victor's side of the field has been knocked out, it really opens the door for Ogerpon to really do whatever it likes. And I really like the idea of Ogerpon going for its Terror, going for the Ivy Cudgel into the Flutter Mane. Now there's no Water Absorb on the other side of the field. Now we know that the Flutter Mane is going to want to do something valuable, try to knock out the Chi-Yu maybe with a Terra Fairy boosted Dazzling Gleam. Okay, you take that attack, the Chi-Yu goes down, but it's done its job already by now, and then is able to go for that a bit later.
Yeah, I mean, there is no Dazzling Gleam to contend with either, so it's going to have to be that Moonblast. And the issue that you've got is that the Moonblast can only hit 1 Pokemon. So if it does try and target down into that Ogerpon, then Chi-Yu is safe to be able to Snarl another day. And if you want to try and take out the Chi-Yu, then the Ivy Cudgel could be coming your way. But you're right here, Ben. The Terrestrialization on the Fairy type is going to happen onto this Flutter Mane to try and give an extra pack to the punch.
Switching up those Flutter Manes, yeah, it is indeed Rayan's that does have the Dazzling Gleam, but it's the Moonblast here on the Flutter Mane, locking into that Ogerpon, taking advantage of the Beads of Ruin, knocking it out. But again, just like the Chi-Yu, it's kind of done its job at this stage, but Chi-Yu continues to provide value to Rayan, getting the Snarl special attack drop onto the Flutter Mane, but also breaking the Focus Sash on Urshifu. Now Rayan's Ogerpon joining the field. It's a Flutter Mane apiece. Neither one of them has launched an Icy Wind onto the field, so we get to see the training differences between these 2 Pokemon.
That's very true, actually, and I do like the Terra Fairy also to negate your weakness to Dark-type moves that you would have had previously, having that Ghost, so it does just help you resist the Snarls a little bit more, but you're obviously not going to appreciate having your special attack dropped. I love how the Focus Sash has been able to be broken on Victor Medina's side as well, because thanks to all of the Icy Wind, the Electro Web drops that Chi-Yu has taken, that Urshifu is going to be able to outspeed it and get a KO if it so chooses. The issue is that Flutter Mane, because the Flutter Mane on Rayan's side does indeed have access to that Dazzling Gleam. That will be 4 times super effective to the opposing Urshifu, and it is going to drop as soon as that connects.
And cannot Terra as well away from that super effective damage, so a really good option for Rayan to be able to go for here. You can see him kind of debating whether or not to go for it or not, but he has locked it in. You can see that Terra Fairy on the Flutter Mane here. And of course, it does keep the Flutter Mane, as you said, in the last turn, safe from the Dark-type moves that this Urshifu could be launching out this turn.
Something like a Sucker Punch would really, really hurt, so it's good to be able to drop that Ghost-type weakness. However, there's going to be the Detect on Urshifu. I actually like this play by Victor, scouting out exactly what Rayan wants to go for. Ooh. And it is that Dazzling Gleam. It's obviously not connecting into the Urshifu. It's safe to go through a Nuller turn, but it will connect onto the opposing Flutter Mane. I don't think a Nuller one is going to be enough, however.
Moonblast, the follow-up from Flutter Mane on Victor's side of the field. Again, taking full advantage of the Beads of Ruin that Chi-Yu is launching out onto the field, and you can see the effect of that Terror. Even dropped by 1 stage of special attack, it's still doing 50%. That's putting the Flutter Mane probably in range of a Wicked Blow.
That's true. I mean, another Moonblast isn't going to be able to do it thanks to the special attack drop it just took from that Ulla Snarl, but a bit of a double up, or even just like you say, the Wicked Blow coming through could put it in. Sucker Punch could put it in a dangerous spot. The issue, however, is it is that Fairy Terror type. It is going to resist those Dark type attacks. So depending on how these Pokemon have been trained defensively as well as speedily as the story of the set has gone, will be interesting. The Flutter Mane on Victor's side is going to go for the Protect here, trying to see what the Flutter Mane is going to go for on Rayan's side. The Sucker Punch comes through, but it's not enough to get the knockout. If this is a Dazzling Gleam, which it is, this is going to drop the Urshifu.
And Urshifu going to be going down to the Dazzling Gleam this turn. Sucker Punch just not even close to enough to pick up the knockout here. And with the Urshifu coming in for Rayan, it looks like Rayan's Fluttermane is trained to be the more speedy one. That gives it a little bit more speed control advantage. And of course, Raging Bolt coming in with its Assault Vest isn't going to be able to use any defensive moves whatsoever, so can fall foul of a Sucker Punch in this turn. A Protect from Victor Medina's Fluttermane, trying twice in a row but not succeeding. The Sucker Punch knocking out the Raging Bolt. It looks like Rayan is going to be the victor in round 14. Dazzling Gleam into the Fluttermane is enough to pick up the knockout.
Huge congratulations, Rayan, for such a dynamic victory throughout this set. I mean, we saw so many speed tiers drops going through. However, it really came down to those Fluttermanes, and not about the drops necessarily, but the way it was trained. Once we got those Fluttermanes without any drops, even Stevens on the field, the fact that his was faster was what won the victory.
And that's really testament to what Rayan's really been trying to do with the team that he's brought this weekend, trying to play faster, a little bit faster, a little bit more offensively, getting the tailwind when it's necessary. But if it's not actually the right Pokemon to bring to a particular matchup, and I'm sure Rayan's practiced a lot coming into this event, you can see that with the accuracy of his plays there, knowing when to go for the follow me, saying game 3, to take that Ivy Cudgel and heal back the Ogerpon, but also when not to, when to just go for a cheeky attack in its stead as well. Yeah, a really real testament to the team building capability, and then how to convert that and execute your strategy properly.
And one thing I like by both these trainers actually is they didn't shake it up throughout the entire set, sticking with the same kind of 4 tried and trusted Pokemon, because they had a strategy that they wanted to go for. And it really came down to what situation they could glean that advantage, whether it was Electroware, whether it was Icy Wind, or a critical switch. And I think in that game 3, that's where Rayan really started to pick up the pace, when that Urshifu switched in and it got its focus sash broken so early on by, I think it was the Icy Wind, oh no, the Snarl, by the Snarl that came through on the Chi-Yu, because then Fluttermane just had to click Dazzling Gleam and it'd be over.
Yeah, and that's, I think, really the adjustment that I love to see in that game 3, where I think Rayan really identified a key weakness to the way that Victor was playing his own strategy, thinking, hey, if I just bring the Chi-Yu in, put my offensive pressure on the board, lock into a move that doesn't incentivize Ogerpon to go for its Terror. So if he locked into a Fire-type move on turn 1 and Ogerpon went for a Terror, well, that could be a difficult spot for Rayan to navigate his way out of, especially with the Electroweb drops that the Raging Bolt was dropping onto the field. And so instead, just going for the Snarl, making it really hard for Victor to switch anything, but equally doing lots of damage in the meantime and just whittling away. In that endgame, Victor had just too few resources to work with.
And the recurring headline we've talked about this weekend has been about these kind of hybrid, flexible Pokemon. And Chi-Yu, particularly with the choice specs, you wouldn't think would have so many supportive capabilities.
Yeah.
And we saw in games 1 and 2, it just go for those heat waves, get devastating damage out on the field. But then actually in that game 3, it came through with the Snarl. And although the Snarl was there for more supportive measures, the damage, thanks to the choice specs that it could cheekily still deal to Pokemon like the Ogerpon, was just so dramatic and really swung the momentum into the trainer's favor. And that again just shows Chi-Yu also has flexibility to be a little bit more supportive than just the powerhouse we know it to be.
I think there's a really big conversation to have about the training between these two trainers as well. With the Ogerpon and the Chi-Yu speed interactions that we saw in game 1, where the Chi-Yu and the Ogerpon both had one Icy Wind drop, but it was the Chi-Yu that was the faster. I think there's a temptation for these fast offensive Tailwind teams with Choice Specs Chi-Yu to play for a more offensive capability and drop some of the speed interactions, knowing that the likelihood is that they're going to be in Tailwind and therefore have the speed advantage. But if I'm right in what I'm thinking about how both of these players have trained their Pokemon, I think it's been, the Chi-Yu's been trained to be a little bit more speedy instead. And I really like that approach, not taking the disadvantage in some matchups and just saying, do you know what? I've got enough power output. I've got enough damage on the board. I know exactly how much my Chi-Yu's going to be doing. I know when it maybe would struggle to pick up a knockout. Instead, I'm going to make sure it has the most opportunities to knock out the Pokemon instead.
And I think as much as a shame as it was not to see the Glamora in action a little bit, the 4 Pokemon choices Rayan brought, I think, were really solid and consistent.
Yeah.
You had so much flexibility as well with the fact that you were running the single strike Urshifu and then allowed the Ogerpon to kind of fill that water slot on your particular team. But one thing that's interesting when I actually look at both teams, we didn't really talk about in team preview, is where's the grass type? Is it just Ogerpon playing,
sort of Ogerpon,
doing double duty, that I'm the water and the grass type of the core? Because then you have the Chi-Yu and the Incineroar for that classic fire, water, grass core, but they actually have capitalized on different types, different strategies around that core to make a very successful team on both sides.
You only need 2 Pokemon now for a fire, water, grass core with Ogerpon joining the field. And so, yeah, and actually it's something that that I've struggled with myself when team building, when Ogerpon first got released and was able to be used in the competitive video game. But I was like, well, is it a water type? Is it a grass type? Is it a fire type? Like, what is it for my particular team? And I think in this case for both of our trainers, they're actually indexing more on it being a water type for the majority of what it's doing, but then when it's played defensively, it's more of a grass type and kind of swinging into what that Pokemon's doing well in a particular situation, in a particular matchup, and that allows maybe a little bit of flexibility to have Pokemon like Glamora join the team for Rayan, and instead of having that grass type or core grass type Pokemon, instead have a completely different archetype that really demolishes, I think, a lot of balanced compositions in the format right now.
And don't forget, Ogerpon can also be a rock type.
Yeah,
you know,
or grass type, just plain old grass type.
Could just be, you know, it has that fire, water, grass core, but it does also have with Cornerstone Ogerpon the rock capabilities, and I believe Sturdy is its main ability as well. So there are a few more options. If someone out there can maybe make Cornerstone Ogerpon work to some great success, we would love to see it. And of course, to all the viewers at home, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon on all of our social medias, you can reach out and let us know what you think. The Swiss rounds have concluded, and as soon as we are able to, we will let you know who the top 8 are. But there's been so much amazing Pokemon action, so we always look forward to kind of seeing what you guys at home have maybe enjoyed, the Pokemon you've enjoyed seeing. I mean, we've had some spicy picks today, haven't we, Ben?
So good picks. I mean, just going back to the first round on our broadcast.
What a way to kick it off.
Oh, that was so good. Behind the desk, we've got to try and remain as unbiased as possible, but I'm hoping that Articuno is going all the way this weekend, because that put on such a show. It was a matchup that allowed it to really find its favor, but you know, it's used Sheer Cold. I kind of want to see it use Blizzard and Ice Beam and all of the other capabilities.
You want to see what else it can do.
Yeah, we've seen one dimension to the Pokemon. It worked really well. I want to see more.
And we've also seen some other cool teams like the Torkoal with the Hisui and Lilligant. Yeah. That was a really interesting match to be able to watch, and just so much flexibility. And I think actually one thing we haven't spoken about a lot is weather. You know, weather is something that has always been a staple in the competitive video game. We've had our sand teams with Tyranitar and Excadrill, for example. Rain teams have had a whole, you know, ocean of different Pokemon. Exactly, yes. So many different combinations. But I think always quite iconically, I think of Politoed, and you know, even something like Kingdra can be connected there. And there's so many other Pokemon choices that you see, but snow or hail, as it was in previous generations, has never really come to the forefront. It's always kind of been a little bit overlooked, a little bit underestimated by its sand, sun, and rain counterparts. But I think this combination of Alolan Ninetales and the Articuno have something to say about it.
They definitely do. I'm just going to have a quick aside, Lou, to say that Charlie's ears pricked up there as soon as he heard that Kingdra was mentioned. He's looking at me now. I can see him there. Cheeky little grin on his face. He knows that Kingdra is on the stream
We
here.
do what we can to help.
It's supporting. But yeah, you're absolutely right, Lou. The hail is something, or the snow, in fact, now that it is something that's really found a lot of prevalence with a lot of Dragon-type Pokemons in the Paradox Pokemon that have been introduced.
Yes, true.
Landorus Incarnate really seeing a lot of use. We see a lot of Rillaboom. Ogerpon is part Grass-type, and that part of it that's Grass-type is weak to Ice-type moves. And of course, there is Freeze Dry as well. It's such a really effective way of being able to knock out Wellspring. Ogerpon, that really changes the way that you have to play into those threats, and certainly having the option to go for Aurora Veil as well as you know, cheeky moves like Encore that Ninetales is able to put onto the opponent and really change the board state. just give it too many options to ignore in a battle.
Well, we don't have any Aurora Veils this side of the desk right now, but we did have a bunch of Icy wins. So let's go to the winner's interview with David to hear more about what role they played in the match.
Thank you very much, Lou. I am here with the winner of the round 14, Ryan. Ryan, how are you feeling after a very, very intense set?
Comment tu te sens après 2 jours de tournoi?
I'm very, very happy to be here with the 12-2. Honestly, I don't was sure that I can be here today. Yesterday, I don't have the possibility to play one round, the 1-3. I had to do something because I had any issues, and I come back after this problem. So I lost the 1-3, by the way, and after, so it's my second day 2. The first one was in Liverpool 2023. And so was so long that I don't go for day 2. I did some 6-3 winning, and I lose like 4 or 5 winning in 1 year. Today it's a good day.
It certainly is, yeah. So, like, that match particularly as well, versus such an accomplished player in Victor Medina as well. How were you feeling when you started that match and you sat down across that?
Qu'est-ce que tu as pensé du coup de ce dernier match avec le joueur dont il a mentionné?
I think that even if I lost it, I can go for top cut because of my previous opponents. But so I play without any pressure. But I'm very happy to play against a player like Torviv and win it.
Yeah, and you've done very well to do that. Yeah, exactly.
Ouais, t'as plutôt bien joué en plus. Hein.
So, thinking about the game itself now, you obviously both had Luttermane with Icy Wind and a booster energy on both sides.
Au niveau de la stratégie,
what was your game plan in terms of how to manage the speed of the match?
Yeah. Comment t'as géré en fait le match, notamment par rapport à la vitesse?
Some good players play against me with Fluttermane in the back. Honestly, in the first game, I don't really remember about it. But in second game, that I don't play very well. So I know that I need I need my Fluttermane in the matchup. When Urshifu come in the field, without 2 speed drop, and that's why I lost one of the game, but because of this 2-time Icy Wind. And all the matchup is some very difficult with Ogerpon, Raging Bolt, Fluttermane, and Urshifu. Some players play these 4 Pokemon, and I know that it's a 50-50 matchup on who will take the advantage first. Like I had some chance to do in the first game 3. I know that if I took the advance of Ogerpon, I can end the game, and was the case of the game 3.
Yeah, and you managed to also pull off using the follow me to catch the Ivy Cudgel as well and get that water absorb at that very moment as well. Is that something you expected Victor to do at that time?
Yeah. I think about particularly one game of yesterday when I lost because of I was won the 9, and I lost because of Ivy Cudgel on the Shiyu, and I don't use the follow me, so I remembered that. And I know that I have to follow me in the first turn. The second was in another question, but was just a feeling in the second.
So you learned from your previous rounds going into this round as well.
Yeah. Du coup, t'as appris vraiment de tes rondes précédentes, quoi.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastically played. So thinking about the team now that you actually brought to this tournament,
un petit peu ton équipe.
Why did you choose to bring these 6 Pokemon?
Pourquoi t'as choisi ces 6 Pokémon en particulier?
Because I love to play a very offensive team, and while one friend who is seeing me now, Mathieu Barbe, gave me his team, and I love to play Flotter Main Shiyu. I played it a lot of time, and when I saw that he played Flotter Main Shiyu, Tornadus, Urshifu, I asked him to give me the team. So thank you, Mathieu.
And is there any other shout-outs that you'd like to give, Ryan? Any other shout-outs that you'd like to give?
Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose en particulier que t'aimerais dire, des moments particuliers hier par exemple? Grand ou un remerciement par exemple?
No, thank you to all my opponents, by the way. There was very cool opponents, and I did a lot of very good game. I just want to say thanks to Chimpel. They are seeing me today. Thank you to French organizer in VGC. And thanks to Thomas Gravouille, Haricot TV, for his YouTube videos.
That's fantastic. You've been able to have such a great community behind you, and I'm sure your opponents also appreciate the thank you as well.
Au niveau de la communauté aussi, une très très belle communauté qu'on a.
And thank you very much for sharing that insight with us, Ryan. Congratulations, you've also made it to Top Cut as well.
Bonne chance pour ton Top Cut.
And good luck.
Thank you.
Très bonne chance.
We're going to cut to a very short break, and we'll be back, yes, with the top 8 of the Utrecht Special Event.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. It's time to flash back to the 2014 World Championships to relive arguably the most iconic moment in competitive Pokemon history, Sejun's Pachirisu. It may be true that the Electric Squirrel stole the show at Worlds, but first let's focus on this story's true protagonist, Sejun Park. From South Korea, Sejun was known as an innovative team builder who performed consistently at the world's largest stage. 2014 was Sejun's 4th consecutive top cut of the World Championships.
Certainly one of the game's legendary players. I think that most people in the community around the video game would probably agree that Sejun is the best player who's never won a world championship.
But if Sejun wanted to take home the title this time, he would need to utilize his creativity. Many people think Sejun's team was built around Pachirisu, but it was actually a team revolving around another uncommon Pokemon, Mega Gyarados. 2014 was a new era for VGC with Pokemon X and Y, and the first 3D installment of VGC introduced a very powerful game mechanic, Mega Evolution. Mega Kangaskhan dominated the 2014 metagame with its ability Parental Bond, and Mega Mawile was also picking up momentum before Worlds. Because of the prevalence of physical attackers in VGC, Sejun viewed Gyarados and its Intimidate ability as a great counter that other trainers wouldn't expect. Then once Gyarados Mega evolved, it became surprisingly bulky, and after a Dragon Dance or two, it would become unstoppable. Sejun's team of 6 Pokemon for Worlds is a quintessential example of how to properly team build in VGC. Whether it was Talonflame to hit first and hit hard thanks to its Gale Wings ability, or Gothitelle to endure almost any hit, or Garchomp and Gardevoir to provide valuable chip damage, each Pokemon had a clearly defined role on the team and a way to aid Mega Gyarados on its path to the peak. With those 5 Pokemon on the roster, how did Sejun decide on the final slot for his Worlds team? To answer that, we have to look back at Sejun's previous team at Worlds. At the 2013 World Championships, Sejun lost in top 8, but there were 2 major influences on his team, Marowak and Magmar. By no means were these 2 Pokemon staples in VGC, but they provided Sejun's team a specific type of support needed for success. Marowak had the Lightning Rod ability, which redirected electric attacks away from his Jellicent and Tornadus. And Magmar used the move Follow Me, which was another way to redirect attacks from key targets. How could Sejun combine both electric immunity and Follow Me with only 1 slot left on his team? The answer was Pachirisu. Many trainers were aware of the support Pachirisu could provide to a team, but Sejun was the trainer who fully realized its potential as the ultimate teammate. As a bulky electric type, it only had one weakness, and with its ability Volt Absorb, Pachirisu was immune to electric moves, so it was the best choice to redirect electric attacks away from Mega Gyarados. Nuzzle was a new electric move that dealt a little bit of damage, but would always inflict the target with paralysis.
Sejun showing off what Pachirisu exactly can do. Nuzzle, I've never seen that move actually been used in competitive play, and now it comes out at the World Championships.
And Super Fang would deal half of the target's remaining HP, which helped the rest of Sejun's team secure knockouts.
Pachirisu just won't go away.
Now that Sejun had locked in his 6th Pokemon for Worlds, it was time for Pachirisu Mania to take Washington, D.C. and the Pokemon world by storm. In the finals, Sejun would face off against Jody Azzarelli. The VGC newcomer was the underdog, but thanks to his double mega team with Lucario and Charizard Y, Jody had multiple roads to victory. Jody wished to be the home country hero and give the US a 4th title in VGC's top division, but the crowd was rooting for the little Pachirisu that could to be the hero of this story.
Yeah, and we do see the Pachirisu on the field, and the crowd goes crazy as soon as Pachirisu makes it out.
In Game 1, Sejun's skills as a trainer were tested.
Ice Punch into that Talonflame. That's some good damage onto Talonflame, and the freeze! The Ice Punch gets the freeze onto Talonflame. It's stuck in mid-air.
An Ice Punch freeze onto Talonflame could have been disastrous. Normally, freeze wouldn't be a problem because most Talonflames use Flare Blitz and could thaw immediately, but Sejun's Talonflame had Overheat, which is not a fire move that automatically thaws. In order for Sejun to get back into this game, he had one chance to thaw out and successfully hit Overheat.
The thaw as Overheat comes out from Talonflame. Sejun is not playing around. Overheat gets the KO onto the Mo Rotom. Tyranitar is still out though. The Life Orb from Talonflame as Super Fang from Pachirisu, not dealing quite that much, but the paralysis. Tyranitar fully paralyzed.
With luck back on Sejun's side, once he was able to KO Jody's Mega Charizard, Garchomp and Talonflame had enough left to give Sejun the victory in Game 1.
With that extra damage there, you're going to feel very safe that even intimidated, Talonflame can finish off this. But we see the forfeit.
Yeah, Jody going ahead and forfeiting, and Sejun Park takes Game 1 of this best-of-3 set.
Jody needed to change up his strategy in Game 2, and Mega Lucario packed quite the punch. This, however, was exactly the situation Sejun's Gardevoir was trained for.
Yeah, Mega Lucario making its first appearance on the stream here. Going to go ahead and Mega Evolve, get a lot of additional power on the field for Jody. And Bullet Punch coming up from Mega Lucario onto Gardevoir. Not quite enough for the one-hit KO. Dazzling Gleam, the choice from Gardevoir. Super effective damage on Salamence, and the Earthquake. Is it going to be enough? Is Mega going down? The Mega goes down. Turn 1 for Jody.
Once Gardevoir was knocked out, it was time for Pachirisu to show the world what it could do. On a field with some of the most powerful Pokemon in VGC, Pachirisu would shine brighter than them all.
The story unfolds and the minds are all drawn. The moment is now to claim your glory.
Salamence dropping a Draco and Pachirisu shrugging it off will go down as one of the most iconic moments in VGC history. With just one Pokemon remaining, it was time for the Prince of VGC to finally reign as king.
Pachirisu is not going to do any of that. It's going right on the offensive. Super Fang going to take away half of Bo Rotom's health. Dragon Claw right back after a critical hit. A critical hit, and Sejun Park takes down Bo Rotom. And Sejun Park is your 2014 Pokemon World Video Game Champion in the Masters Division. The crowd is on their feet. Let's hear it for Sejun, everybody.
Sejun Park and Pachirisu are forever tied together in the story of competitive Pokemon and have inspired countless trainers across the world to play VGC. It takes a well-rounded team of 6 Pokemon to become world champion, and Sejun proved that success is a team effort. Sejun's lasting impact is not that Pachirisu was the greatest Pokemon ever, but instead it was a great Pokemon for the role he was looking to fill. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
He leo kono keia, ia oko e hele mai I Hawaii, I Honolulu, I ka makahiki, I Wakalua kumaha. We want to invite you to Honolulu, Hawaii in 2024. We look forward to seeing you here. Ahui ho'aku no.
Here we are. We're ready for the top 8 of the Utrecht Special Event here. My name is David Partington, and I'm joined on the desk once again by the merry man of Charlie. Merry man.
I'm certainly feeling incredibly merry right now on the desk, David. As we get into top 8, yes, it's the battery duo. It's the plus and minus. We're here to recharge you all the way up through to top 8. And little fact about Utrecht to you, David. The philosopher René Descartes lived in Utrecht between 1635 and 1639. This is the philosopher that said, I think, therefore I am. Well, we think we're ready for top 8, therefore we are. We're very quickly going to be getting into that match, trainers. We can take a look at what the standings are doing very shortly, as well as the Utrecht Special Event nears its climax.
It certainly does, and there's probably going to be some interesting teams in that top 8 as well. If the previous matches that we have streamed are anything to go by, honestly. Like, we've seen Articunos, we've seen Ninetales, we've seen Glamoras, we've seen Torkols, we've seen Lilligants, we've seen Incineroars. Well, okay, Incineroar's not maybe a big one, but there are other Pokemon as well.
Yeah, we've still seen Incineroars. That fact is incontrovertible, and there they are. There is our gleaming top 8 there, as well as the 9th to 16th positions, and that is still a fantastic record to have. I want to give a quick shout out to Oliver Gousden there from the UK, running an Iron Boulder this weekend and coming in 9th place. This is the point in the metagame where you can really look to those undiscovered picks, perhaps those sleeper picks, and completely turn what other people are expecting of the metagame on its head.
Yeah, so unfortunately, 9th is not quite enough for our top 8, as there is a reason it's called the top 8. So yeah, unfortunately, Oliver can go home with his head held high. However, 9th is an incredible achievement.
Yeah, I hope all of these trainers are incredibly proud of themselves for making it this far, and the diversity of Pokemon picks that we've seen, and some of them coming through into top 8. Amir Abdulovsky, of course, running the Articuno team that we were able to feature on stream earlier. Heard that right, trainers? Cantonian Articuno, and from the Netherlands to boot, representing the home turf, alongside Nikhil Reddy.
Alongside Nikhil Reddy, who I believe is also ready and rocking an Articuno.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
It's absolutely amazing. Salvatore Lega, I believe, is rocking the Dondozo team, which we still haven't featured either. And Aurelion Sula, 14-0, Charlie. Can you imagine? Like, hardly any players make it to top cut, still undefeated. Usually they've taken a loss along the way, but oh my goodness, can anything stop them?
And we were talking earlier, David, and you made the very valid point that there's no one at 13-1. It's 14-0, and then 2 12-2s down to the 11-3. So Aurelion really stamping their mark here at the Utrecht Special Event. Of course, the runner-up in Utrecht last year, and hoping to go all the way this time. David, this is so exciting.
I know, like, I don't think I've ever been so excited, honestly, for a top cut as well, because we have such a range of players and that range of teams that we're really excited to kind of showcase here. There's also plenty of people in that top 8 cut who we've actually haven't even seen yet either themselves, like Salvatore Lega particularly. But it is not up to us as to who we're going to be featuring for our next top 8 match. It is up to you. So we're going to have a look at that Masters bracket. So when the voting starts, you know who we might be able to be featuring.
Exactly, and there they are. Those are the matchups we have for you. Aurelion Sula against Ike Rodrigo. Mikhail Kelsch, the world's runner-up from last year, against Salvatore Rega. Emir Abdulovsky versus Nikhil Reddy. That's going to be interesting.
Yes.
That's an Articuno mirror match. And Riccardo Stellini versus Ryan Guezi, who you were just able to speak to, David.
I was, actually. Ryan was a really lovely guy and really interesting to see how the thoughts of his team really came to fruition from what he's been using. Because he had a very similar team back in Liverpool where he last got like a decent 6-3 record with about half the team that he had now, but he's kind of changed up the composition a little bit, adding that Glamora and the Urshifu, and really made it his own, but still sticking with that hyper-offensive Chi-Yu sort of style that he's really seemed to have done so well with today.
It's so cool to see Glamora here in Regulation ZF, of course having access to Meteor Beam and the Power Herb item, so it's able to fire that off in just one turn. Normally it takes two, but of course the Power Herb is a consumable item, so after that it will require the 2 turns to activate, but you do get that special attack boost from the Meteor Beam as well. And David, you were commiserating how poorly your caster picks were doing this weekend earlier, but Glamora is there.
Yeah, okay, so yeah, I'll take that at the moment. Yeah, Glamora I'll take, yeah, there's no Reggie Drago, unfortunately. Yeah. King Gambit seems to have fallen off a little bit again, so, and Nursing the Blood Moon, I don't think we've seen any of today. But saying that, obviously, I had a chat with Florian Temme, the winner of the Dortmund Regional Championships, only just a few weeks ago. He was here today, and he was running the same team as he did back in Dortmund too. And he was saying how so many of the matchups he faced were just a terrible matchup. Partly, but I said to him, don't you think that's because people have obviously seen how successful your team is and gone, right, I need an answer for this.
Yeah.
And so that's unfortunately the price of success, is that everybody's ready for you now.
Yeah, it's a really good point. That's how quickly the metagame can develop. You've really got to stay on your toes when you're playing this game. And as a contrast to you speaking to Florian earlier, David, I was just speaking to a few Dutch players, a group of 4 friends who were here enjoying the event. They were just here to have some fun this weekend. One of them was running a Houndstone, Sand Rush Houndstone with a Tyranitar. This is the thing, it all depends on what you personally want out of the weekend. And, bringing a Houndstone, that sounds good to me. I said earlier, if I were here this weekend, I would be running Hydrapple. I think it's an overlooked pick, an underrated pick. It can offer so much flexibility. It's something I'm looking forward to experimenting with a little bit more. And to add to that, this group of 4 Dutch players, they had the strongest plushie game I think I've seen all tournament.
Amazing. Are you sure that group of Dutch players was not just a group of plushies?
No, I'm not, actually. No, I'd be surprised if they'd been made into plush form at this point. But maybe I was just dreaming the entire thing. Don't know. Maybe hit by one of those Hisuian elegant sleep powders earlier.
Maybe exactly. Yeah. But fortunately for you, eventually all the Pokemon do wake up thanks to those sleep powders. But unfortunately for some people, it is that full 3 turns that we did see on stream a little bit earlier. But at the moment, we are going to be shortly going into that top 8. But the poll is now ready for you. Everyone on Twitch, that is, to be able to determine who we're going to be seeing for our top 8. There are your options, trainers. Who do you want to see? Or what Pokemon would you like to see as well? Honestly, there's so much to choose from here, Charlie.
Look at this. I mean, you're spoiled for choice once again because of the diversity of team compositions coming to the fore. Ika, Rodrigo, Aurelion, Sula, those are more tried and tested, relatively similar Pokemon, although that is the face-off of the Ogerpon Halflame and the Ogerpon Wellspring. Speaking of that, Ricardo Stellini and Ryan Guezi at the bottom. Another difference in choices of Ogerpon there. Glamora versus Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. Mikhail Kelsch and Salvatore Rega. Of course, that will be a Dondozo match. And then, David, we've got Amir Abdulovsky versus Nick already.
Yeah, we do. We've seen both. We've seen at least one Articuno on stream. But because they're obviously facing each other, we know we're going to get at least one of them in top 4 as well. So I'm actually quite curious to see the Dondozo particularly, and maybe Mikhail Kelsch as well. That the world's runner-up from Germany there, rocking that Entei, which is pretty cool too.
Yeah, well, our preferences mean nothing, trainers. It is all in your hands. Get on over to Twitch, cast your vote in the poll, and we cannot wait to see which Masters Top 8 will be featuring next on stream. I mean, it's hard to go wrong when you've got matchups quite as interesting as this and players quite as accomplished as these ones.
And they certainly are. Aurelion Sula as well would be really interesting to see. Can they keep going undefeated as well? And I imagine Aurelion's probably faced a lot of teams like the one that they're going up against here, which is the kind of the standard comp of 6 that we've been seeing so much of across not just this weekend, but other special events and regionals across Regulation Set F.
Yeah, with the Landorus Incarnate that's taken a real boost in its usage. Holding the Life Orb, of course, with the sheer force ability, it can neglect the recoil damage from Life Orb as well as the secondary effects and moves and channel it all into power. And of course, speaking of sheer, there is sheer cold coming out from the Articuno on the stream as well. So, one thing's for certain, it is certainly sheer entertainment.
Yes, it certainly is, Charlie. And like, especially when that button is clicked as well, like you just know it's either going to go one way or the other, right? No matter of setup is anything. Nothing resists sheer cold either. Not even ice types can shake off the cold that the sheer cold offers for it.
Yeah, you know, if you're on the field for long enough and you go for enough sheer colds, then the chances are one of them is going to hit. And in the match that we featured earlier against the Registeel that's trying to set up with some iron defenses, going for body presses, you know it's going to be on the field for a long time. And then when your Articuno's behind an Aurora Veil as well, buys it even more time on the field to try and make that sheer cold connect. But then you're not limited to that. Those Articunos are rocking choice specs and able to dish out big blizzards too.
I'll tell you what, though, that could be really interesting if we eventually get an Articuno matchup alongside the Domdozo team. South Victoria ends up winning the top 8 match. Can you imagine all that setup, going all that boost from the Tatsugiri, and then just for a turn one Sheer Cold to hit. Yeah. That would be something to see. But maybe in a top 4 world, that might happen. We'll have to see how the top 8 does end up folding out. And like these players, Charlie, they must be really getting excited now. They've already made it so far in this tournament.
They really have made it so far, and so have you. We've got our results from the Twitch poll. Let's see who we're going to be showcasing on stream. It's going to be, okay, so for both of our top 8 matches, it's going to be Aurelian Sula versus Ike Rodrigo, and it's going to be Amir Abdulovsky versus Nick Ilready. Good choice, trainers. It's going to be Aurelian Sula who we feature first.
Fantastic. Okay, yeah, like honestly, I want to see how Aurelian obviously plays their matchups. It's always really useful to see them play because obviously they're such an accomplished player, really consistent. So far, just not losing any games either. So it's really someone that we can particularly learn from in terms of the ways to play, how to play a best of 3 as well, and what to lead. And especially, this would be a great learning opportunity into what is kind of the standard team of like that is going around at the moment. So being able to see what the lines are in or what can defeat this kind of common team will be really interesting for all our players out there, maybe trying to build for the European International Championships, for instance.
Well, exactly. Watch and learn, trainers. We are about to have a masterclass, as all of these top 8 matches will be in the venue. Aurelian Sula, once again, going undefeated thus far. Let's see if Aurelian can keep up that momentum. I mean, already going undefeated so far at the Utrecht Special Event, that is an achievement in itself. Aurelian is no stranger to fantastic results.
Not at all. Like, so many great results. And they do seem to have a bit of a favorite for the sort of teams that they tend to run, like Farigiraf sort of teams, or like the Rillaboom I've seemed to see a lot of as well. Basically lots of kind of balanced options that give them a lot of options into lots of different types of teams. And the Ogerpon Halflame is something that I think really fits into Aurelian's kind of style as well. It kind of breaks the meta a little bit there, because when you think about how you want to build a team and how you want to counter fire types, grass types, water types, there are a lot of Pokemon that kind of combine those 3 types either. Ogerpon Wellspring, that's obviously very common right now. People have to have answers for that. But Ogerpon Halflame flies under the radar a lot of the time. And having both fire and grass up your sleeve means you're super effective into grass types and water types. And as a fire and grass type combined, that's really unique. So suddenly, if your answer is to a fire type is your water type in the Ogerpon water or into an Urshifu Rapid Strike, you've got grass moves to answer it. And so vice versa too. So it can really throw team building plans completely out the window.
Yeah, it's such a useful combination of types. Now I'll tell you, what other new Pokemon gets that as of Generation 9? Scovillain. Don't see many of those, do we, David? A little moody Scovillain getting a random boost and drop to one of its stats. Ogerpon, arguably a slightly more reliable Pokemon, but just goes to show how powerful the fire and grass combination can be. Of course, also immune to Spore being put to sleep, also Sleep Powder, things like that. So it is a really useful combination to have on Ogerpon. And it's interesting to see how Ogerpon Halflame has been rising up in the face of Ogerpon Wellspring. Also, Urshifu Rapid Strike style has been rising up a little bit more because Ogerpon Wellspring has been dropping off. So real sliding scales all over the weekend, all over the metagame, right up into the run-up to EUIC.
And if you're curious as to how the kind of Swiss structure works, or maybe EUIC is going to be your first tournament, here is a little recap video of how the Swiss structure of each tournament works.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon VG matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for booster packs, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, starting our trainers off in Swiss rounds. All matches are best of 3 and will utilize an open team list format. This means that each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are available to the opponent. The trainers earning 19 or more match points or placing in the top 32 will advance forward to Sunday, Day 2. Day 2, trainers will continue playing Swiss rounds until top cut is determined. The competition then shifts to a single elimination bracket where trainers battle until a single regional champion is crowned. Who is taking home the title of regional champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Thanks so much, Rosemary. It's Chaz and Daz here to take you through our first top 8 match. Is that going to catch on, do you think, David? Should we stick with Chaz and Daz?
I think we can experiment a little bit more, maybe.
Yeah, sure. Loads of other options we could try.
There's so much more. I think plus or minus.
Yeah, well, yeah,
still,
no, exactly.
It's still nice, or just
Just that. I mean, the other option is like Dave and Chave.
Oh yeah, I'm not really sure about that one.
We'll work on that one, trainers. But something that our trainers in the top 8 certainly can't be working on right now is their teams. They are locked in and ready to go as the trainers get set up on stage. If you're only just tuning in, first of all, where have you been? You're going to want to go back and check out all of the incredible action we've had so far here at the Utrecht Special Event. But we will shortly be featuring Aurelian Sula on stream, someone who's gone undefeated so far through the championship versus Iker Rodrigo.
We certainly will. There is a lot at stake for both of these trainers. Top 8 has already guaranteed them a lot of championship points, but of course, both of them are going to want a little bit more than that. They're only 1 win away from top 4, and that's only 1 win away from the finals, and that's only 1 away from the absolute grand final, or grand champion title even.
Yeah.
So, and that would be massive. You get your little picture on the billboard of all the champions across the season as well. So you really do kind of like shoot to stardom in that case.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a coveted place to be, having that silhouette filled in by your very own picture. And these trainers are now closer than ever to that coveted position. Well, David, we're entering top 8 here in Utrecht. The teams are decided, the players are decided, and I gotta say, it's one of the most diverse I think we've ever seen, both in terms of experience of the players as well as the Pokemon picks, and it's just so exciting.
It is, and I'm really excited for the particular Pokemon that people have picked.
Yeah.
So I want to touch on Aurelion's Rillaboom and Ogerpon Halflane combination. It's really, really effective that we've seen across other regulation formats as well, where you kind of use Rillaboom's support in that fake out that it offers, the Grassy Glides that it offers, and the Grassy Surge that it sets up. And so often the Ogerpon Halflame has that Grassy Glide as well that it can really make the most of, often combined with a Swords Dance as well, which the Rillaboom often doesn't have room for. Ogerpon Halflame more than makes up for that. And so it can really start firing off those super powerful attacks, sometimes instantly because of the Embody Aspect ability, boosting its attack as soon as it goes for that Terra.
Right, and there you can see on screen how offensive this Pokemon is, and of course you terrestrialize it, get an immediate boost to its physical attack there as well, thanks to the Embody Aspect ability. So yes, Rillaboom and Ogerpon are best buddies, but there are plenty more Pokemon that are doing so well in Regulation Set F. We touched on it earlier, David, Landorus Incarnate form. That's a Pokemon that's really risen up in the face of the Landorus Therian that we had been featuring far more in Regulation Sets D, and then in E to an extent, with Landorus Incarnate rising up and Landorus Therian dropping off. Now, what's great about Landorus Incarnate, as well as the combination of Sheer Force with Life Orb, is the coverage it gets. Earth Power, super effective into, say, a Raging Bolt, but then Sludge Bomb, if Raging Bolt goes for its common Fairy Terra type, that is also super effective. Ground and Poison really covering each other's bases well.
It really does. It's a phenomenal combination. And all the Landorus Incarnate that we're seeing are pretty much running the exact same 4 moves pretty much all the time. Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, Substitute, and Protect.
Yeah.
And sometimes Substitute's kind of maybe substituted out for Sandsear Storm, particularly. That spread ground move that it does get that enables it to kind of deal so much damage across the board. Of course, it doesn't have that burn chance if you're the Landorus Incarnate form, because it's often making the most of sheer force, which removes that added effect. But it's still a very, very potent Pokemon. But what's really interesting is that the main Pokemon that resists Landorus Incarnate is Landorus Incarnate.
Right, yeah.
It's one of the few Pokemon that actually resists both the ground and the poison moves.
Yeah, and of course, especially if you terrestrialize your Landorus into the poison type, that is also, yeah, it's really walling each other well there. It's a bit like when we see King Gambit against King Gambit. That's why sometimes you see them running the low kick move so that they can at least hit their opponent for super effective damage there. Doubly super effective damage. Landorus Incarnate really rising up on its cloud through Regulation Set F, and it seems like Regulation Set F is all about elevation, isn't it? What with the necks of Raging Bolt and of Farigiraf, and now with Landorus riding on its cloud high in the sky.
It certainly is, yeah. Like, everything is just going to sky high as far as it can go. And there it is, Raging Bolt, literally head in the clouds. Special attack, well, one away from the maximum up there. It is very powerful. And a massive HP stat as well makes it so bulky, even if you're not running the commonly used Assault Vest.
Yeah, and this is the thing. We've seen a lot of Calm Mind Raging Bolts being run this weekend as well, able to protect, maybe holding the leftovers, so you get a little bit of passive recovery there. And, you know, yes, we've been talking a lot about the interesting Pokemon picks this weekend, but change a move here and there, change the held item, and that can go a hugely long way as well. Yes, it's an open team sheet format, so it's no surprise to your opponent, but more often than not, for example, we spoke to Jamie Boyd yesterday, didn't we, David, saying that he was running Zoom Lens Heatran in order to connect Magma Storms more accurately. But I bet a great deal of trainers aren't entirely sure what a Zoom Lens does. So you see the word Zoom Lens on your team sheet and you think, okay, well, really, I'm none the wiser, actually, as to how I'm going to approach that matchup. So you've got to be on your toes.
You do, certainly, although he did unfortunately go 5-4, so
yeah.
Not quite making it into day 2 at the moment. So
I believe that he could have gone further. He could have done. I just don't think it was his weekend this time.
No, exactly, yeah. So take that of what you will. But yeah, still, either way, a really cool item and not something that gets used a lot. And so if you've got an inaccurate move like that, it makes a lot of sense to use. So if you could put it on a Pokemon that has Hypnosis or Sleep Powder, that could also be very effective.
Yeah, sleep is such an effective status condition. Of course, earlier we saw multiple turn sleeps in a game caused by Hisui and Lilligant going for the sleep powder. Now, trainers, if you're making like the Slackoth we have on the desk here and chilling out, continue to do that, but also get ready and brace yourselves for this match between Aurelian Sula and Iker Rodrigo. It is our first top 8 match here at the Utrecht Special Event. The trainers are getting tested and ready to go, and we cannot wait to see what Aurelian Sula, going undefeated so far, can achieve here, and whether Iker is going to be able to respond effectively with their own team. We're going to be able to dive into their teams more deeply in just a little bit.
Yeah, top 8 is somewhere Aurelion has definitely been a few times or so. So they are definitely no stranger to the success that this provides. But still, that win has eluded them fairly often at the moment. So I'm sure, though, if you kind of try again, each time you kind of might get a little bit closer every time, making that slightly different play that you might have done previously. Talking to Ryan as well as he entered top 8 from last round, he was saying how he really learned from his previous rounds as to how to play in front of other Ogerpon with that follow me, for instance, and just knowing like, okay, I might as well just keep going for that follow me, because top players especially may still be bold enough to Ivy Cudgel in front of the face of a Water Absorb Ogerpon.
Well, exactly. Anything is on the table when you're playing a top player like these. And speaking of top players, we'll be able to get their accomplishments up on screen very shortly. Is it going to be the fairy tale that Aurelian has been striving for? Will the third bowl of porridge be just right here at Utrecht Special Event 2024? Third time's a charm, but for now, the Lille Regional finalist of 2024, Utrecht Special Event finalist of 2023, as well as World's Top 8 in the Senior Division of 2022. Iker reaching the top 64 of Utrecht Special Event last year as well. So I wonder if Iker and Aurelian faced each other back then.
Yeah, potentially. Like, being at the same tournament, you're very likely to face a lot of people the further you get through the tournament. I mean, there's so many rounds, and there's many players out there. And if you're 2 good players, you end up making it to the top elevations of the player stardom, then there's a much more limited pool of players that you can actually face once you're at a certain record.
Exactly, and trainers, we want to know who of these trainers you think is going to take the victory in this match. Cast your vote over on Twitch. We'd love to see where you are leaning. Get on over there and make sure you are casting your vote in the chat as we take a little bit of a deeper look at the teams that Aurelion and Ika are going to be running. And here it is. It's that Hearthflame, Ogerpon, Fluttermane, Rillaboom, Urshifu, Single Strike, Landorus and Raging Bolt. Two things crying out at me right now, David. That's the Terra Steel on the Rillaboom and the Taunt on the Landorus.
Yeah, good calls there, Charlie. We did see Aurelion on stream yesterday in day one using a lot of those tools to take the victory. And of course, that Landorus with that Taunt is really interesting too, because there's plenty of Trick Room options that you want to shut down often at the time, and often they're kind of blocked by the fact that the Pokemon is a dark type or it's behind psychic terrain, and Landorus is able to break through just that. It also helps with all the Amoonguss that might have been around, but obviously not in this case. But I do like the option of it shutting down a potential parting shot on the Incineroar's end that Ika is running here as well. And in addition to that, Will-O-Wisp. Obviously you might be saying, oh, well, just Earth Power the Incineroar, but the Incineroar can obviously go for that Terra, get out of that Earth Power weakness.
Yeah, and of course, because Incineroar is a dark type, it's not going to be affected by the Prankster Taunt into dark type interaction. And of course, Landorus is not a Prankster ability Pokemon, so that Taunt will be landing down into that slot. But alongside this Incineroar, it will be the Wellspring, Ogerpon, Fluttermane, Urshifu, Single Strike, once more Landorus, this time with Substitute, and Raging Bolt that does indeed have that Fairy Terror, so it's going to have to worry about the Sludge Bomb that could be coming out from the Landorus. And both of these trainers, are running the Booster Energy Fluttermane, but only Ika's has Taunt.
The interesting thing about a mirror of Booster Energy Fluttermane, they all carry Icy Wind usually, because it means it's such an effective speed control option, because it usually goes before anything else. But the interaction between the two Fluttermanes is really crucial. If one is suddenly faster than the other, you can remove the speed boost that the Booster Energy gives the other opposing Fluttermane, and then still outspeed it with whatever your partner Pokemon is next to that Fluttermane, which can suddenly turn a matchup completely on its head. And we're not going to know that speed interactions until we get into this game. And of course, between the two players themselves, they may not be familiar either. So it might be a situation of just trying out a little bit what they might be able to try out, really, in terms of how much speed that they've got. But there is the predicted winner for this match, and it's Aurelion Sula with 69%.
Yes, Aurelion Sula there. That is relatively close, actually, I would say. Ika hoping to turn that around and prove all of our viewers wrong, of course. But we'll have to see if this shakes up in the way that you are predicting, viewers, because there are so many things at play in this matchup. And I want to call out that not only do both Fluttermane have Icy Wind here, but both Raging Bolt also have Electro Web. So double speed control options. Who needs Tailwind when you're able to get spread damage, reducing the speed of the Pokemon as well? And as we saw on stream yesterday, Raging Bolt for Aurelion has that Electric Terror. And when you're going for Electric Terror, Electro Webs, yet another tongue twister come out of this weekend, then you are dealing really significant damage as well as reducing the speed, whereas Ika is running the Fairy Terror type on their Raging Bolt.
Yeah, Raging Bolt is definitely an option that provides that so much. But it's really hard to lead sometimes, especially when your opponent has Landorus. And that's the same case for both of these trainers. But as you said, Charlie, the Raging Bolt on Ika's end has that Terra Fairy. And so if it goes for that Terra, it's going to be able to take on any of those attacks from that Landorus. Whereas Aurelion's Landorus can still go for that Earth Power into the Raging Bolt on either side, because the Raging Bolt on Aurelion's end is that Electric Terror, so Ika's Landorus is looking really solid into it, even if it goes for that Terror.
Yeah, both Landorus on both sides looking solid into either Terror type that these trainers have chosen for their Raging Bolt. Let's go! It's our first top 8 match here at the Utrecht Special Event. It's Fluttermane alongside Incineroar, and Landorus and Ogerpon with the Hearthflame Mask for Aurelion.
What a phenomenal lead actually coming out right now, because this Icy Wind from Ika's end really is threatening so much damage into that Landorus. It has to go on the defensive if it wants to take that even nearly well, and that Ogerpon Hearthflame definitely doesn't want a speed drop going into the later stages of this game. So Aurelion really needs to think about what they're going to do versus that. Now, a really safe play for Aurelion that you might have seen already is maybe like a double kind of protect to kind of waste the turn of the fake out and kind of maybe reveal what the Fluttermane is going to do into this turn. It's not choice spec, so it's not going to be locking into anything, but a really good play for Ika might be to actually switch that Incineroar out immediately immediately, not even go for that parting shot and get in something completely for free that might be making the most of this. Say, for instance, their own Landorus that can actually threaten this Ogerpon, even if there isn't an Icy Wind drop on it.
Masterfully summarized there, David. Incineroar getting on out of there. He doesn't like to be in the classroom because Landorus is going to be joining the fray instead. Ogerpon is going to be going for the spiky shield in the face of what would have been a fake out, and the Landorus is going to follow suit. It's fairly safe in this position. It's not like the Fluttermane over on Ika's side can boost up its stats. That was the Icy Wind coming out, would have been very detrimental into Aurelian's Landorus and dealing neutral damage into the Ogerpon, but crucially would have been getting that speed drop. We'll see if Iga is going to be going for that on the following turn. Landorus now facing each other down, looking into the mirror.
And here we go, another mirror, as you say, Charlie. Which Landorus is faster? That's going to make a big difference here too, especially when the taunt on the play, because you can then stop a substitute from potentially coming out from Ika's end as well. The Fluttermane still obviously threatening that Icy Wind, very much so. Ogerpon Half-Flame is naturally faster than Landorus, and may be so here if depending on Aurelion's choosing, but an Icy Wind followed up by another Earth Power or a Sludge Bomb, especially into that slot, could be very detrimental to this Ogerpon Half-Flame's staying power on the field.
Well, speaking of staying power, it's got in on out of there as Rillaboom is going to hit the field instead, providing a nice percussive rhythm to proceedings. That's Grassy Surge being kicked off on the battlefield in the face of Icy Wind, now able to connect from Ika's Fluttermane. That is a damage calculation Aurelia will be more than familiar with, given the omnipresence of Fluttermane right now in the format. That's the speed drop on both Pokemon. Earth Power rising up from the ground into this Rillaboom that's just joined the fray, and now that's going to be a responding Earth Power into the Fluttermane, known more for its special bulk. And now all of the Pokemon that are grounded, that is everything apart from the Landorus, will be getting a little bit of recovery. So Ika got some good damage down on the field.
That's a really big turn, obviously, for Ika, to be honest. Rillaboom coming in and taking so much damage is going to be really big here. And you can see why it took so much damage, too. It's not that Assault Vest that we often see. It's the Miracle Seed instead. So it's taking so much damage here. Now, going to the following turn, the KO is now threatened on this Landorus thanks to another Icy Wind if it was to come out. But that Fluttermane might be now in range of a Grassy Glide. And Ika may need to be switching in an instant if it wants to be able to survive.
Well, Fluttermane isn't liking the look of a Grassy Glide right now, going for a Protect, and so is Ika's Landorus, copying Aurelian on the very first turn of this game. That was going to be the Grassy Glide landing into the Fluttermane to try and take it out so that the Landorus could get more done in this battle, and an Earth Power connecting down into the Fluttermane slot as well, just to secure it. But now, heading into the next turn, all bets are off.
Exactly. So double protect for Aurelion on turn 1, double protect for Ika on turn 2. So now we're going to the next turn, and maybe we might start to see some KOs here, because Fluttermane needs to switch to something to be able to take it. But for Aurelion, a Grassy Glide plus Earth Power looks so safe into that slot, because Incineroar can't really switch in here. It will just completely go down to the Earth Power that is following up here. But at least a trade will potentially be made if Ika goes for the Sludge Bomb into that Rillaboom slot.
So it is going to be the Ogerpon coming in instead of the Incineroar. Is going to be its Water-type friend, as the Grassy Glide is going to be doing neutral damage right into that slot. The Sludge Bomb going to be super effective. That is Rillaboom down and out for Aurelian right now. So Ika does have the Pokemon advantage, and the Landorus over on Aurelian's side will be going for the Earth Power. Not very effective on the Ogerpon, but it is so low.
It really is so low. And unfortunately, the Grassy Glide is no longer an option on the Rillaboom, at least. So the Ogerpon can still hang around a little bit longer. But of course, there is the Ogerpon Half-Flame, the second Grassy Glide user of this team. So it needs to make the most of these grassy terrain turns to be able to throw those attacks out. Oh, apologies, sorry, it doesn't actually have Grassy Glide. It's that Wood Hammer instead. So actually, that's even more damage coming out, but without the priority that Aurelion may actually be needing here.
Well, let's see if it is needed, as Incineroar is going to join the fray and drop the attack of, crucially, the Ogerpon over on Aurelian's side of the field. Ogerpon itself going for that spiky shield, going for Hedgehog mode, making sure it's not taking any damage this turn. And so is Ika's own Ogerpon going to follow suit right now. Fairly positional game so far. The Earth Power was indeed going into the Ogerpon slot over on Ika's side. So the trainers have already got some decent damage down, but heading into the rest of the game, there will be some more decisive action coming up shortly.
So interesting to see there that Aurelion's Ogerpon Half-Flame is faster than the Ogerpon Wellspring on Ika's end. So a fake out into either of these slots isn't going to stop the Ogerpon Water from going down on Ika's end, because either of Aurelion's Pokemon can target it down and just get that KO. So the question is, does Ogerpon go on the defensive here, maybe switch into that Landorus, so it can take an Earth Power at Sludge Bomb very, very well instead?
No, it's not. It's going to be Landorus for Aurelion, keeping itself safe behind its Protect Shield, and fake out instead, connecting down correctly into Aurelion. Aurelian's Hearthflame Ogerpon, leaving the Ogerpon over on Ika's side, able to get the Ivy Cudgel into the Landorus, but of course it is blocked by that Protect.
So it looks like Ika's quite confident, actually, that the Ogerpon Wellspring that he's trained here is faster than the Landorus Incarnate on Aurelion's end. So it makes sense that Aurelion definitely wants to go on the defensive here for the Landorus. Speed control seems to be really important in this game at the moment, but Aurelion's out of options for it, honestly. And with no glide on the Ogerpon Hearthflame, as soon as something's faster on Ika's end, he's suddenly in such a big advantage. The Fluttermate's still in the back as well, which could totally still outspeed things in the end game. So it's really on this, like, Ogerpon, really, to target into whatever slot Aurelion is not going to play defensively with.
What is Ogerpon going for? It's a bold switch from Aurelion into the single strike style Urshifu, and it's finally time for a terastallization here in our first top 8 at the Utrecht Special Event. Is going to be the Incineroar, and it's become even scarier than it once was with the Ghost Terra type. Seems to be the most common Terra type right now on Incineroar, but is that going to pay dividends as the Ogerpon goes for another spiky shield there, gets that off, even in the face of the Urshifu that's just come in, and that's Woodhammer down into that slot once more. So both trainers calling the Protect really wisely. Of course, a little bit of recoil damage thanks to the spiky shield, but Flare Blitz connects down into the single strike style. Urshifu deals a decent amount of damage, but takes it pretty well. But is there going to be a burn coming off from that Flare Blitz? Fortunately for Aurelion, no, there is not.
No, that would have made a massive difference, honestly, turning that 3-hit KO into a 2-hit KO and slowly whittling down the timer of that Urshifu and reducing the damage it can offer. But not today, says Aurelion's Urshifu, as it now goes into the next turn. Pretty confident, honestly. Wicked Blow looks so strong now into either of these targets, just as the instant went for that Terra Ghost. So a really nice play from Aurelion to kind of bring that Urshifu in, potentially predicting that Terra Ghost there. And now Wicked Blow is likely threatening a potential 1-hit KO now onto both of these slots. And with no obvious switch in either, because the Fluttermate isn't pure fairy yet, it's looking really good for Aurelion right now.
Yeah, Aurelion has finally decided that they're in the position they need to with the single strike Urshifu on the field. It's time for Aurelion to respond with their own Terra. One of these Pokemon has decided new turn, new me, and it's going to be the Ogerpon Hearthflame going for that Fire Terra, getting an immediate boost to its attack thanks to its Embody Aspect ability. It's lost its Grass type typing, so it would be taking super effective damage from Earth Power coming out from Landorus, but it's able to act first, going for the Ivy Cudgel, connecting down into the Ogerpon Wellspring. That's going to be enough as a neutral hit with a critical hit to boot for the knockout.
And there is a huge knockout, but now we have the Urshifu following up. Yes, it is that Wicked Blow. We don't know what it was been targeting, but it's definitely into that Landorus, doing a massive chunk into that slot. And the Ogerpon Hearthflame most likely still outspeeds it going into the next turn. So again, threatening another knockout. However, Ika does have that Incineroar still in the back. And so bringing it in here would make a lot of sense to threaten that fake out into either slot. Likely also, the Landorus is faster than the Urshifu. However, the Landorus is definitely in range of a Sucker Punch, but Ika does have the advantage of having the substitute to potentially try and call that. So we've got a bit of a Sucker Punch mind games here at the moment, assuming Fake Out goes into that Ogerpon Hearthflame slot here. And also, the Ogerpon isn't as threatening as the attack is slowly being whittled away too, but of course, the Wicked Blow is always powerful here. And with -1, it may still be enough into that Landorus, honestly. It just depends on the training of both of these Pokemon. We'll have to see, Charlie.
Yeah, well, Sucker Punch mind games are plenty, and of course, Fake Out mind games as well. You can go for the Protect and get around that. It's not like Landorus can boost up, and that's exactly what Ika is going for. Ogerpon will be flinching and not acting this turn. Landorus does indeed go for the substitute. You called it there. David is now sitting pretty behind that lovely plushy doll, and Wicked Blow going right into that slot. Is this going to be enough to break the substitute? It most probably will be based on the damage it did on the previous turn, and yes, it is. So Landorus bought itself one more turn on the field. Substitute faded. We'll have to see if that's enough.
A really good call from Aurelion there, because they definitely left their Urshifu open to just being KO'd from that Landorus there. So Ika obviously was then trying to call the Sucker Punch to potentially not go down. But now with the Protect, it's not going to save itself from an Urshifu if the Wicked Blow targets into that slot.
Well, exactly. Unseen Fist is going to be able to hit through the Protect there. An entirely invisible punch coming Landorus's way, if that is what it's gone for. But no, it's Wicked Blow into the Incineroar. Super effective thanks to that Terra Ghost. The Terra Ghost that Ika went for earlier coming back to bite him, unfortunately. And so now Ika down to just the Fluttermane and the Landorus, but where there's speed control with that Fluttermane, there might just be a way.
There might be, but unfortunately the booster energy has been already used up. So this Fluttermane is going to come in again, but not have the speed increase that it had before. So this is where the training in the Fluttermane comes into like a really crucial moment, because Fluttermane can be naturally faster than both of these Pokemon, but if you're using a booster energy set, you might not want to be super speedy anyway, and might be a little bit actually slower. So let's see if this Fluttermane actually still is enough to outspeed these two fast Pokemon on Aurelion's end.
What are the speed interactions going to be? It's going to be Sucker Punch, which obviously always goes first as a priority move. It fails potentially into that Landorus, and Moonblast is going to be connecting down into the Urshifu. Doubly super effective, taking out that Pokemon. So really good call there from Ika, able to remove that Urshifu before it got up to any havoc. But here comes a big Ivy Cudgel. Aurelion makes the call, and it is into the Fluttermane. Fluttermane is down, and it's just Landorus on Ika's side versus Landorus and Ogerpon on Aurelion's.
Oh yeah, Aurelion played that really smart there. Landorus Incarnate has too little HP to go for another substitute, so Sucker Punch can't be punished at that point. You just cover that slot really nicely, and then you know that Ogerpon can just safely get the KO onto that Fluttermane because it can't threaten a KO back. It's not that Choice Specs variant, for instance. So now with 2 Pokemon versus 1, Aurelion's looking at like in a really strong position to take this game 1.
Ivy Cudgel right down into the Landorus, and that is a hit for the ages. That is Aurelion taking game 1 here in our first top 8 match of the Utrecht Special Event, proving why they've gone 14-0 so far.
Aurelion's played that fantastically in that game 1. The positioning and the calls of the switches were excellent there. Honestly, I think the really pivotal moment was that Urshifu single strike switch. As soon as that Incineroar went for the defensive terror into the Ghost type, but to potentially take that Earth power from the Landorus Incarnate, putting it in such a strong position to threaten knockouts wherever it wanted. So an amazing, amazing call.
Yeah, Urshifu, even though it's risky to bring it in from the back, it's not the bulkiest Pokemon. That is exactly what Aurelion needed in that situation. And I think for Ike, yes, it seemed like the Ghost Terror onto the Incineroar was maybe slightly too early. It's always such a tough call to make as to when you are going to Terrastalize, and you know, fair enough to Ike for going for the Ghost Terror there, but fundamentally at the end of the game it did not come into help. Now David, approaching this game 2, what are you thinking?
Well, Aurelion had a really nice game plan there, but I wouldn't be surprised if Ika maybe goes for something similar, because I think the Fluttermane with the booster energy is something that's really hard for Aurelion to deal with unless they bring their own form of speed control here. The Raging Bolt, for instance, could be really nice. It is that Assault Vest, and so it's not standing down a Fluttermane that's with Choice Specs or with the Terror, like it could deal a lot of damage to it, so it could still probably sit on the field, take a few hits and get off those Electro Webs. That could be absolutely massive. Now, what is really good for Ika at the moment is that Landorus, because on Aurelion's end, there is the Icy Wind on their own Fluttermane, but there's no water type like an Ogerpon Wellspring or an Urshifu Rapid Strike to deal with it. So the Landorus on Ika's end is the main target, I think, that Aurelion needs to be really careful of.
Well, is it going to be coming out in the first position? No, it's going to be Fluttermane and the Incineroar over for Ika, and Fluttermane and the Ogerpon with the Half Flame Mask over on the side of Aurelion, so there could well be a fake out coming out into the Ogerpon, but if it goes for Spiky Shield, a little bit of chip damage in return, and all of that chip will start to add up. Now, that is the Photosynthesis going off first on Aurelion's Fluttermane, getting a boost to its speed, followed by Ika's right now, and this booster energy is going to be activating also its speed thanks to the Photosynthesis ability.
Yeah, good call there, Charlie. That's going to be really big information for both of these trainers, and obviously Aurelion's probably very happy about that as well. That means an Icy Wind or any other move like that Moonblast or Dazzling Gleam could be really effective before it's going to be targeted by the opposing Fluttermane. Now, interestingly, both of these players don't have Shadow Ball on either end, so both are neither are threatening a KO into either end.
Right, and Fluttermanes are just going to be staring each other down from behind their Protect right now on the field, not wanting to play any mind games, and so is Aurelion's Ogerpon. So Aurelion once again playing slow and steady as Parting Shot was trying to connect down into the Fluttermane on Aurelion's side, get a drop to the attack and special attack so that another Pokemon in the back can come in more safely.
Yes, Aurelion is not falling for it a second time. Ika obviously switched his Incineroar out in that game 1 immediately, expecting the double Protect, and then Ika maybe goes for expecting Aurelion to do something different, but they don't. So a really nice call here. And instead, it's a Terror onto the Ogerpon half lane, getting that +1 attack and dealing probably a lot of damage into the next turn.
Ogerpon's Embody Aspect is at large here, as is the mask on Ogerpon's face, as Dazzling Gleam connecting down, dealing respectable neutral damage to both targets. targets. Moonblast connecting into Aurelian's own Fluttermane. Both really bulky on their special side, of course. And there's a big Ivy Cudgel into the Fluttermane. It's connecting down. That is a knockout for Aurelian so early on in game 2.
That's a huge, huge KO. There was so much back and forth with these two trainers. Is it actually going to be another KO? Yes, it is.
There we go.
There's the Flare Blitz into that slot as well. So another really, really good call from Ika too. So both Fluttermanes down straight away. All this talk about like speed control and icy wind mind games and everything. Completely out the window, Charlie. It's just raw damage here in top 8.
Let's just click the attack button. And that's exactly what Aurelian and Ika did on that previous turn. They've now got their foot on the gas. The firepower on the field right now is nothing to be ignored. And now Urshifu is in, arguably for free. The Fluttermane went down, but Aurelian had to switch in from the back in the previous game. And now with one knockout apiece, Fluttermane's down, so are those icy winds.
Indeed. So the speed control is mostly off the board, as it kind of was in game 1, honestly. But Urshifu is in a really nice position to be threatening that damage. Obviously, that close combat into that Incineroar is a really tempting offer for Aurelian, but of course, the Terraghost is always that option. So Rillaboom's coming in here, which makes a lot of sense too. It's pretty safe. Incineroar's probably not going to be flare blitzing that slot before, and it's so good into that Ogerpon Wellspring.
It certainly is. Incineroar not liking the look of what's on the field right now. Going to the back, and it's going to be Landorus swooping in on its Cloud instead over on Ika's side. Ivy Cudgel, water into the Rillaboom. Going to be a resisted hit there. No critical hit to speak of. Close combat into the Landorus. Going to take that much better than the Incineroar would have done, thanks to being resisted by that part flying type. So a really good call there by Ika.
Yeah, so a nice safe switch there. Being able to take a wicked blow as well, if that was kind of the call that Aurelian wanted to try and make there too. Either way, it would have come out of that turn mostly unscathed. And we also kind of saw that potentially Elandris can actually take a wicked blow plus a -1 sucker punch, depending on what Ika was thinking as well. So now Rillaboom is on the field and threatens a fake out into this turn. So this Urshifu's looking really nice. We have that classic duo of fake out plus an Urshifu that can blow through protects. So the opponent isn't going to be tempted to go for a protect in front of this duo.
What we definitely know is Incineroar is going to be re-entering the ring, ready to throw down and intimidate, parting shot, fake out, all that good Incineroar stuff. Both physical attackers over on Aurelian's side, and indeed in the back too. So the Incineroar, it does have a bit of a target on its back now for Aurelian. Earth Power into the Urshifu, brings it down to its focus sash, thanks to the drop to defense and special defense that it received on the previous turn, having gone for the close combat. But 1 HP is infinitely more than 0. Wicked blow connecting down into the Incineroar with, of course, that guaranteed critical hit. Incineroar, though, just gets an opportunity for a bit of R&R, having its berry.
Yeah, exactly. Why not in the middle of top 8? Just kind of have your lunch.
It does what it wants.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, well, Instant can obviously do what it wants. It's really proved its worth to so many trainers. But going into this next turn now, you can see that Ika has been making some really defensive switches that have been really paying off as well. But Aurelian still, regardless, been getting damage consistently across the board into all of Ika's Pokemon, putting everything in range of either a Glassy Glide for Rillaboom potentially in the late game, or an attack from the Ogerpon half lane, which outspeeds the entirety of Ika's team.
Right, and of course Rillaboom, as long as the grassy terrain is on the field, can go for those priority grassy glides. Ogerpon doesn't have aspect to it, to the grassy glide, but of course with the embody aspect, does get that immediate boost to its attack. It's time for a responding Terra over on Ika's side, and this Pokemon of choice will be the Landorus this time. This is going to be a Terra Steel Landorus, a Landorus that has molded its Earth Power right all the way up to Metallic Steel, as it's ready to dazzle its way through to victory. Rillaboom going for the protect, of course, holding the Miracle Seed rather than the Assault Vest on Aurelian's team. Fake out, though, connecting wisely down into Aurelian's Ogerpon. Landorus able to set up a substitute here, sitting pretty behind that plushy doll. Of course, Ogerpon is threatening super effective damage, given it's now Terra Steel.
That doll might not look like much, but that's honestly such a massive turn for Ika. Aurelion so punished for the defensive play that they've just made there. And now this Landorus sitting behind a substitute, and with that Terra Steel, is looking really nice. Before the Terra Steel, it would have likely been able to go down to a Grassy Glide from this Rillaboom. Now it's still going to be able to resist it and not even lose its substitute. So it's looking so safe now. So Aurelion needs to work out what they're going to do to kind of try and get rid of this Landorus' substitute, because once you do that, then you still need to deal with the Landorus like that's behind it. Plus, the Incineroar has now just come in and can go for another fake out into the Rillaboom or the Ogerpon half lane. So it's looking really nice for Ika going into the next turn.
Landorus has taken that target right off Incineroar's back and put it on itself, therefore going for the protect, and if that is a double up into Ika's Landorus slot, then that is leaving this Incineroar entirely free to get up to its feline antics, and that's exactly what Aurelion has committed to. So Ika buys the Incineroar return here. What is the move it's going to lock into? It's going to be Flare Blitz, super effective, into the Rillaboom on Aurelion's side. It's not enough for the knockout right now. Rillaboom still hanging on, and that could be crucial heading into the later stages of the game.
Yeah, it definitely could. This Rillaboom offers a lot thanks to those grassy terrain, those Miracle Seed boosted grass attacks that it still does have. So, and as we can see, thank you to Aurelion, that it is the last turn of grassy terrain as well. So it definitely makes Ika a little bit more calm to say once that grassy terrain eventually does expire.
Well, Spiky Shield right now coming out from Aurelion's Ogerpon, keeping itself safe as Earth Power is connecting down into that slot. So Landorus is still sitting pretty behind this substitute, and the Rillaboom going for a last-ditch attempt to break it with the Wood Hammer. Not very effective into the steel, but is it going to be enough to break the substitute? Yes, it is, boosted by that Miracle Seed and indeed the grassy terrain. Now the Landorus is grounded, having gone for that Steel Terror, removing its flying typing. Parting Shot is coming down onto the Rillaboom. Incineroar really doesn't like the fact that it's broken Landorus' substitute, and so it's going back angrily to Ika in favor of the Ogerpon Wellspring that's going to be coming in and threatening the Ogerpon on Aurelion's side, but there is still Grassy Glide on the field.
Yeah, Grassy Glide is on the field, but without the grassy terrain. This is going to be the last turn of healing now for all of these players, all the Pokemon rather, on the field. And again, revealing the Half Flame is still faster than the Landorus Incarnate. So actually going to the next turn, there was a missed opportunity to KO the Rillaboom here, but actually, for Ika, you probably want it to stay on the field. It's not doing a lot right now, because you wanted that Urshifu to come in and then start threatening much more damage. Rillaboom's still not doing a whole lot here at the moment, and is still in range of a KO. There's nothing punishing this Landorus going for an Earth Power into that Ogerpon slot again. And the Urshifu's on 1 HP is going to go down anyway, and so the Rillaboom can't do much in return to a Terra Steel Landorus. So Ika's actually done a really nice job of kind of leaving the Pokemon that are not a threat at all on the field, so that he can still pressure down the Ogerpon now that it's protected.
Well, exactly, and the problem with running Protect and Miracle Seed on the Rillaboom, of course, is it doesn't have access to a ground type move that would be super effective into the Landorus right now. Yet another Intimidate drop to these two physical attackers as Incineroar comes back, and now that's going to be Urshifu joining the field once more. It's on such low health. Is it going to be able to get in for free? Let's see, trainers, on just 12 HP. Ivy Cudgel from Aurelion going off first into the neutrally effective Ogerpon. Over on Ika's side, that's a lot of damage, even with the Intimidate drop, proving how crucial the Intimidate was. A super effective responding Ivy Cudgel into Aurelion's Ogerpon. That is a one-hit knockout, and Aurelion brought down to two very low health Pokemon indeed.
That's a massive knockout for Ika there. Like, he could have done the play of, say, follow me with the Ogerpon and then attack with Landorus. That would have kind of been equally potentially good as well. And then Ogerpon maybe still takes the same amount of damage. But at least Incineroar is now on the field this time. But Rillaboom and Urshifu do get away with it. Yeah. As you say, they can still offer a lot here at the moment. So Fake Out can be traded here, or the Rillaboom can Fake Out into the Incineroar slot instead. Can no longer go for that Ghost Terror because the Landorus has already committed it. And then Urshifu can then maybe outspeed and then take another KO. However, I think we've seen this Ogerpon Wellspring is actually pretty quick. And so it's the Sucker Punch that may need to come out to be able to KO it. Unless, of course, the Ogerpon goes to that Follow Me or the Spiky Shield to go on the defensive from it as well. So Aurelion has a decision to make as to whether go straight for that attack or maybe that Sucker Punch to be able to get around that Ogerpon Wellspring if it goes for the attack.
Follow Me, Sucker Punch mind games are everywhere in Regulation Set F. Incineroar is going to be going to the back, and it's going to be Landorus rejoining the fray instead. Ika playing this masterfully Grassy Glide. Oh, with what looks like a critical hit into the, into the Landorus. Boosted by Miracle Seed and Grassy Terrain, though it was. Ivy Cudgel going to be easy enough to tie up the Urshifu now, so it's just Aurelion's Rillaboom against the fire, the water, and the grass, and now the steel over on Ika's side of the field. It's incredibly low health, but it does have priority with the Grassy Glide.
Amazing play from Ika there, just kind of hitting straight down the line, going, right, yeah, but you might Sucker Punch, but I'm just going to go straight for what Ogerpon does best in that Ivy Cudgel and just gets a massive KO on that Urshifu. And now keeping the Landorus safe with that Follow Me, this Landorus should be able to get the KO on this Rillaboom in the subsequent turn.
Yeah, Landorus can just go for a very safe Sludge Bomb here, so Ika seems to have rebalanced the tables, and it seems like we are going to be going to a Game 3 between these two incredible trainers. a masterclass right now at the Utrecht Special Event. The atmosphere in the venue is incredible. The crowd is applauding no end. I'm so excited to see what these trainers have up their sleeve in Game 3, and is it going to be a complete change-up?
It's a great question, Charlie. And I thought it was really interesting, actually, that Ika led with the same Pokemon, having, despite losing with that same lead in Game 1, he just went Incineroar Fluttermane. Also, he didn't get the turn 1 right in that he didn't make the most of retreating Incin like he did in that Game 1 as well. But it still really paid off. And what's the reason for that, though? And the reason I feel like is that Ika really played well with that Landorus, being to substitute at the exact right time, earth parrying to the targets that really mattered, and making the most of what the speed interactions of his Pokemon too, because the Pokemon Half-Flame was able to dish out obviously a lot of damage, but the Incineroar was the really key piece that also was able to mitigate the damage that Pokemon Half-Flame does, which normally takes one-hit KOs, and as soon as it didn't take a KO, it was left susceptible to whatever was next, because Earth Power threatens a KO, Ivy Cudgel threatens a KO, so as soon as Aurelion gives any space for either of those attacks, it goes down.
Right, and then the special attacker was down and out so early on as well in the Fluttermane. And when you've only got physical attackers remaining, the Incineroar is looking even better than it once was. So potentially that's something Aurelion is going to be looking to conserve. But then you cast her over to the Raging Bolt. Of course, if it terastallizes, it's still going to be taking super effective damage from the Landorus, so it's a risky call to make. But then if you're wanting to bring a different special attacker, then there is your own Landorus over on Aurelion's side of the field as well. For now, it's going to be the run back of the lead from Ika. It's going to be the Fluttermane and the Incineroar, and there it is. There is Aurelion's Landorus hitting the field, where it would be if it were grounded, alongside the Ogerpon with the Half-Flame Mask.
So Aurelion has actually gone back to the lead that they led in Game 1. So the one that basically worked for them, which makes a lot of sense too. So now we're back to the mind games again of does this Incineroar switch out turn 1, as it did, because this is the mirror of Game 1 right now. So Aurelion might want to switch things up a little bit here, honestly, because it took a lot of damage from the Icy Wind in that Game 1, over half as well. So knowing that, Aurelion may want to go on the defensive here. And Ogerpon Half-Flame is not looking too hot either, because staring down a Fake Out, staring down a Fire type that it can't do much into, and Intimidated as well. You can't make the most of it at the moment. But it looks like Ika is going for the same players to turn 1, so let's see if Aurelion catches it this time or not.
Landorus coming right back into the battle as Ogerpon does go for the Spiky Shield. This is what Aurelion has favored doing in all the games so far. The double protect on turn 1. Incineroar wisely not going for a parting shot because it would not have worked into 2 protecting Pokemon. Icy Wind attempting to drop the speeds of both of Aurelion's Pokemon on the field, but of course sitting pretty behind their protect shields. Fluttermane still out on the field, of course, now alongside the Landorus, which threatens super effective damage into the Ogerpon, so putting Aurelion's own Ogerpon under a little bit of pressure.
It definitely is. Now, Ika has a really safe turn here of potentially just Icy Winding and then Earth Powering or Sludge Bombing that Ogerpon Half-Flame slot. It depends on what Ika's gone for as to whether this Ogerpon goes down this turn or not. So Aurelion's making a very risky play right now, calling the Sludge Bomb instead of that Earth Power to see if it will survive and maybe get a KO of its own.
Well, Icy Wind is going to be doing huge damage to the ground and flying type Landorus right now. The Ogerpon is back up at neutral attack thanks to the Embody Aspect boost. Both of the speeds will be dropping. It's going to be Sludge Bomb, so a good call by Aurelion right now. It does not take super effective damage from the Earth Power. Let's see how much this neutral Ivy Cudgel does with the Fire Terror to boost it up. It's not enough for the knockout. Landorus only on about 1/6 of its health there. Earth Power will be connecting into Fluttermane. Really good damage into that slot as well. So an explosive turn of events.
That was a risky play from Aurelion, honestly. Like, either of those slots could have gone down, but yeah, a really good call. Knowing the Sludge Bomb was coming over there instead of that Earth Power means Ogerpon gets away unscathed. But Ika now threatens the double KO on this turn now. Icy Wind into, obviously, the Landorus takes the KO. It can't Terra out of that weakness either. And the Landorus can follow up with a KO too. So Aurelion's going to need to take down one of their own Pokemon to bring in something that can then help further support in the rest of the turn.
We'll have to see if that is the call. Moonblast going into that slot. Really nice to cover for a switch that Aurelion might have been making. Ogerpon is going to remain on the field behind its shield, and a Sludge Bomb connecting down into that slot once more. So now Aurelion gets the free switch in. Might be a Pokemon down, but as long as you are able to get a Pokemon in for free, that could pay dividends later on. And of course, Ika and Aurelion both have one unrevealed Pokemon as of yet.
Rillaboom is a really nice switch in right now because as you can see, Grassy Glide threatened to KO into either of these slots, but only one. And Ika could make the decision to just attack with both and then accept that one goes down, but I might take a KO of my own. But it looks like Ika wants to try and preserve both and goes on the defensive.
Yeah, Incineroar will be re-entering, dropping that Intimidate down onto both of these physical attackers. Now the Landorus is down, it may well just be physical attackers in the back for Aurelion. So Incineroar is certainly the Pokemon that Ika wants to be bringing in right now. Urshifu is going to be joining the field. Protect coming out from the Landorus, potentially keeping yourself safe from a Grassy Glide that Rillaboom could have opted for. That's exactly what Aurelion was trying to do. Both of these top-tier trainers just calling each other turn for turn.
Yeah, another really defensive switch there, which is absolutely fantastic. And the fake-out turn is gone from Rillaboom, so Ika, again, maybe has a slight advantage here going into the next turn, being able to have that fake-out advantage to be able to kind of get around some of the attacks that Aurelion can go for. However, the Landorus is on quite low health right now, so a substitute may not be possible depending on how much is left there. And that leaves either of these targets, the Rillaboom or the Urshifu, to take a KO on that slot too. And we've also seen the Rillaboom survive a Flare Blitz, so Aurelion's probably not in range of a KO on either slot.
Well, especially if the Landorus goes for the Terra Steel right now, that's going to be keeping it even safer from a Grassy Glide coming out from Rillaboom. Fake Out will be connecting into the Urshifu, crucially breaking that focus sash held by it. Rillaboom gets speedy straight into the Landorus on Ika's side. It's not enough for the knockout with a responding Sludge Bomb. Is it going to be enough for the knockout? Yes, it is! There's no Assault Vest on that Rillaboom. It goes right down thanks to holding the Miracle Seed. That is absolutely huge for Ika.
That is a massive, massive turn. Landorus hanging on by a Slither right now. And Urshifu also gets its focus sash broken. However, Aurelion still has a shot. The Urshifu can still protect and get another turn of that Grassy Terrain recovery that might then put it up to full health, meaning it can take 2 attacks going forward. One half lane coming in is also really critical too. It still outspeeds the rest of Ika's team, bar that Fluttermane that's in the back. But the question is that Incineroar, looking so healthy right now, it needs to be targeted by the Urshifu at the moment. So if Ika makes a call and switches this Incineroar into a Fluttermane potentially, Aurelion needs to call whether that's happening or not.
And that is the Fluttermane coming in. Get your head out of the clouds, Fluttermane, because you've got to wake up and get lively to the game happening in front of you. Landorus is going for the protect. Ika in a fantastic position right now. Has Aurelion called it. That is going to be the Ivy Cudgel into the Fluttermane. Yeah. Is that going to be enough for the knockout into the Fluttermane? Yes, of course it is. Fluttermane on relatively low health there. So
my goodness.
Now this is Ika down to 3 Pokemon. Aurelion possibly able to turn this around.
Yes, they've gone for the Wicked Blow
into the Landorus. It's going to hit right through that protect, and it is down. So now it's going to be Incineroar and whatever Ika has lurking in the back. This could not be closer.
That was the perfect play for Aurelion to kind of turn this game around. From 4-2 down, they're now 2-2 apiece. And now we know that Ika's bringing that Ogerpon Wellspring every game. So if that's still in the back, that's looking really nice for Ika, to be honest, at the moment. But still, this Ogerpon half-lane is really, really strong. But the question is, would Hammer going to be enough to KO? Or even that Ivy Cudgel as well, depending on what happens. Terra is off the board for Ika, so that can't happen either. So it's a fairly safe turn this turn. It's the double protect for Aurelion. No downside to doing that at the moment.
Absolutely, and of course, thanks to the Grassy Terrain, that Urshifu now has its focus sash back intact. So it will have to take 2 attacks before it goes down. So Aurelion really got themselves in a much better position here as they decide to burn this fake-out turn from that fiery Incineroar.
Yeah, into the Urshifu. Makes a lot of sense. You don't want to take that spiky shield damage because this is a fairly telegraphed play. And there is the Ivy Cudgel as well. Into that Ogerpon. Not a contact move, so won't be taking the spiky shield chip. But yes, this is the turn now that we need to be focusing on. The Urshifu we know can take another hit. But yes, as you can see, close combat into that Incineroar slot is going to be really big. But with that Intimidate, it might be able to still take that hit. Oh, there's a spiky shield! I think we know where Aurelion's targeted.
That's a big call there. That's going to be the Ogerpon going for the spiky shield. Would have it down into the Incineroar. That's a decent amount of damage, and the crowd is absolutely on the edge. There it is. Close combat down into the Incineroar. It's enough for the knockout. Aurelion has brought it back. He's at 2 Pokemon down to Ika's just 1, but it is on full health.
It certainly is at full health, but Aurelion has the advantage right now. Urshifu still can take any attack from this Ogerpon. It's just a Wicked Blow and an Ivy Cudgel into this Ogerpon to take this down. Ogerpon needs to Spiky Shield forever to take this. Yes, Aurelion Sula takes the game. The top 8 advances to the top 4, still undefeated. 50.
Huge congratulations to Aurelian Sula there. Ika looked like they were able to turn that around in the final game, but Aurelian made the perfect call, hitting through the Protect onto the Landorus with the Urshifu, and Ivy cudgeling the Fluttermane over on Ika's side. And there's a smile on Ika's face there. Disappointment, of course, but these trainers have had the most thrilling and fun Pokemon battle that we could possibly have hoped for our first stream top 8 match here.
That was an incredible match, Charlie. Oh my goodness, I honestly thought Aurelion had lost it in that end game, like being 4-2 down as well. But it shows the power of having just powerful Pokemon that can just deal so much damage straight across the board. And Oakmon Halflame having the speed that it has to be able to outpace the other really offensive targets was so key to be able to take that match.
Yeah, the speed control was huge in that game, and yet there weren't that many Icy Winds that came out. The trainers identified that Fluttermane needed to go down sooner rather than later, and of course Raging Bolt not coming to the battle in the face of Landorus that could have hit it super effective, whether it went for the Terror or not. I mean, oh my goodness gracious me. Ika fought so valiantly throughout that set, did so well to bring it to 3 games, but unfortunately now bows out of the competition. Aurelian advances, as you said, David, still undefeated here at the Utrecht Special Event.
Incredible. Like, I need to like look back somehow and see if anyone has done the same as Aurelian has already at the moment, who have gone undefeated into top 4 so far. And of course, they could go even further because of that too. Oh my goodness, Charlie. But we need to talk about that game, honestly, because it was such a well-played match from both sides. And you could see how both players had knew what Pokemon to bring. Like, it was the same kind of 4 each time. It was just how they interacted with each other. And a lot of it just came down to reads. It's like, are you sucker punching now or not? Are you protecting now or not? Are you switching now or not? Like, it really came down to that.
Yeah, it absolutely did, and that's where Aurelian had a slight advantage because, of course, you can hit through the Protects with your Urshifu. Ika still had the Urshifu on their team, but did not choose to bring it to the game, and just goes to show why Urshifu is such a prominent threat, and especially that single strike style right now in Regulations FF, given there was that Wellspring Ogerpon over on the side of Ika. And to update you on the other top 8 matches that have already happened in the venue, both of those were straight 2-0 victories. It was Riccardo Stellini being victorious against Ryan Guezi, and Mikhail Kelsch, the world's runner-up from last year, going 2-0 against Salvatore Rega.
So, interesting matches. Also, like, very quick and decisive, it sounds like, as well. So, fortunately, Dondozo is out, but Entei is in from Mikhail, and Ricardo takes another win over Ryan. So, that's also pretty big, too. That means no more Chio and no more Glimora anymore, unfortunately, for my cast prediction. So, that is out of the game.
Yeah, that's a shame, David, but at least we've been treated to some really exciting Pokemon battles, and there we go. We can see the results now. You'll be seeing there's a little gap there, trainers, in the semi-final spot. You're wondering who's going to fill it between Amir Abdulovsky and Nikhil Reddy. Well, we'll shortly be finding out, and trust me, you're not going to want to move a muscle. Oh, no. Because that is a mirror match between Sheer Cold, Articuno. It was Fisher last year around this time, but this year it's all about the Sheer Cold one-hit knockout moves. It's going to be an absolutely incredible game between these two trainers, and guaranteeing that at least one Cantone Articuno with the Alola Ninetales is going to be progressing through to the semi-finals.
I got chills already, Charlie.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Very good.
There you. And yeah, like, that's going to be a very hype match that I'm sure Ben and Lou will very much enjoy as well. Because, like, can you imagine just a Sheer Cold, like, war going on?
Yeah,
just
I know,
put your Articuno there, put your Articuno there, Sheer Cold, Sheer Cold, Sheer Cold, Sheer Cold. It's just like, kind of like a metronome battle in some ways. Just leaving it up to chance.
Love the little Sheer Cold wiggle you're doing there, David. That's exactly what those Pokemon will be doing. It's going to be so thrilling to see. Now, hopefully, we're going to be able to hear from Aurelian Sula very shortly in their winners interview after that absolutely thrilling game. The Utrecht Special Event just got a whole lot warmer with that Ogerpon Halflame taking the victory, but things are really going to cool down when we see Nikhil versus Amir.
And to be honest, Aurelian Sula sounds like they're actually ready for this interview. So let's see how it went over on the couch.
Thank you very much, casters. I am joined by our undefeated trainer here at the Utrecht Special Event, Aurelian Sula. Huge congratulations. How do you feel after that? It was so intense.
Thanks. I feel pretty good, I guess. It was like, that was really like difficult spot, but I saw like one slim chance and I went for it and it worked, I guess. So
Yeah, talk us through that end game a little bit more, because the crowd was going absolutely wild when you close combated into that Incineroar. Talk us through what you were thinking.
So I think we should maybe go back a bit before on the turn when there was Incineroar and like Landorus in the red against my Tumon. So from I think from his perspective, he really shouldn't be losing, but he can just cycle Intimidate on my Ogre Pond. He should just switch. I kind of struggle to break through Incin with Ogre Pond. He should really probably just switch out Incin and take Lando. That seems extremely safe. So it seems really safe from his perspective. So I should probably just outread that. And like if that doesn't win, if I get it right, I don't win, then there was probably no way I was winning. And I don't think he should go for something else, because from his point of view, it's so safe to do that. So.
Yeah, it came down to a lot of reads throughout that set for sure. I saw the Terra Steel Landorus giving you a little bit of difficulty. Can you talk us through how maybe you were able to work around and deal with that Pokemon?
Yeah, I mean, it's so that like Landorus, it's like most of my team bearing Landorus, my own Landorus for like lots of damage. I mean, I guess Terra Steel was like, I think Terra Poison would have been basically the same, considering it made it take Grassy Glide. But yeah, I guess it's like eating it with Ivy Cudgel works well.
That's true, you have the coverage.
Yeah, or with Icy Wind, and then like something else, like anything really when I picked Flutter. I think Wicked Blow also works. So.
That's true, your team has lots of nice coverage options and a lot of flexibility. I mean, we already mentioned you are undefeated at the moment, 15-0. Coming into Top Cup, does that give you more confidence, or does it put more pressure on your shoulders?
I'd say it gives me more pressure, because I think I'm going to rematch someone who knows the lines I want to go for against them. And also the only other, as far as I know, the only other player with 14 loss in top 8, so...
Oh. Well, there we go. And speaking of rematches, your next opponent in top 4 will be Michael Kelch. Have you played him so far this tournament?
Yes, I've played him late in day 2, I think round 13 maybe. Yeah,
How did it go?
I won, but it was extremely close, and I also got lucky dodging a Sacred Fire in game 3 that kind of just sealed the game, where it would have been like gone either way at that point if the Sacred Fire hadn't missed.
Okay, so maybe just got to keep a closer eye on that Entei in the next set. I'm sure it'll be a phenomenal match to behold. We'll let you get ready and rested for top 4. We know that it's a very, very long day. But just before we go, as always, is there anyone else you would like to give a shout out to?
I think it's going to be much of the same shout outs as yesterday, but yeah, shout outs to like everyone who supported me throughout the years, my parents for bringing me to events. Yeah, and like everyone's talked about like matchups and all with me today, and everyone supported me really.
Fantastic. Thank you for taking the time for this interview. We'll let you get ready for your top 4 match. The Pokemon action will only continue. We have another top 8 game ready and waiting to go. So let's get into that action.
to be the best, you got to beat the best. And Marco's proving he is one of the best trainers in the world.
My main strategy was to use the Tailwind mod, so a really offensive mod with the Tornadus, Arcanine, Worshipful Water, and Iron Hand.
Now Head Smash in return. This will be a lot more damage. One hit KO.
My main plan was to overwhelm them with damage with the Tailwind mod, and also to keep Iron Hands and Urshifu alive.
Now it gives Marco the opportunity to bring in this Iron Hand.
Goldengo and Amungus are extremely good in this format. I adapted my strategy during the Swiss round. In fact, a lot of times there were a lot of teams that were really weak to the Goldengo Amungus core. So many times I would end up bringing that.
Now, Spore into the Reggie Alekis.
He played into Marco's trick.
The most challenging match in Top Cut was definitely the final, since both me and my opponent had basically 20 hours to prepare.
This is the rematch of all rematches, each of them taking a loss to each other in Swiss.
Both of us really tried to think about every option that the other one had.
It's time to get started with match number 1 here, the grand final. Drain Punch will be a super effective hit, getting some of that HP back. The forfeit comes on through. Game number 1, going over to Marco Silva.
I think in both the end games, in game 1 and game 2, I can understand that at some point my opponent didn't really have much way to touch my Iron Hand.
Now his Iron Hands will be the only to act on the turn, and he'll start dealing some damage and finish off the KO in the NDD.
So at that point, I kind of knew that I just had to click the right couple of moves, and it was basically over from there.
Looks like both of the trainers know. Wild Charge goes off, takes the final KO. Marco Humberto Galandora Silva is your 2024 Latin America International Champion, having etched his name amongst the great as an international champion for not just the first, but the second time in his VGC journey.
So nice, he's done it twice.
I don't have a specific strategy. I try to win as much events as possible, but the main goal will definitely be winning the World Championship. I think a lot of players already consider me a threat, but I should never underestimate my opponents.
The top 8 action will just keep rolling here at the Utrecht Special Event. Top 8 already came down in tremendous fashion to that electric Game 3 set thriller. And I can tell you the next match is shaping up to be, ooh, pretty frosty too.
Aurelian Sula still our undefeated player, an unprecedented undefeated victory across all of the Swiss rounds that we've had, going into top 8, winning their match. And Lou, you got the chance to have a little bit of a chat to Aurelian. How are they feeling right now?
Honestly, they are feeling confident. You can see that. However, that pressure is on their shoulders. And I think coming into top 4 as well, knowing who your opponent is and having already played them, again, it's that kind of catch-22. It's a nice little advantage to have a bit more of an insight into how your team shapes up against their team, but also you know that they'll have studied that match and seen where they could have improved upon, so it's going to be a rematch for sure.
Yeah, let's have a look at that bracket now. Aurelian Sula in the top 4 alongside Mikhail Kelsch, and they have played, as you said, Lou, before in the Swiss. It did, of course, go to Aurelian being still undefeated, but it was a very close and intense match. Of course, looking further down the bracket, we had Riccardo Stellini having victory over Ryan, getting into the semi-finals, and we get to see which of Emir and Nikhil are going to make it as our last member in the top 4.
And which of the Articunos will be advancing into top 4, because you heard it here, Pokemon trainers, there will be a guaranteed Alolan Ninetales and Articuno in top 4. Just the trainer who will be piloting them is yet to be decided by our final top 8 match. And it's a very interesting situation where we have an exact mirror match.
Yeah, so I got a chance to have a little chat with those two players as they were here backstage. And while you were speaking to Aurelian, I was speaking to Amir and Nikhil and saying, hey, how are you feeling going into this match? And both of them kind of looked at me and they were like, oh, this is going to be a little bit backwards and forwards, because as you say, Lou, it is one of those exact mirror matches. And if, like most friends that decide on what team that they're going to bring to a regionals together, usually have the same training as well in their Pokemon too. So it's not just a Pokemon mirror potentially, it's also a training mirror where we could see, you know, the coin flip as to which of their Pokemon, when say 2 Articunos are on the field, which one is going to be able to land their Blizzard first. Maybe that will make a lot of impact in the game, but of course as well, we've seen Amir previously Rock Slide, Hisuian Arcanine on the field, just going for Rock Slide turn after turn after turn. That makes a big, big difference.
And I think that Hisuian Arcanine is going to be a lot more key in this particular matchup because Sheer Cold as well, yes, it does get that one-hit KO, but it is, Ice types are immune to it. So you cannot go for the Sheer Colds into the Alolan Ninetales or into those Articunos. You only really have the other 4 Pokemon to maybe pick between. So it does limit those options a little bit more. So I agree with you. I'd like to see those Blizzards come forward from both of the Ice-type Pokemon, but I really think Arcanine is going to be the key to victory here. Having that Rock type, particularly with the same type attack bonus, you can get on top of that Rock Slide. These Ice-type Pokemon are going to be running scared.
But it's a circle, isn't it, Lou? Because if the Arcanine's really important, then maybe the Landorus becomes even more important. But then, if the Landorus is important, the Ice-type Pokemon become important again. And how it follows that cycle and how our trainers react to that, especially knowing the teams a little bit more inside and out than maybe their other opponents were feeling coming into a matchup that they weren't prepared for. These trainers are prepared for it, and they're certainly going to be in their own minds as to how each of them is going to react to any given board state.
Exactly, and to kind of, we'll dive a little deeper into the teams as well when we're on the stage with the trainers, but to recap them, as we've already shown them on the broadcast, we've got that Ogerpon Wellspring Mask, the Arcanine, Ninetales, Articuno, Landorus, and the Raging Bolt. Now, this is the interesting thing. We've got a lot of key Pokemon that are very high up in those day 212 usage. The Raging Bolt, for example, the Landorus, the Ogerpon, Arcanine not so much, it's all about Incineroar. But then we have these really unique picks in the form of these Ice-type Pokemon. Now, Ben, Ice is not known as, I suppose, a strong type necessarily when it comes to defensive play, isn't that right?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. It's one of the types that are typically more viewed as an offensive type, but there's also some mechanics that come into play here as well, right? Because it is in this case a defensive type for Sheer Cold, and that's going to come into play here where we saw Emir previously on the broadcast getting lots of opportunities to go for Sheer Cold, but there's at least 2 immunities in the Alolan Ninetales and the Articuno that actually won't take any damage at all from that move whatsoever.
Exactly, and don't forget, if you are on Twitch, you can vote for the winner as well. If you're not on that platform, you might want to hop on over just to take part with the action.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, who do you think is going to take it? It's a little bit of a coin flip in terms of the matchup, but maybe you know these players a little bit better. Maybe you're familiar with them. Show some support to both of these trainers. They've made it all the way here to the top 8 of the Utrecht Special Event in such commanding fashion. There they are on the screen, and a mirror match between achievements as well.
Honestly, the mirror just keeps getting deeper. So many more reflections to be found.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, you know, you can't really take into account what these previous achievements are really going to necessarily mean, given that they have exactly the same to their name as well. But one thing that we can say is that Emir was able to win against Nikhil in the Swiss previously. And that's really important because it means that Emir either got a little bit of things in their favor, or it was a case that Emir was able to just outplay Nikhil in that matchup previously. So, yeah, whichever one it was, we're going to have a little bit of a sneak peek about how they're going to approach it and obviously how the match unfolds.
And we've seen this so many times before in mirror matches anyway, how critical that turn 0, the lead, can be. Because these trainers are so well versed with their opponent's teams because they have the exact same team. There may be intricacies and nuances into how they have been trained, and that's still information that can be gleaned from a game 1. But taking a little focus, if you haven't seen this team before on the broadcast, maybe you're waking up from a different time zone, this is the talk of the tournament. This Ninetales bringing the snow warning onto the field, setting that snow to not only increase the evasiveness of his partner Articuno with that snow cloak, but enabling it to be able to set up that Aurora Veil, boost up the defenses and special defenses on the side of the field for 8 turns, thanks to that light clay.
Now, another little mechanic that you may or may not be familiar of, in the snow condition, Blizzard isn't able to miss, and that includes the evasion boost of Snow Cloak from Articuno. So in the snow, these Articuno are going to be trading blows, and where maybe a Rock Slide would be a little bit less reliable in this mirror match, Blizzard is going to be reliable across the board. And looking at these Pokemon here, Landorus and Raging Bolt really don't want to be taking a Blizzard many turns in a row, Ogerpon doesn't want to be taking a freeze dry. So I do think these Ice-type Pokemon, and more specifically the Articuno, are going to be very important here.
Blizzard is going to be reliable. That's a sentence never been uttered before in the video game championships.
I'll have you know, Lou, I was playing Ninetales Alola back in the day, and Blizzard was my reliable move back then, so...
Goodness knows what else you're running on your team.
It has been uttered before, and we will utter it again before the day is out, I can tell you that for sure. But yeah, look at this. I mean, wow. this is a coin flip. This is a coin flip, but it looks like Amir is on the upper end of that spectrum. Maybe one or two more people just knowing that Amir was able to pull through previously and showing their support there. But great to see equal representation for both of our traders up here.
Yes, indeed. It's really great to be able to get a closer look into what you at home are thinking about this match. And it seems like we're on the same page here, trainers. It's going to be a pretty even match when it comes to the Pokemon. They have previous records that are equal as well, but there will be only one winner. This is a best-of-3 set, and the winner will advance into top 4, the loser knocked out of the competition.
What I'm wondering now, looking at these teams matching up against each other, is do you leave the Ninetales at home?
No. I mean, maybe, but no.
Well, okay, so
Talk me through it, Ben.
Here it is, right? If your opponent, you know your opponent is going to bring the Ninetales because they value the Aurora Veil, they value the snow, that means that you've got the snow to provide accurate blizzards, and therefore the space to not bring your own Ninetales and then maybe bring something else that's useful. Maybe you can bring in a Terra Water Ogerpon to be able to come in and put a lot of damage onto the Landorus, pressure that a little bit of a different way, maybe follow me away some attacks from the Arcanine.
I see the logic in that for sure, but I think I would always want Aurora Veil up as well. However, there is no snow to be found yet. Maybe it's going to be in the back for a forecast later on in the day. Ogerpon a piece this time, and Arcanine a piece.
Both of these traders, they know exactly what to do.
They've figured it out.
They've figured this out already. They've already played before. They've probably played some in practice. They know their teams very well, and so a similar lead here. And now it comes down to the decisions that they want to make. What move is this choice band Arcanine on each side of the field going to lock into? Do they go straight for the Rock Slides? Do they go for the Follow Me's on maybe trying to out-predict their opponent and go for the Flare Blitzes into the Ogerpon, try to remove that Follow Me piece a little bit earlier on and open the way for their Ice-type Pokemon in the back? And of course, do they follow me away Ivy Cudgels away from the Arcanine, right?
That is a very good question to see exactly where they want to line up the rest of this board state. I mean, the Ogerpon we've seen so many times today being such a key supportive Pokemon with that Follow Me, just enabling so much support to protect the partner Pokemon and allow it to wreak havoc on the battlefield. A Pokemon such as the Arcanine with those Rock Slides that can be so formidable. This time the Arcanine is going for its Terra Ghost, so isn't going to be taking any super effective attacks from any fighting moves and things like this. But look at that, Ben. I think we are in a mirror. Is it a mirror?
Is it? I think it is a mirror. It's like looking in the mirror right now here, Lou, where both of these Arcanine deciding that instead of having the Follow Me support to take away the Ivy Cudgel from knocking out the most important piece of their board in the Arcanine, they're going to Terra Ghost instead, but it's an Ivy Cudgel coming out a piece here. One getting a critical hit, Emir on the downside of that play, but getting the Rock Slide off first is not getting the flinch. Rock Slide comes in, Arcanine on Amir's side has gone down, and that resource is going to be down and out for the rest of this match.
These players know how to play, locking in the exact same moves, the exact same ideas, but the one thing out of their control is that critical hit chance, and that is exactly what the Ivy Cudgel on Nikhil's side was able to come through and do, enabling that KO. But in order to retaliate with a Frosty reception, the Ninetales has come onto the field and set that snow.
Blizzard will be able to knock out the Arcanine here, and there's no way for the Ogerpon to be able to redirect that. It's also going to take a good chunk of damage unless it, well, in fact, it can't go for the Terra, it can't take away its grass typing now, so it's definitely going to take a chunk, and if the Ogerpon on Emir's side is going to be able to go first, then maybe that's putting some pressure on the kill, but it will be the way that these are trained. Blizzard coming out first, Ninetales coming in to take that like a charm, but a critical hit and a freeze!
Able to get the freeze into that opposing Ogerpon here. The Ninetales.
Oh, and a 4-out.
It thaws straight away. It's like it never happened. The Horn Leech coming through, gaining a little bit of recovery because the Blizzard didn't do a catastrophic amount, but that freeze could have been absolutely devastating. The Horn Leech also going down into that opposing Alolan Ninetales here. Really, really nice to gain that bit of recovery. What I love here, Ben, is it's like, I've got a Ninetales, well, I can do that too. Here's my Ninetales.
But a little bit of a divergence in the moves that these trainers have been using. The Horn Leech coming out from both of the Ogerpon, but targeting down differently. Now, Amir getting some damage onto Nikhil's. Ninetales may make a little bit of a difference, especially since that Ogerpon on Nikhil's side has taken a little bit more damage than Amir's.
And I think the Ninetales are really safe at the minute to go for those Aurora Veils, start setting up a little bit defensively. And there it is, the first Aurora Veil in play for Amir, getting that defense and special defense boosted on the field for 8 turns. The Ivy Cudgeling Ogerpon comes through, doesn't get a critical hit this time, just a little bit of damage on the board. And there is the Aurora Veil on the other side, because you don't want to enable your opponent to set one up and you not at least even the score.
And a real hint to the training here of these Ogerpon being faster than the Ninetales. That means they're probably trained to be as fast as they're capable of being, or near enough, unless these Ninetales are running a little bit more of a slow, supportive set. And that really changes the dynamic of whether or not the Ogerpon can stop the Ninetales going for an Aurora Veil in the coming games here, and whether they can find that position. Now, with Amir bringing the Articuno onto the board, it's carrying the choice specs. Both of these trainers have got their Aurora Veil up, and now Amir has moved into a position where they can more quickly go for those blizzards with the Articuno.
Gets the special attack drop as well. That can be critical as the Ivy Cudgel connects down into this Ninetales once again, just chipping away at it. A little bit of damage on the board. Another Moonblast comes through, again chipping away, and also gets the special attack. They really are mimicking each other as best they can. Of course, no Sheer Cold coming through. It's going to be the Blizzard, which I think is the correct play. You know it's going to attack. You're just chipping away at this opposing Ninetales, and you get the chip on the Ogerpon.
And that is the name of this game, especially with the Arcanine going for its Terror. It no longer resists those blizzards from the Articuno, so great call out there, Lou. It's going to be the game a little bit of a backwards and forwards, little bits of damage through the Aurora Veil, until maybe Emir takes a knockout, and then the Arcanine gets an opportunity to come back in. Emir doesn't have that opportunity anymore because that Arcanine went down earlier.
Exactly, and of course the snow also boosting up the defenses of these ice Pokemon. The Ivy Cudgel isn't going to be appreciating that wall. It's got to break through. The Moonblast again, chip away at this Ninetales. Articuno will be able to connect down onto the opposing Alolan Ninetales and just put it in a little bit more of a precarious situation. It's still able to hang on though, but I think one more Blizzard coming out from Emir's side will get a double KO here.
Definitely a double KO range for both of these Pokemon, and Ninetales doesn't have the opportunity to protect itself because it's carrying the helping hand instead. And so there is an opportunity for some repositioning to go on for Emir. You know the Blizzard is going to get the knockouts, so you can switch in that Ogerpon now preemptively before the Arcanine can rejoin the field. It's a Horn Leech into that Ogerpon and the switch in, healing things up, but Lou, I don't think it's going to be enough.
With the Aurora Veil, it'll be difficult to tell. So the Moonblast comes through into the Ogerpon that just switched in for Emir, gets a special attack drop, but it doesn't worry about that. This is the thing, the Blizzard does get the double knockout though.
Double knockout on the kills, 2 Pokemon. It is 3-2 now, and Emir has the Pokemon advantage, but also the Pokemon momentum here. Arcanine can be switching in. We talked about it for a couple of turns already, but this match is Blizzard after Blizzard. It's moving at a little bit more of a glacial pace rather than a fast and furious one, but Arcanine is here to turn up the heat.
Slow and steady can sometimes win the race though, Ben. And one other thing I really like about Emir's play with that Ninetales is the snow has now left the field. So being able to bring the Alolan Ninetales back in later will keep the accuracy of those Blizzards in check. But hopefully, if you're Emir, you'll have eliminated the Blizzard users on the opposing side before you're able to utilize that. Nickel down to his last 2 remaining Pokemon, the Hisuian Arcanine and the Articuno.
And now the Arcanine is in a bit of a precarious position. In this spot, you have to land a a priority attack into the Ogerpon because that's the fastest Pokemon on the field, if I'm not quite mistaken. Yeah, the Articuno is pairing up with the Arcanine. So yeah, an Ivy Cudgel is an easy target into that Arcanine, and Intimidate isn't going to be enough to save it. It is picking up the KO, and Articuno on Emir's side is just that little bit safer.
Must have been tempting to go for something like an extreme speed there to try and get the knockout, but you need something like the Rock Slide to try and get the double KO against that opposing Articuno, because now Articuno on Nikhil's side is going to be vulnerable to all of the attacks that Emir can bring through. You do now have the Alolan Ninetales coming through, and I feel like we're just going to see a Blizzard, then a Blizzard, and maybe a Blizzard.
Lou, I think there's going to be a Blizzard as well.
I think so too. It's getting a little bit frosty in here, but that's the strategy when you came up against two snow teams.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is how this sort of matchup can go. You try to target down in the early game the Pokemon that really cause your Ice-type Pokemon a lot of trouble, that being the Hisui and Arcanine. In both of our trainers' cases, one managed to get it done early, one managed to get it done a little bit later on, but the net effect is the helping hand Blizzard is going to be easily enough to pick up a two-hit knockout here. Emir landing that into Nikhil's Articuno. Another helping hand, another Blizzard. That's going to wrap up the game for Emir.
Look how much help that hand is doing to the damage count against that opposing Articuno. Critical hit, single target attack, it's going to get the KO, and Emir advances with one game forward in this set. It's going to be a tall order for these trainers, but I am so hyped to see how this whole set plays out.
You definitely want to be in the position where you've got one game in your favor in a matchup like this. Any decision that you make that you get slightly wrong because your opponent knows exactly what you're thinking, any turn where maybe your Pokemon gets outsped, any turn where you get critical hit through Aurora Veil, these things can really make a difference to the matchup, because every single resource that these trainers have is so vital to their game plan in the end game. And so, yeah, you want two opportunities here to be able to do that, and that's what Emir has been able to create.
I think you make a really good point, Ben, because this match was very telegraphed by both trainers. They went for the same leads. They had the same couple of turns playing out at the beginning. They brought the same Pokemon. And it was really just those nuances, the critical hit or the switch, these little changes are what created the end game we saw in that game one. And I think game two is going to be exactly the same. It's going to come down to those little adjustments. But Ben, do you see any reason to change the leads, or were they called correctly by our trainers?
I'm gonna hesitantly say yes, and it is hesitantly because when you're looking at this mirror match where you're not as experienced as these two trainers are, it looks like they both know exactly what they're doing and they're both approaching the matchup in the same way. My theory is that that is, on average, the best way to approach the matchup. So I agree with our trainers.
Okay.
Equally, I've just got this little bit of a nagging sensation in the back of my mind that actually this is the turn to really switch things up, and especially for Emir that got the game in their favor, they can try something a little bit different to take advantage of that Ogerpon Arcanine lead. That's what I'd really like to see in this game.
Maybe the element of surprise, while you have the advantage, can afford to take more of a risk, let's say. But Pokemon trainers, this is your top 8 at the Utrecht Special Event. We are in game 2 of this match, which is a mirror of ice, and it is going to be an adaptation. The Arcanine and the Alolan Ninetales front and center for Emir, and on the opposing side that Ogerpon, but this time Landorus has been brought to the match.
Two players making different decisions about how to combat Arcanine and Ogerpon in the lead matchup. Nikhil going for the Landorus, trying to get Sludge Bomb damage into the Ogerpon to free up the position to be able to Earth Power the Arcanine. Instead, Emir going for the opportunity to go for Freeze Dries into the Ogerpon to remove that, so that the Arcanine is a little bit more free to just go for Rock Slides, etc. Now, as it turns out, Blizzard looks pretty good.
It does, but there is a Steel Terror on that Landorus, so that could throw a spanner in the works, being able to then resist all of these Ice-type attacks. And another way to avoid them is to leave the field. Arcanine joining the fray, throwing that Intimidate down. This is only critical against the opposing Arcanine, weakening some of that Rock Slide pressure that it has. I mean, it's also leaving the field. It goes, you can't intimidate me. I'm going to leave. I'm not accepting this.
And Articuno coming in, trying to take an Earth Power on the switch-in. Ninetales setting up that Aurora Veil. That's the other great thing about leading the Ninetales. You get that defensive capability up turn one. Aurora Veil and the snow boosting up Articuno's defenses means it's not going to be taking a lot of damage here. But now it's being threatened down by that Arcanine. What a great switch-in for Nikhil.
It is, and that's definitely a precarious spot for it to be in. This Arcanine is full out offensive with an Ice Terra type, so that doesn't even have any defensive support. The question is, though, Ben, is the way to get rid of the Arcanine to go for the sheer cold, or is it way too much of a risk?
I think it's too much of a risk. I think you've got enough damage on the board with just going for Blizzards or going for a Freeze Dry to remove the Articuno, the Ogerpon from the field instead, and not really worrying too much about having to knock out the Articuno with a move that's quite as unreliable. I think this is the turn to switch up your board state.
Okay, well, we're not going to see any switches on Amir's side of the field, but we are going to see some terrestrializations come into the fray, and it is going to be on that Articuno, using that Ice Terra type to get even more damage behind its Ice type moves. This looks like it is indeed going to be something like the Blizzard, that double spread damage. Ninetales goes first, though. Little bit of chip on both the opposing side. As the Arcanine moves first, that Rock Slide not enough to get the KO, but definitely difficult to deal with.
Double Blizzard coming out from Amir, that Rock Slide going into the now only super effective Articuno, and you can see the effect of the snow, you can see the effect of the Aurora Veil here, protecting that Articuno from taking too much damage. But Lou, no freezes on the board, and that Arcanine is going to get another chance to go for a Rock Slide.
No flinches either critically. That could have been a little bit difficult, but if there's the double up on Nikhil's side, it might be able to move before this Articuno. There's the Moonblast, guaranteeing that if the Rock Slide connects, it will get the knockout. It does find its mark.
And it is a double knockout for Nikhil, getting Ninetales and Articuno off the board, bringing this turn back with an absolute storm here. That's a crazy amount of damage coming into both of those Pokemon, given those boosts from the weather, given those boosts from the Aurora Veil that Ninetales was able to set up.
And that Choice Band as well on the Arcanine really coming through to be able to give that extra power behind its damaging attacks. Ogerpon and the Arcanine, now the last two remaining Pokemon for Amir. Such a quick turnaround in this game too.
But we know that the Ogerpon is faster than the Ninetales, and so it's going to be able to launch out an Ivy Cudgel onto that slot, or potentially onto the Arcanine slot. You could, if you're Amir, thinking that you're in a little bit of a difficult situation, actually go for a potential speed tie between these Arcanine. If you get it, then you can knock out the Ninetales, potentially. I'm not sure of the damage rolls. I don't think Nikhil was able to set up Aurora Veil just yet on his side of the field. Maybe I missed it if he did. But if it's not on the board, then this Ninetales is definitely going down, and you'll be able to follow up with a Rock Slide and be able to try to get that Arcanine down.
Yeah, I think it's just gone for the Moonblast so far, but the Ivy Cudgel, fast and quick-footed, is able to get the knockout on that opposing Arcanine, so just trying to even the score a little bit here. The Aurora Veil does now go up on that Alola Ninetales side because it is faster than this opposing Arcanine and gives Nikhil a little bit more breathing room, but Arcanine doesn't even go for the Rock Slide, goes for the Flare Blitz, locks into that move, and I really, really like this. However, you've still got to contend with that Landorus when it comes back in.
Well, I think contending with the Landorus is exactly why the Arcanine switched into, or went for the Flare Blitz. You mentioned it earlier, the Terra Steel on the Landorus there. With Aurora Veil, I'm not sure that the Arcanine would be able to knock out a Landorus in one hit unless it did go for the Terra Steel in this case, but you're giving yourself the best opportunity in an endgame to close out the options that Nikhil has available. Of course, we do know that the Ogerpon is pretty speedy, at least on both of these trainers' teams. If that's the case, now we've got a situation where we've seen in other more expected matchups where you get the Ogerpons on the field facing down against each other. Do they go for the follow me? Well, that is the question that these trainers have to answer.
Tends to be the follow me or something like the Horn Leech just to get a bit of recovery on the field. But it's the Ivy Cudgel coming up first from the Ogerpon on Nikhil's side and will get the KO onto that Arcanine with the critical hit. It drops like a hot rock, and now there is nothing really to stop this Landorus.
Nothing at all to stop the Landorus except for this Ogerpon. It's gone for a Horn Leech into the Ogerpon, maybe expecting that Nikhil wasn't going to go for the Ivy Cudgel, and Nikhil catching Ymir off guard there. Now Horn Leech is going to be the only damage-dealing move that this Ogerpon is going to be able to do on Ymir's side, because it's able to be redirected by Nikhil's Ogerpon, and the Landorus can just go for the Terror as well. A little bit of insult to injury here, and go for any damaging attacks, usually the Sludge Bomb in this position.
But it's the perfect timing, right, to go for this Terrestrialization. You've got rid of the Flare Block blitzing Arcanine on the opposing side, and you now can have that defensive capability against the Water and Grass type moves. Of course, the Ogerpon is going for the Ivy Cudgel into that opposing Landorus, but look at the defensive capability it has now. Sludge Bomb, not enough to be able to get the KO, but considering Ogerpon only has single target type attacks, we're going to be seeing a Game 3.
You sometimes forget, Lou, how much damage reduction Aurora Veil actually does, both on the physical side and on the special side. I'm kind of wondering in this spot, when looking back at the previous turn where the Ivy Cudgel went into the Arcanine, it did manage to knock it out with a critical hit. It is 4 times super effective. But my question is Aurora Veil enough to be able to stop it with the Intimidate as well that went down onto Ogerpon on Nikhil's side? Did it actually need the critical hit, and was Ymir actually playing for a pretty high percentage chance to be able to knock out that Ogerpon or the Landorus that turn?
It's a lot of questions, a lot of different perspectives you can have, but as this match finishes up, the Sludge Bomb comes through, will go into the Spiky Shield. And I actually like this play by Ymir here, just taking a last couple of turns to really think towards Game 3, because this is their tournament lifelines on the line. This is top 8. The winner will go through to top 4. So the Ogerpon on Nikhil's side, just redirecting in any of the attacks, enabling the Landorus to be able to close out this game.
Horn Leech into the Ogerpon, doing a little bit of damage, getting a little bit of HP recovery back, but the Sludge Bomb is enough. That HP recovery is not enough. Nikhil ready, taking this top 8 set in Utrecht to a Game 3.
I love a Game 3. It's more Pokemon action for us and more intense moments for you viewers at home. I'm sure the players would rather a quick and clean 2-0, but sometimes in these Top Cut matches, because you are battling against the best and you've got to beat them in order to keep advancing, you have to make sure every single play is perfect.
Yeah, and it's so difficult in this matchup between these two players. Now, we saw a switch up in Game 2 to Game 1. It looked like Ymir was on the front foot for the early stages of that game, but Nikhil was able to show us a little bit of a different way to position that match and be able to come back. I especially liked how Nikhil was able to use that Moonblast chip damage on the Articuno to get it into KO range of that Arcanine. Once you've got 2 Blizzard users on the field, the Arcanine's feeling a little bit more free and easy to be able to just go for those rock slides.
I think Nikhil took a few tips from the way Ymir played Game 1, you know, going for that constant chip damage and whittling away at Nikhil's team. And as you've just said, in this Game 2, it was really about the Alola Ninetales on Nikhil's team going for that Moonblast, for that extra little bit of chip, and it really did stack up towards the end in order to get those KOs. I mean, the double knockout that came through was just a really big turning point in that match. And now in the Game 3, Ben, I'm going to ask you the same kind of question, okay? Because we did...
Lou, I don't want to answer the question. I know what's coming.
Tough. You're stuck on this desk with me. We did see an adaptation. We did see the Landorus come in. Do you think we're going to see more changes, or are they going to stick with their icy modes?
I think we're going to see at least one of them go back to Game 1.
Okay, that's fair.
I think we're going to see at least one of them go back to Game 1. What else we're going to see, I just could not call it, Lou, in this situation. If I was playing this matchup, I'd be leading down the Ninetales in the lead, try to get up that Aurora Veil early in the game. But the choice of whether to bring Arcanine in the front or in the back, I think is really challenging call to make, because it really does depend on how your opponent plays the game. I think I'd swing towards the Arcanine in the lead, and then you can defensively switch that out into the Ogerpon if you need to. And if you see the Ice-type Pokemon on your opponent's side of the field, great, you're having a party.
I think the critical thing is that you don't really have ways to stop Aurora Veil going up on the opposing side, because these Alola Ninetales are so fast. And one of them so fast is out in the lead next to that Arcanine. However, it is double trouble, and snow warning is all around trainers, as it is the Articuno and the Alola Ninetales for Ymir, just double downing on this ice mode.
I'm going to take it, Lou. I called one of the leads.
You did. You certainly did. And actually, there's 2 Alola Ninetales front and center, so you almost double called it here. But the critical thing is, how will this affect turn 1?
Well, the Rock Slide is going to be putting on a lot of pressure straight out of the gates here. And it's down to Emir to reposition. Now, the disadvantage of leading Arcanine and your opponent not leading Arcanine is that you get the person that doesn't lead Arcanine gets the opportunity to bring that Intimidate in and lower the power of the Rock Slide.
Yeah.
You've already got Snow on the board. You've already potentially got the opportunity to get the Aurora Veil up. It's a really nice, safe switch into Arcanine to be able to get that Intimidate down onto the field. Instead, though, Aurora Veil and the Ogerpon Wellspring joining for Emir.
Just a little bit of a temptation having that Articuno on the field, but now it's the Ogerpon in play, and we're going to see some beautiful Northern Lights come down onto this snowy terrain right now. And it's
Head Smash!
Head Smash! Haven't seen that in a hot minute. It avoids the opposing Ogerpon, though. Not the most accurate moves, but definitely one of the most devastating.
That is one way to get through a lot of defensive boost, Lou. Just going for the most powerful rock-type move, increased in power by the choice band as well, and no Intimidate coming in this turn makes a big difference. But Nikhil not managing to land that on the Ogerpon definitely wants to get the Arcanine on out of there, and the Articuno is joining the field to take a Blizzard.
Just a little bit of Blizzard action on the field as the Ivy Cudgel comes down and connects onto that opposing Articuno, but it's nice defenses and the Aurora Veil helping it out. The Blizzard is returned. Critical hit, but again, you almost squint and you'd miss it because the damage is so negligible right now.
And now the Articuno's on the field. That is the only one of the two Ice-type Pokemon that we have on the kill side of the field that has access to Freeze Dry. This could be a turn to get a little bit cheeky and lock into Freeze Dry, knock out the Ogerpon, and then your Arcanine is a little bit safer in the back to switch in without fear of those Water-type Ivy Cudgels really ruining Arcanine's day. But it's a big thing to be able to lock into here. And of course, if the Arcanine, which is, I think I've seen already, Emir has waiting in the wings, if you lock into Freeze Dry, well, you're not going to be doing too much damage either.
Yes, and the Alola Ninetales has kind of done its job here. It got the Aurora Veil up, and that Arcanine you just mentioned, Ben, is now coming out front and center, throwing that Intimidate down, which doesn't matter. It's about the rocks it's going to throw in the next turn.
Ogerpon also retreating as well here, bringing in the Articuno from the back to take any Ice-type moves from the kill side of the field, with both of these trainers getting their Aurora Veils in play. It's quite safe to have this kind of switching game, changing the momentum, changing your board state, trying to get that position where you can, like Nikhil did earlier, get a head smash onto the board and change the state of this game.
Moonblast comes through into the Arcanine. It is going to get special attack drop, but that is to no avail as the opposing Articuno goes for the Blizzard. Of course, not going to do too much damage to the Articuno, but that was a significant chunk to the Arcanine.
Critical hit.
With that crit. Now the Arcanine, oh, it's the kind of Pokemon that just wants to throw rocks at things that shine. That glistening ice on the Articuno, so tempting, but its HP bar is so low.
And that's not going to be able to take too many more attacks. A double up from this Articuno and from the Ninetales would easily be able to knock this out on this turn. And the question being is whether or not the Arcanine or the Articuno is the faster of all of these Pokemon. It looks like it's the Arcanine.
Yes, Arcanine does have some speedy potential, which is why I think it's being matched with the opposing Arcanine on Nikhil's side of the field, getting that Articuno out of here to come back and Blizzard another day. The Articuno on Emir's side primed to once again just keep going for these Blizzards and keep chipping away. But it looks like we're going to see the Terrestrialization of that Articuno as well. I think it's an all-out force of Ice types.
Ice Terra type is a really good Terra type to be locking into. You make yourself a little bit less susceptible to the Ice type moves of your opponent, all those Blizzards. You make yourself a little bit more defensive and you're able to do a little bit more damage as well. Blizzard not capable of knocking out the Arcanine this turn, and a great switch out the Arcanine for Nikhil because that Flare Blitz did do absolutely no damage to the Arcanine on the switch in.
Almost KO'd itself by going for that Flare Blitz into the opposing Arcanine there due to the recoil, but just able to hang on 5 hit points remaining. This is where things get really interesting, though, with the speeds, because the Arcanine on the kill side has now switched in. It isn't locked into its choice band move of choice yet, Do you think he could be going here just straight for the extreme speed, just get rid of this Arcanine?
I think it's the Rock Slide. I think it has to be the Rock Slide where you've got Arcanine at low health. I mean, you don't have to use the Rock Slide to knock out the Arcanine, but if the Blizzard comes out from Nikhil's Ninetales, knocks out the Arcanine, that makes the Rock Slide a single target move and would do more damage to the Articuno. And I think that's a wise switch out of the Articuno here, especially since it seems like Arcanine is the faster of the two Pokemon here.
True, and I guess the Arcanine on the kill side doesn't worry about what the opposing Pokemon are going to do. It's going to be able to take those attacks, can move after them, and still go for that Rock Slide. The Blizzard takes down the Arcanine, however, and it is Flare Blitz going down into this Ogerpon. That's a knockout!
What a knockout it is going into that Ogerpon. That's a big piece of the puzzle removed there for Nikhil, and it's looking like Nikhil is getting ever closer to taking the victory here and moving on to our top 4, because it's only Ice-type Pokemon in the back, and that Arcanine is here. It's locked into a Fire-type move. The Snow's coming back onto the field to boost up the defenses, but this Arcanine on the kill side hasn't been intimidated whatsoever. It's at full power, not much health, but full power to be able to try and knock out these Pokemon.
I'm right in thinking as well, even if the Arcanine gets frozen, Flare Blitz thaws it immediately, right?
Oh, now that is a question. There are only certain Fire-type moves that do that. If that mechanic comes into play, we'll learn it together here, Lou.
Oh, good
as
idea.
Helping Hand comes out, boosting up the power of the Arcanine on Emir's side, but a Flare Blitz is coming out. Is it going to be enough? It is to take out that Articuno there, and going back to its trainer, Nikhil taking 2 big knockouts in a row.
It really has been a frosty battle, but everything is heating up thanks to this Arcanine bringing a little bit of thawing power to the absolute monstrosity of awesomeness that Emir has been able to put through. The Blizzard does come through, but the Moonblast from that Alolan Ninetales will chip away at it, and this Arcanine is now free to go for the Flare Blitz and close up the set.
It's going to be the Flare Blitz getting the KO here in top 8. Getting everything warmed up for our top 4, and Nikhil is going to be the winner, advancing to the top 4 here in Utrecht.
Huge congratulations. This was definitely a match that everyone was looking forward to. You don't see an Articuno every day, you don't see an Alolan Ninetales every day, and we gave you a double whammy of it in this mirror, and it did not disappoint. Congratulations to both trainers, but one of them advancing to top 4.
I loved how relevant the Articuno was in this particular matchup, locking in Blizzard after Blizzard after Blizzard, getting on the board, getting there, ready to support its partner Pokemon with just chipping away and chipping away and chipping away. But really, let's be honest, the star of the show there, doesn't matter whose team it was on, it was the Hisuian Arcanine.
It was, and we saw it have all these twists and turns throughout the sets as well, but whenever it was in play, whether it was the Flare Blitz, whether it was the Rock Slide, it applied so much offensive pressure that it suddenly didn't make it so easy for these Ice types to shine. Even when it was the Ice versus Ice, these Blizzards were putting in some work, constantly chipping away, and even though it was a mirror situation, the speeds again was so critical. They really came into effect.
They did, and the other thing that came into effect, I think, is the move choices on the Arcanine. We saw early in the set lots of Rock Slide coming out, and then kind of the switch up where these trainers opted instead to go for Flare Blitz and Head Smash instead. Just those single target damaging moves, and I think something clicked in that particular point of the matchup where I think Nikhil realized that actually it's not about putting damage across the board, it's actually about taking key knockouts in this particular matchup. Once you take away a piece of the puzzle, everything else kind of crumbles around it.
Exactly, and that Head Smash that, wasn't able to connect in that Game 3 turned out to not be detrimental at all. Nikhil able to still come back and take the victory, and also getting a little bit of redemption as they faced earlier in Swiss, and Nikhil was actually the loser of that match, so has now got their redemption.
They have indeed, and we'll be going on to our top 4 bracket there, and I can't wait to see what is going to happen in that particular top 4 match, because both of our top fours that we have are absolutely phenomenal. Aurelian Sula versus Mikkel Kelsch. I'm going to be watching in the audience because that match is something I'm really, really looking forward to. Also, a rematch from earlier in the Swiss.
Yes, that's true. I mean, Aurelian and Michel, both players who are so composed, they know exactly what they're doing, and they know how well their team functions, what their strengths are, the weaknesses, and I think considering they've also already played, obviously Aurelian was the victor, but as we've just seen, sometimes you can face a trainer in Swiss, battle them again in Top Cut, and get your redemption. So Michel is a trainer who I know will have been able to look back at the match, identify where maybe he lost against Aurelian, and will definitely have a strategy, but Aurelian will have one too.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you go away from a particular game of Pokemon, you think, hey, maybe if you lost, what could I have done slightly differently? And if you won, you still have to have that kind of mindset because you know that your opponent's going to be thinking about all the things that didn't quite go right for them and making adjustments. You cannot get overconfident, especially not at this level, because all of our trainers that we've been able to broadcast across the weekend, but especially those that have made it into our top four, are such high quality.
And of course, Nikhil will go on to face Riccardo Stellini in top four. It's amazing at this point in the tournament where, you know, if we think back to yesterday, we had so many players in this competition, and we have now whittled it down to just 4 remaining trainers who will become our special event champion. It's amazing to think they've battled it out through so many rounds of Swiss. Now they're in those top 8, top 4 knockouts. They are only 2 matches away from winning this whole thing and 1 more away from getting into the grand finals.
And the pressure is really mounting at this stage in the competition. If they weren't feeling the pressure before, they certainly will be now. And especially like to look at Riccardo Stellini's team. We haven't been able to feature them on the stream yet this broadcast, but they are running a really cool team, being able to bring Iron Hands back to the fore, which is something that I wasn't expecting to say this weekend, but clearly it's having a really good tournament for Riccardo, going 8-0, being knocked out from the undefeated podium spot in day 1 Swiss by our very own Aurelian Sula, but still managing to get into day 2, having a great record in day 2, coming into the top 8, getting to top 4, and now has to contend with this Articuno Alolan Ninetales powerhouse that has made it all the way here too.
Riccardo will definitely have a challenge facing down against Nikhil, but I think it's time to go catch up with our Articuno master himself, Nikhil, with the winner's interview.
They looked in the mirror and they came out victorious. I'm here with Nikhil Reddy, the winner of our second top 8 match here on the stream, and a mirror match. Nikhil, how are you feeling?
Feeling good. That was like one of the most stressful matches I've ever played. So.
I bet it was. I mean, presumably this is a team that you and Amir will have built together?
No, I built it, and then Amir, so I played it in the MSS in Netherlands last week. Amir liked it, so he just copied mine. I helped him with the game plans.
I see, okay, well, yeah, right, I see. So, presumably going into the tournament, you never expected to be playing each other? No. So, what were you thinking? What was your strategy going into this mirror match?
So I knew Arcanine was really key. So if I had to save Arcanine to hit Articuno. So I tried to play around that, and then I had to, I mean, I just basically had to hit the Articuno. That's all I needed to do to win. Yeah.
And that's something that's not always guaranteed when the Articuno has Snow Cloak as well. So that game 1, of course, that went to Amir, getting the Ninetales next to the Articuno at the end. But then game 2, you were able to secure with Arcanine the knockout onto Amir's Pokemon. Then in game 3, of course, turn 1, you missed that head smash. So what were you thinking then?
I was happy that I missed the head smash because I didn't want to take the recoil.
Yeah,
I don't know, because I saw he played on ladder before with that team against Amir, and there was like a video on YouTube on it, and I saw that he, like against Arcanine Ninetales, he just spammed Blizzard with Articuno, so I thought there might be a chance that he would stay in, so I clicked head smash. But me missing was better for that during that turn.
Sure. And I mean, we've got to talk about Articuno. You are refrigerating the metagame right now in Regulation Set F. Pokemon no one was expecting to come into this weekend, really, but one that it does have such power behind it with the choice specs, especially going for Blizzard with Terra Ice. What made you think that Articuno would be good right now in the metagame?
So Europe is known as like the balanced region. Like people here love Amoonguss, people here love Incineroar, and Articuno does really well. It's like Hail, like Ice is a really strong offensive typing. And we added with the fact that Articuno there's always an out with the team. It's sheer call, they're missing. And I knew like I'm not really as good as people like Pokealex or Leonardo Bonanomi. So I wanted to use the team that could maximize my odds of doing well. That is to get lucky.
Right, yeah, and where there's a freeze chance, there's always a way. And yeah, I like to see you trying to flip the script and show that here in EU we can also go for strong damage immediately with the Articuno. Wow, well, you've reached top 4 here in Utrecht, and you're going up against what I imagine is going to be a more standard team than what you are bringing.
Yeah.
So going up against more balance-based teams, what does your game plan tend to be?
Basically just spam Blizzard. Like if I get a freeze, then I win. That's basically
it's as simple as that, and all kinds of team compositions can go far in these championships and in these special events. And you said that now Articuno is your favorite Pokemon.
Yeah. So getting this result, it has to be my favorite.
Yeah, well, absolutely fair enough. It's Pokemon that's done so well for you. Nikhil, we're going to let you get ready for your top 4. Any shout-outs you want to give, finally?
I'd like to shout out Bas, Abe, Timo, Mateus, and all of Team India for always supporting me.
There you go. Couldn't have done it without them. So, Nikhil is ready for top 4, and so will we be very shortly, trainers. You'd be mad to go anywhere.
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
A game of inches, go! Here comes the ballot, go! One time, taking this man's game, and is your North America International Champion! Wow, what does? He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon Go history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout, and even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery. Rapid strike search for the Tower Waters. Attaches the water energy. And 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with Rapid Strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's into the Fluttermane
again.
Shadow Ball into the Fluttermane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Fluttermane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's
there.
gonna do it. Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion. And
it out, sort of ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
Trainers, I can tell you the chills are here and in the air here at the Utrecht Special Event. My name's Ben Kiriakou, joined here by the dashing David Partington here. I'm trying some alliteration out, David, and it's going to be, a little bit more of that we'll see coming along later on. How are you doing coming into our first top four here?
Yeah, as you said, pretty chilly, honestly, after that last match. I was watching from the sidelines, and that was incredible to see. I'm sure the players, both of them, weren't really expecting to go up against each other out of the hundreds of players that have been here today, but here they were, not only in the Swiss rounds, but in top cut as well. So it was a shame that one of them had to go, but it does mean that an Articuno makes it into top four.
An Articuno indeed into top four, and we'll have to see the result of that match a little bit later on. But first, we have an absolutely phenomenal match to be showing you. Our undefeated player, Aurelian Sula, facing off against former world runner-up Mikhail Kelsch. And Mikhail has been such a phenomenal trainer in our tournament so far. But Aurelian, of course, going undefeated in the Swiss so far. Day one, day two, top 8, and is 15-0 right now.
Yeah, honestly, such an incredible result already, let alone getting top 4 at the Utrecht Special Event, which is enough in itself, honestly. And obviously, Michael Kelsch has also made it this far too. You can see the other side of the bracket, Nikhil's going to be facing up against Ricardo a little bit later as well. But yes, we're going to be featuring Aurelian Sula and Mikhail Kelsch. Now, interestingly, Ben, they've already faced this tournament in round 13, and it was Aurelian, obviously, who came on top because he's the one who's undefeated. So it'd be interesting to see if Mikhail can actually get the win this time.
And so all accounts are known, it was a very close match between these two trainers. Of course, at the highest level, there are lots of mind games at play. Both of these trainers have the tools in their team, have the tools in their play capabilities, and to be able to identify different board states, identify weaknesses in their opponent's team, cover the weaknesses in their own at the same time, and be able to come out on top, even if they're in a sticky situation, just like in that top 8 match that Aurelian Sula had, where it was really, really close in a lot of the positions, but Aurelian managing to take it and win the match anyway.
Yeah, terrifically done as well. It seems like Aurelian has a plan up their sleeve for completely anything, really. We've seen them turn around games when it seems like their back is against the wall completely. 4-2 down as well in that top 8 set that we had a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
And just making the correct call, getting the Wicked Blow onto that Incineroar as it switches in as well because of the Terra Ghost it had done before, and then kind of clearing the field for the rest of the team as well. It was like, honestly, such an incredible match. And if you want to kind of go back and have a look at how a pro player really plays a game, or like plays their outs even when they're 4-2 down in a matchup, watch that game because that was a masterclass.
That was definitely something that I'd like to highlight from Charlie's interview with Aurelion, where Aurelion was talking about that part of the match. Charlie asking, hey, what were you thinking in that situation? And Aurelion just say, hey, look, you know what? I was in a bad position and I found the potential win con that I had and just went for it. It was the only one that was available, the only way that I could see that I had a path to victory. These are the buttons I'm going to press, and that is the mindset that a lot of these top trainers really have. They're used to being in tough situations and finding a way through, not just being on the front foot all of the time. It's not quite as simple as that at the top level.
No, it really isn't. Like, there's so many mind games in play there. Not only during the match itself, where you're trying to make reads or calls or what to switch in, but also from team preview as well.
Yeah.
What to lead into your opponent's Pokemon, or even what Pokemon to bring in the first place as well. And then if you've done the same in game one, how do you play that in game two? There's going to be a different mindset based on what's completely happened in that game one as well, how your opponent's led in that situation. Yeah. Do you come across from a win and go with the same plan because it works? Or do you feel like your opponent's going to adapt to that and completely change it up for game two? That is the high-level play that comes into play in the top 8.
And I think these players, with the level that we have of all of our players out there, there's no free games anymore whatsoever. Every single match is one that you have to pay attention to. And I think that lends itself to a lot of our players winning 2-0 because they're winning game one and then are able to just say, do you know what, I need to win game two. I can't take my foot off the gas. I can't let up any of the pressure. I have to take that momentum in winning game one into game two so that I don't have to play a game 3 for my tournament life.
Sounds like you're speaking from experience there, Ben. Anyway, we've got our players sat and ready there, Mikhail and Aurelion getting ready for this top 4 match. They are ready. Oh, look at it. He's so ready.
That is a smolder and a half.
It certainly is, yeah. Well, I mean, coming runner-up at Worlds gives you the right to smolder a bit, I think, Ben.
Definitely does. Like, it's a both of these players very calm and collected on the main stage. They've been there before. I think Aurelion looks like they're just focused on what is to come, knowing the matchup, just both of them probably playing back what happened in the previous set through their mind, trying to find that opportunity to win this matchup here, because we are in the single elimination knockout stages. There you are, our players' achievements on your screen there. Aurelion Sula, the Lille regional finalist, the Utrecht Special Event finalist last year, looking to improve last year's record. Bochum Regional top 4 in 2023 and getting top 8 in the 2022 World Championships as a senior.
Yeah, so Aurelion has been doing this a while, despite their youth, and as you can see, multiple finalists as well, not yet getting that win in the Masters division just yet. So, like, Aurelion has been in touching distance so many times, so you can be forgiven for making them think that they should be really excited right now or a little bit nervous at the moment, because there's so much on the line too. And Aurelion also has the potential to have won this completely undefeated if they get 2 more wins.
Well, Mikhail is definitely going to be wanting to go for a win, just like Aurelion has been so close to a win before in the 2023 World Championships and getting top 8 in both the Bochum and the Stuttgart Regional Championships in different seasons, as well as last year getting top 32 in the event that Aurelion was able to get to the finals. So great credentials for both of our trainers, very recent credentials as well, showing their form and showing their consistency.
And we're going to have a look at Aurelion teams for you again here after being featured on our stream yesterday and today still. Here it is for the 3rd time. Ogabon Half-Flame with that Rillaboom, pairing up with a really nice combination, boosting the power of that Wood Hammer with the Grassy Surge that the Rillaboom provides.
Woodhammer is such a great move on Ogerpon. It's been something that I've been playing on Wellspring Ogerpon as well for that immediate damage and taking the pressure off the Ivy Cudgel with the terrestrialization to be able to knock out key things like Fluttermanes without having to commit your Terror. It just opens up a different state of play. But looking at the rest of the team, we have the Raging Bolt and we have the Landorus, two of the most popular Pokemon in day 2 here. Aurelion rocking the Assault Vest with Electro Web and Snarl and Thunderclap. More of a supportive Raging Bolt, leaving the rest of his team to do the damage. And Landorus, of course, Taunt instead of Substitute, just changing up the game.
It certainly does. And into Mikhail's team as well, it could factor in, especially if the Landorus outspeeds the other Landorus, Mikhail's end here, and preventing it from going for a substitute, for instance. But yeah, here is the team. Definitely that kind of standard comp of 6, but instead of an Incineroar in that Fire-type slot, it's an Entei, and a choice banned Entei as well, which is really cool to see. Kind of reminiscent of the Dragonites that used to go around with that Terra Normal, being able to boost up the damage alongside that extreme speed, and still with that inner focus, just like those Dragonites, be able to fire off those super powerful extreme speeds before anything can move.
That's a great call out there. The Entei just changing the slot on its head there, instead of being a defensive and supportive pivot with a fake out, with the parting shot, potentially with the ability to taunt, instead just going straight for the damage. And I'm sure across the Swiss and across his top 8, that ability to go for a Terra Normal extreme speed with the choice band has really pulled him out of some difficult situations across the board.
Yeah, I'm sure it has. There's so many different options that you can use here, and the Sacred Fire is so good into so many of the physical attackers on Aurelion's team. The question is, how are they going to interact with each other in this game? I mean, you've both got a Landorus on either side here. You've both got an Urshifu single strike. You've both got a booster energy, speed booster Fluttermane as well. So the question is, do these players know the speed interactions between those common Pokemon?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, they've played each other before. Maybe those speed interactions came into play, but now our players are in team preview. They've exchanged their open list, double-checking what they already have seen before. And David, looking at these two teams, what are you thinking about the matchup? Whose favor do you think it's really in?
It's a really good question, Ben. It's hard to call just off of this, to be honest. I think the main thing that jumps out to me for Aurelion is obviously that Ogerpon Half Flame. It's something that Mikhail has to really respect going forward, because it can one-hit KO so much of their team. But honestly, in this matchup, the Entei looks really good into it at the moment, and it probably naturally outspeeds, may even still get a one-hit KO with those Fire-type moves if the Ogerpon Half Flame does not go for that Terror. And the other thing as well, you've got that Ivy Cudgel on Mikhail's end to kind of threaten it as well. You've got the Fluttermane that can reduce its speed, the Landorus that can still kind of KO it as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if Aurelion maybe does bring it, but maybe not to every game.
I think that may be a great call here. We'll have to see. Let's get it kicked off. Top 4 in the Utrecht Special Event. Aurelion Sula, Mikhail Kelsch, and it's going to be Fluttermane and Urshifu, and a Fluttermane apiece here on the board. Lower usage, but not in top 4 here, aside from that Ogerpon carrying its Half Flame mask.
So interestingly here, we've got the 2 Fluttermane, and you can see the revealing of the potential speed interactions as well. Aurelion's Fluttermane appears to be the slower one at the moment. Could still be a speed tie, but at least that at most. So Mikhail has the advantage of being able to get off an Icy Wind first to be able to reduce the speed of both of the targets in front of it. The question is, this Fluttermane on Aurelion's end, will then it be slower than the Urshifu or still remain faster? If it's still faster, it could still do that Icy Wind play and then be able to get a KO most likely on the Urshifu or Fluttermane, especially if that Ogerpon Half Flame goes for the Terror, because that is such a powerful attack that can come out and KO either of these slots once that Focus Shaft is chipped on the Urshifu particularly.
Well, there's going to be a Terror this turn coming out, but it is going to be on the Urshifu first, going for its Dark-type terrestrialization, powering up that Wicked Blow, powering up the Sucker Punch maybe for a little bit later on. And it's going to be straight away going for the Sucker Punch. No Terror on Aurelion's side. It's a one-hit knockout.
Oh my gosh, that is a massive KO straight out of the gate there. Not what Aurelion was expecting, it seems. Icy Wind coming out this time as well, lowering the speed of this Ogerpon to be slower now than the Urshifu going to future turns. But it is now a Woodhammer. That more powerful move, as you said, Ben, is enough for another one-hit KO.
KOs those aplenty here. These Fluttermanes have been on the board for just one turn, and that's one turn too many, I think, according to both of these trainers, targeting them down and making sure that that speed control isn't an option for either one of our players here. Now, it was a icy wind that managed to come out from Mikhail's Fluttermane before it was able to go down, but not on Aurelian's end. So this Entei coming in, carrying the choice band, is probably going to be the fastest Pokemon on the field.
Agreed, and that's threatening a lot of damage into either of these slots. The Icy Wind chip on Ogerpon Halflane might also kind of put it in range of any sort of fire move it wants to go for if it doesn't go for the Terra. And the Terra is the key word here. Aurelion still has that as an option going into the next turn. But a Terra also makes a lot of sense to kind of talk about on Mikhail's end, because that Urshifu is looking really strong with those Wicked Blows, and maybe even picking up a KO into that slot, or even the Rillaboom here.
Speaking of Urshifu, there's another one coming onto the board in place of that Flame Ogerpon there. Flare Blitz coming out, the move of choice, no Sacred Fire, going straight into that Ogerpon, doing a lot of damage to the Urshifu on the switch-in. Urshifu on Mikhail's side also flinches as well, but it's important to note here, David, that the Rillaboom on Aurelian's side of the field is a Terra Steel, not the usual Terra Fire that we see, and so cannot Terra to resist those fire-type attacks from the Entei.
That's a really good point, actually. It means it's just kind of a sitting duck right now, potentially to go down like instantly after it gets off a single beat. But that Entei can just still threaten damage into either of these targets. The grassy terrain also confirming it's the fastest thing on the field right now as well. The Terra Dark Urshifu on the other side for Mikhail is looking really strong, but in range of a close combat if it does come out. But first, that Flare Blitz.
Flare Blitz into the Rillaboom, getting the KO and sending it straight back to Aurelion. This is such a fast-paced and offensive matchup between these two trainers, and it's going to be the close combat following up onto the Urshifu on Mikhail's side of the field, getting the one-hit knockout as well, alongside that little bit of chip damage that it had from the fake out previously.
That's a really big, potential speed tie there on the two Urshifus, with Aurelion's outspeeding the other Urshifu on the other side and enabling it to get off that close combat first before the Urshifu KOs it back. So that's good for Aurelion, obviously, but now we're 2 Pokemon down to 2 Pokemon. Aurelion still has that Terra as an option at the moment, but it may not be enough depending on the bulk of both of these Pokemon. Entei is obviously threatening a KO into either of these targets at the moment as well. So Aurelion needs to somehow deal with it. Potentially a Sucker Punch from the Urshifu Dark at the moment. If it with a Terror into the Dark, it might be enough too, but the Ogerpon can follow me that away.
That is the real difficulty in this case if you're Aurelion, and makes both of these trainers' jobs a little bit harder, because if you're Mikhail, you kind of want to go on the offensive with the Ogerpon and try to knock out that Half-Flame Ogerpon with an Ivy Cudgel if you have the opportunity to, because a Flare Blitz, when the Ogerpon on Aurelion's side goes for a Terra, probably or possibly isn't going to be enough. It possibly is with the choice band. I'm not aware of that damage calculation there, David.
No, neither am I, Ben. We'll just have to see as it plays out. There's the Terra into the Ogerpon Halflane, which it's so good at doing. And there's the outspeed onto the Entei Woodhammer, and it's enough for the KO with that grassy terrain. That is so bad. Well, a resisted hit as well. Entei down and out right now, putting Aurelion in a really nice position to potentially take this game, but not before this Ivy Cudgel.
Goes into the Ogerpon and is enough to pick up the KO. This Urshifu is going to be able to act next, though, and take a lot of damage with a Wicked Blow or a close combat as it stands into that Ogerpon, doing above 50%. So both of these Pokemon in KO range from the respective attacks of their opponents. And the question is do you play the Sucker Punch mind games here? Because if the Ogerpon's successful in doing that, it's able to maybe get a little bit of recovery, maybe take itself out of Sucker Punch range with the grassy terrain recovery.
Well, Mikhail definitely makes the right call here. Obviously, Wicked Blow would have just gone straight through that spiky shield. So it's literally a 50-50 at the moment as to whether it's going to KO or not. But now, has the Ogerpon put itself out of range of the Sucker Punch? We don't know yet. Because if the Ogerpon goes on the defensive again, the Sucker Punch will also fail here. So let's see. It is another spiky shield, and I think we saw another Sucker Punch.
Mikhail has got it. There's another Sucker Punch coming out from Aurelion's side of the field. 2 turns of grassy terrain recovery here, and this is tight. close combat is quite a bit more powerful. Not double, but nearly double the power of a Sucker Punch. And so, yeah, we saw the close combat do, what, 70-odd% Sucker Punch coming in? But it is enough! It's taking the KO!
Oh my goodness, that's a massive KO. It doesn't look like Aurelion expected either. That just completely went down. Urshifu was so strong, and everyone takes game 1 already.
Look at Aurelion there, just shaking with the pressure between that was so close between those two trainers. Looking at that, I was not expecting that Sucker Punch to be able to survive, to be able to knock out that Ogerpon. I was expecting it to take it with just a couple of hit points remaining.
Yeah,
but
same.
Props to Aurelion for the way that Urshifu has been trained, because wow, that must have been close.
Yeah, I think so as well. Honestly, so close. I do wonder what they were thinking going into that turn as to whether they were more likely to kind of survive or not from that hit. But either way, what a close end game to that game 1. Now, game 2, is it going to be as explosive as game 1? Obviously, there was just KOs just going everywhere in that game, and you could see it behind all the offense that both of these teams do offer. And I wonder if something that will slow that down is the Raging Bolts. With that Assault Vest and that bulk and those Electro Webs, it can really offer a lot of speed control to either of the team members, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe one of them switches it up to that.
Well, if you look at what happened in game 1, it was really the story of Fluttermane's getting knocked out and then no speed control on the board. It was just about how the natural speed training of the Pokemon really manifested itself. And so, yeah, I could see the Electro Web coming as a big part of game 2. The other thing I'm wondering is whether Mikhail could have locked into Sacred Fire there, risked a little bit of a chance of a miss, but didn't take that recoil to put it in range of a Wood Hammer later on. I think that could have been a key part of game 1, but we're not going to be playing game 1 anymore. We're playing game 2. Fluttermane and Ogerpon, Fluttermane and Urshifu, the same leads. These trainers not mixing up what's in the front, but have they mixed up what's in the back?
That's a really good question, Ben. We can only find out as we get into it. It is top 4 of the Utrecht Special Event here. Aurelion 1 game away for taking it to the final. Now, we see the Fluttermanes, again, getting off their booster energy and showing Mikhail's is the faster one of the two again. But does the turn play out the same way, where we get the Fluttermanes to be KO'd on either end? The Urshifu on Mikhail's side is threatening a lot of damage and means that Aurelion probably doesn't want to go for any protects on their end. But looks like something is potentially switching up here. No, still the Urshifu going for that Terra Dark. Still the same for Mikhail. And maybe both trainers are just happy with a trade, potentially.
Well, the Urshifu and the advantage of having an Urshifu is Aurelion can't play as much on the defensive, but Mikhail is also not playing on the defensive at all. 2 games in a row, a Terra Dark Sucker Punch, 1-hit knockout on Aurelion's Fluttermane. But Aurelion clearly happy to make that trade. But Ogerpon avoids the Icy Wind. The Wood Hammer goes into that Fluttermane. No need to switch things up as they did in the last game, because Aurelion's Ogerpon is sitting there healthy and at full speed.
That's a massive miss. 95% accurate is that Icy Wind, but eventually it will miss. Unfortunately, Mikhail, it's in the top 4 here, and that means this Ogerpon still outspeeds the Entei and the Urshifu going into the next turn. So the same Pokemon also come in again on the turn 2. It's still playing out the same way, but yeah, with less of a speed drop than that Ogerpon, Aurelion's in a much nicer position, especially now he has fake out potential from that Rillaboom.
Now, the Ogerpon has taken a little bit of chip damage from the Wood Hammer going into the Fluttermane, but Fluttermane doesn't have too much health, so the recoil is relatively low considering it got a 1-hit knockout. The grassy terrain recovering it away from being able to be knocked out probably by a Sacred Fire in this spot. But I'm wondering whether Mikhail needs to go on the offensive with the Entei. Unlike in the last game, target down that Rillaboom with a Sacred Fire this turn and maybe try to get a cheeky Sucker Punch onto the Ogerpon with your Urshifu.
Yeah, I like that. Let's see if Aurelion has listened to you here, or even Mikhail as well, as we get the Ogerpon going for that half-flame mask terrestrialization. Back out into the Urshifu, just as before as well. Where is Aurelion targeting this time? It is that Ivy Cudgel. Looks like it's most likely going into that Urshifu slot, but no, it looks like that Entei, which is doing over half damage.
Entei taking it like an absolute champ here. Sacred Fire, though, the move locked in for Entei. A really nice adaptation here. Easily enough to pick up the 1-hit knockout onto the Rillaboom. But the Ogerpon is looking like the premier threat in this position, but it does have to worry about that Urshifu. It's sitting there, it's lost its focus sash. Depending on the trading between these Urshifu, it could be threatening the Ogerpon with a Terra Dark Wicked Blow, but also a Terra Dark Sucker Punch. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that picking up the KO on the Ogerpon from this range.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ben. That is definitely a real possibility for Mikhail's end, to be honest. But the Entei with that Sacred Fire is looking really strong at the moment. But yeah, the Ogerpon is threatening that KO there. Is the Sucker Punch enough? Do you maybe, if you're Mikhail, consider switching out your Entei to maybe go for an Extreme Speed later in the game? Let's see. Spiky Shield in front of the Urshifu is dangerous, but does it pay off for Aurelion?
And it's a Sucker Punch. It looks like it's paying off right now. Mikhail attacking into that slot, but a Sacred Fire, the follow-up from the Entei, we've seen it do lots and lots of damage. It does get the burn. Urshifu's going to be doing half of its damage here. Close combat going into the Urshifu, but that burn coming in absolutely clutch. The Urshifu hangs on with just a few hit points.
That's a massive burn there. Urshifu still threatening into the next turn now with Sucker Punches, arguably into both of these targets. Urshifu on the other end may even go down, especially after this burn tick a little bit here. It's obviously doubly resisted thanks to the Dark and Fighting type, but it may still be enough thanks to that Terra Dark.
Now the Sucker Punch is really threatening that Ogerpon. It's protected before. If it goes for the Follow Me and plays a little bit passively, it's only going to redirect an attack from the Entei, which we know is carrying a Choice Band, which we know is going faster than both of these Urshifu. So a really difficult spot for Aurelion to navigate their way out of.
So Ogerpon has now just switched in for Mikhail. That Water Absorb is not going to be doing much here. The Sucker Punch does come out though. It's Urshifu. It's not a KO. 2 HP is enough for this Urshifu to do something after this Ogerpon. Goes for that Ivy Cudgel into the switching in Ogerpon. Oh, it just goes down as well.
Ogerpon getting one hit KO'd by that 1+ Embody Aspect. Ivy Cudgel, the Urshifu hanging on with 2 hit points, but that's infinitely more than 1 hit point. That's all it needs to get the close combat into Mikhail's Urshifu, and that's going to pick up the KO where it did not previously. Only that Choice Band Entei in the back. It can only target one Pokemon at a time. The grassy terrain is making sure the Urshifu on Aurelion's side of the field is not going down. This turn, it's 2 Pokemon to 1.
I can't believe it. Aurelion is a turn away from taking it to the final here. Entei, it doesn't have enough health, honestly. Extreme Speed can be locked into here, and maybe it can take down the Urshifu before it maybe goes for a Sucker Punch, and maybe there's a bit of damage rolls that the Ogerpon doesn't know yet, and maybe doesn't get that KO, but we've seen how much damage it can do before, and it's done over half. So there's a Spiky Shield from Ogerpon, at least in this stage.
Spiky Shield from Ogerpon, Detect from Urshifu. Both of these Pokemon making sure they're not going down this turn. Finding out what Mikhail is locking himself into right now. It's going to be the Stomping Tantrum. Fortunately for Mikhail, not going into the Spiky Shield and taking a little bit of recoil damage from that move. Now we know that the Entei is going to do super effective damage to that Ogerpon should it be able to land an attack, but we've already seen that Ogerpon is going first. Sucker Punch leading the charge here. Urshifu doing a little bit of chip damage.
And there's that Wood Hammer, which finishes it off, and the Entei goes down. Aurelion Sula, still undefeated, advances to the finals of the Utrecht Special Event.
Can you hear the crowd out there? They are going absolutely wild. Aurelion Sula, 16-0 in the grand finals yet again of the Utrecht Special Event, and congratulations, commiserations to Mikhail Kelsch. He played so well, took every opportunity that he could, especially in that second game, but Aurelion just too powerful, too strong, trained their Pokemon so well, and just were able to come out on top.
Get me checked out, man. I know, like, Aurelion played so well, honestly. Like, obviously, like, we have to talk about maybe that Icy Wind Mist as well, probably make it a little bit easier for them in that game too, but still, playing to their out so well.
Yeah.
And that Urshifu single strike hanging on right at the end by a thread with 2 HP, which made then such a difference. It was able to stay on the field for many turns longer, but And like with victory in their reach right at that like last moment, Aurelian does not throw it away, still keeps it nice and safe, waits for that Entei to lock into a certain move, so you know then Urshifu can maybe safely go for a sucker punch if an extreme speed was coming out.
Right, and knowing that the Terastallization had been committed in that game too, made it clear that the Ogerpon wasn't actually a route to victory for Mikhail. That's why he switched the Entei out and tried to remove the Ogerpon instead of the Entei in that turn, knowing that the Entei was the most valuable piece of the puzzle. Not getting the sucker punch into the Ogerpon when he was able to maybe do so did change up that matchup, but the sucker punch made a lot of sense to go into the Shifu in that spot, because if you do get the knockout in that situation instead of the Urshifu surviving on just 2 hit points, then you're able to sucker punch the Ogerpon as well as attack with the, in this case would be Entei with maybe an extreme speed. 2 extreme speeds, 2 sucker punches definitely would be enough to pick up the KO onto the Ogerpon and catapulted us into a game 3. But Urshifu just hanging on by a thread.
Yeah, absolutely, just by a thread. So it was so close. Like, it may have even, as you said, been like a damage roll. It may, in another world, we could have played the same game and Urshifu would have gone down to that slot, because the moves don't always do the same amount of damage every single time you use them. There's a little bit of variability there. That's where the excitement often kind of really comes in here. And so, honestly, I really played so well. But like, hats off to Mikhail as well, also playing to his outs too. And the Entei was a really cool Pokemon to have brought so far into this matchup as well. You can see how useful it is as well, having that really useful speed tier to be able to outpace a lot of Ogerpons, maybe not these ones in that case, but Urshifu particularly. And with a fire move that like hits pretty much all the way down to its focus sash almost, and then could get a burn to really turn the tide of a battle.
But you can see how important the Grassy Glide was there. The little bit of HP recovery, keeping that Urshifu around, recovering health onto the Ogerpon as well. It's possible, depending on the training, that that Ogerpon was taking its way away from being able to be in Sucker Punch KO range, just like Mikhail was able to try to achieve in game 1 and just not quite getting there and having that Sucker Punch. Indeed, getting the knockout on the Ogerpon after the close combat did just enough damage to put it in range.
And that was the key thing, wasn't it? And that's why it's so important to practice with your team so much, to know how much damage you need to be doing to a certain Pokemon, even if it's not a KO, to potentially get the KO on a later turn with one of your other Pokemon. So knowing that calc into like Ogerpon Wellspring is a massive one because it's such a common Pokemon. So when you're building that team, try and work it out. Get on Battle Stadium, start attacking those Ogerpon with your Pokemon's moves and see how much damage it generally does. Because obviously a lot of the Ogerpons are going to vary in how much bulk they've got as well. So you need to know if you're consistently going to be able to get that KO or not.
And that's the thing. I mean, when you're looking at whether or not you're going to get a KO or not, the other thing I want to call out is whether or not you're going to get a KO on the Fluttermane when you go for a Terra Dark Sucker Punch into that slot, both game 1 and game 2. And I do want to call out here that both of these trainers were really clear that that was their best route to victory. Aurelian, knowing that if Mikhail didn't go for that particular play, that the Half Flame Ogerpon and the Fluttermane would have been able to lower the speed and do a tremendous amount of damage to Mikhail's board state. Mikhail knowing that that was the play that they needed to do, but that opened the door for Aurelian to do some damage with the Ogerpon and knock out the Fluttermane in reply. And Aurelian being comfortable that, hey, even if they don't get the speed control, that they still have all of the tools available to them because that Ogerpon was the fastest of the remaining Pokemon on that were picked for the matchup.
And that seems to be the main thing that Aurelian has really kind of hit the nail on the head on in terms of the team building or the team choice to this tournament, because in all of the stream matches it seemed like that Ogerpon Half Flame was so useful and as a win condition, not only from all the damage it can do, but also from the potential of it to just outspeed the rest of most of people's teams of what they're bringing. I mean, Landorus, Incineroar, Ogerpons, Entei, like it outspeeds all of those. So as soon as you just position it exactly where you need to, you can just take that KO.
Absolutely, and let's hear from Aurelian themselves. We are ready with Charlie on the couch to hear a little bit from the master themselves, 16-0 in the Utrecht Special Event. Charlie, take it away.
I'm here with Aurelian Sula trainers, who has just punched their ticket through to the grand finals here in Utrecht. Aurelian, how are you feeling now?
I'm feeling pretty good, pretty nervous about the finals. It would be another rematch.
Another rematch, is it?
Yeah, I already played both who are on the other side of the bracket here in Swiss today.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, how did that match go?
Well, I mean, I won both, but they were both quite close, so...
Okay. Now, I don't mean to make you more nervous here, Aurelian. No one in the history of Pokemon has gone 16-0 in a tournament. We've got our fingers crossed for you. You know, no matter what happens, you've done an incredible job, and I hope you're feeling really proud of yourself no matter what. But let's put that to one side for now. The match that we've just had, it was far faster paced than we've seen from you before. How are you feeling going into the match?
So I was feeling pretty nervous because I already played Michael and I got Michal, but I got it was really close and I got pretty lucky game 3 dodging Sacred Fire as I said in the last interview, and I kind of struggled to find new mix-ups that I could do against this team.
Sure. Was Entei a Pokemon that you'd practiced against at all?
Not since that's 6 at least.
No, exactly, carrying the choice band as well. Well, I mean, earlier on in the day, we saw you playing a more positional, protecting, double protect on turn 1 sort of game, but there was no room for playing slow in this game, right?
Yeah, exactly. We both had like really like explosive offensive tools, so yeah, and I mean, it led Urshifu, so I couldn't really protect turn 1. I mean, I could have played a bit like slower, I guess, but that's just like how the match went.
Right, exactly. Were you expecting Urshifu Sucker Punch to get the KO on your Fluttermane?
Not really, but maybe I just like don't know my spread well enough. I don't know.
Well, fair enough. It all worked out for you well in the end, Aurelian, and huge congratulations to you. So, Aurelian, we're going to let you go and get ready for your grand finals very shortly. I know you've done a lot of shout-outs already this weekend, but any final ones you want to give?
I think it's the same again. Yeah, shout out to everyone supporting me throughout the years. My parents for bringing me to events. Suika again for building the team, and everyone has discussed matchup with me and was supporting me really.
Thank you so much, Aurelian, and we are wishing you all the very best for the final. We'll go to a short break, trainers, and we're actually going to hear from the winner of the Juniors division here at the Utrecht Special Event, and then we'll be right back with the grand finals.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. I am joined by the winner of the Junior division here at the Utrecht Special Event Pokemon Championships, Fabian Mussikant. Huge congratulations. How are you feeling after that amazing win?
Ich fühle mich gut. Ich hätte nicht gedacht, dass ich heute gewinne, aber ich fühle mich gut.
Fabian is feeling amazing. He didn't expect to win here, but he's really glad that he did, of course.
Fantastic. I would be feeling delighted too. Talk us through your team a little bit. Who was your most valuable Pokemon today?
Mein Team war aufgebaut, dass es viel Schaden macht. Entweder ich sterbe oder er stirbt. Und mein bestes Pokémon war Dondoso und Tatsukiro.
The team was built up to make as much damage as possible and to actually bring the opponent's team down to 0 faster than my own.
Well, that sounds like a winning strategy. How do you prepare for an event like this? Do you maybe practice with your brother as well?
Ich trainiere mit einem Freund, der heißt Dominik, und mit meinem Bruder manchmal. Das Team hab ich mit meinem Bruder gebaut und Dominik hat es ein bisschen angepasst.
Fabian is training with his friend Dominic and of course with his brother, and they're also checking the team list and discussing strategies before going to the show.
Well, that sounds like some good advice for all of us trainers to maybe take on board about how to prepare. Now, you are the Latin America International Champion from this season, and we've got the European International Championships just around the corner. Are you going to be there, and are you going to win?
Also ich werde auf jeden Fall da sein und mein Ziel ist natürlich, Erster zu werden, und ich hoffe, ich schaffe es.
Fabian will of course be there and he will try to win. Also EUIC trying to suck up 2 events on this international level. I would say best of luck, Fabian.
100%. We wish you the best of luck at your future events, and congratulations once again for your amazing win here this weekend. Vielen Dank für das Interview. I hope my German was okay. And trainers, that is exactly how you win one of these special events. Some top tips from Fabian. Keep watching for some more amazing Pokemon news.
and welcome to Yokohama, where we are at the Pokemon World Championships 2023. I'm Anna Prosser, and I'm standing in front of the Poke Center. I have some amazing models with me today. Please introduce yourself, sir.
Hi, Spraggles, content cowboy and aspiring magician.
Can you top that?
Dupe Snacks, the eye on the sky on Eos Island.
Now, we are going to find some clothing, some accessories. What are you looking for in there?
I'm looking for Pokemon-themed things.
I've heard there are some of those in there. What about you? Looking for anything in particular?
Heard there was a jean jacket. I'm finna sporting that.
We are super excited to do some shopping. Let's go.
Pokemon trainers, it is the Battery Brothers here to charge you up for the grand finals at the Utrecht Special Event. I'm Charlie Merriman. I'm joined by David Partington, Plusle, Minan, and we are ready to go, David, because the action is electrifying.
It certainly is, oh my goodness, but electrifying may not be the word unless there's lots of Raging Bolt around, but for this one, it's going to be pretty chilly, honestly.
Yes, that's right. You might be wondering whether we will be seeing an Articuno team in the grand finals in Utrecht, and we will. It's going to be Nickel Ready versus Aurelian Sula. Let's take a look at our bracket to remind ourselves of our journey through top 8 and see how we got here to the finals at the Utrecht Special Event. Now, Aurelian Sula is on the cusp of history here, David. This would be the first 17-0 victory in the history of Pokemon. It's absolutely incredible, and it's all happening right here in Utrecht. You convert this finally into a victory, but we'll have to go up against an incredibly unconventional team that Nickel Ready is running, featuring the Articuno with the Choice Specs and the Alolan Ninetales. We'll be diving into the teams more deeply very soon, trainers, but you do not want to go anywhere because this is history in the making.
So we've got to obviously look at the teams that these players have been using and why they've come so far and maybe why the players have chosen to bring them here too. So like Ogerpon Halflane, we've got to talk about it, honestly.
Oh, for sure.
It's such a good Pokemon, to be honest. And like having that grass and fire type makes it really, really unique. Oh, apart from Scovillain. Honorable mention there. But it makes it so powerful. I mean, look at that speed and attack. It has so much going for it. And that attack does not include when it goes for that Terra and gets that attack boost yet again.
Exactly, and then you can switch out and switch it back in, and Ogerpon will get another attack boost as soon as it hits the field. Grass, of course, makes it immune to spores and sleep powders, and it's the more offensive Ogerpon, here in the finals, rather than the Wellspring Ogerpon, which has been rising up throughout Regulation Set F.
It certainly has, and we've seen it face off against Ogerpon Wellspring multiple times across the stream as well. And I think they both threaten one-hit KOs into each other as well, because even when the Ogerpon is still a water and grass type, as long as the Ogerpon Halflame has gone for that Terra, it could still threaten one-hit KOs with just a neutral attacking Ivy Cudgel. It is just that strong.
And I believe there is an Ogerpon Wellspring being run on Nickel Ready's team as well, so this really will be the face-off of these two Pokemon. really, really explosive stuff going on here. And now if we turn our attention over to Nickel's team, yes, there's that Wellspring Ogerpon, but we've got to talk about Cantoni and Articuno. I don't think either of us were expecting to be talking about that in the finals. I mean, at the event in the first place, but in the finals, least of all, with Snowcloak, with the snow being set up, it can dodge those moves coming out from the opponent. We've seen before, for example, an Incineroar failing to get the parting shot off into an Articuno with that Snowcloak ability in the snow.
Yeah, it's just something you just never see it unless it's this scenario, to be honest. And look at those stats as well. Really, really bulky, honestly.
Yeah.
Now, the Articuno that Nikhil's been using is choice specs with the Terra Ice to really make most of the damage potential for the ice moves that it has. But looking at the defense as well, special defense is massive. It can take those special hits really well. And with the snow boosting up the defense, because it's an ice type, it makes it really bulky on the defensive side as well, which means that the Articuno can get off so many attacks across any set.
Yeah, it absolutely can, and especially once you've set up the Aurora Veil, as you say, then it's there and potentially able to dish out sheer colds. That's a move with not the greatest accuracy, but the longer you're on the field, the more likely it is that one of those sheer colds is going to hit. This is an Articuno that's running all 4 moves in that ice type. It's got Terra Ice as well, or the Alolan Ninetales is the perfect buddy to it. We've seen a few Hisuian Arcanines coming out into the fore as well, and that is something that Nikhil is running. What I love about that, David, don't know if you remember the heady days of Pokemon Red and Blue all those years ago, but Growlithe was a Pokemon Red exclusive, Vulpix was a Pokemon Blue exclusive, but now we've got the Hisuian form of Arcanine and the Alolan form of Ninetales here on the same team, being run by Nikhil. This is absolutely mixing up the metagame.
It really is. I love seeing this right now because I feel like we might have seen this sort of stuff at European International Championship where some people are trying to get more creative and trying to get their Pokemon to be the best right there and then, where there's so much championship points on the line. But here it is in Utrecht as well, where potentially the playground of the EUIC, but obviously with still so much on the line. A special event champion title on the line, 200 championship points as well, and with a team like this, you could see how it's gotten this far.
Well, exactly, and I was going to say, Nikhil Reddy, we saw in that bracket there, went 2-0 in their game to make it here to the grand finals. So if you're thinking, oh, this is a bit of a joke, it's Articuno trying to go for silly moves, well, think again, trainers, because clearly there's more that's gone into this team building process than just the odd lucky freeze coming out from Blizzard.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, you say lucky freeze.
Yeah.
If you're clicking Blizzard enough, it's no longer lucky anymore. You're gonna get it eventually.
Yeah.
It's got a slim chance, but if you keep clicking it, and Blizzard's a double targeting move as well, multiple times, something's gonna get frozen.
Something's gonna get frozen. Let's hope that neither of our trainers do. What with Aurelian bringing the heat with the Ogerpon Half Flame, and Nikhil bringing the chills with the Cantonian Articuno. You love to see it here in the finals of the Utrecht Special Event. As you said, David, EUIC is just around the corner, and what a fantastic boost of confidence to both of these trainers here. Not to take anything away from our trainers who have even made day 2 or even less than that. Everyone's here setting their own goals, but with EUIC 1 month away, we're really redefining the metagame here.
Yeah, we are. This is Utrecht here. This is EU. This is what we can bring to the stage at the moment. And it's snow teams, it's Ogerpon Half Flame, and it's bringing Rillaboom as well with the Miracle Seed as well on Aurelian's end. There's so much spice going on here that I am so pumped even for this, Charlie.
This is going to be an absolutely marvelous final. There's Aurelian looking calm and collected on the stage. Both these trainers trying to keep their cool, and that's something certainly that Articuno is going to be providing on the field. Aurelian, no stranger to this position. Nikhil is a trainer who has made, I believe, top 32 in Lille this season before, but by no means has gone this far in a tournament. You know, perhaps that Aurelian's slightly more used to being under the lights, being on stream. That could be a factor. But then again, perhaps Nikhil's not overthinking it. As a result, he's just here having fun, and it tends to be the trainer who's coming in not expecting too much from the weekend that can go all the way.
Yeah, look at those accolades yet again for Aurelion, as if we need reminding. The double finalists of the previous Utrecht Special Event. Aurelion's made it there, equalized that already from last year. Aurelion's back again to see if they can top that by just getting 2 more Pokemon game wins.
That could be all it takes. And of course, Nickel over across the table from Aurelian there. Aurelian, of course, world's top 8 in the senior division as well, bringing that legacy experience of lots of previous formats. We don't really know how long that Nickel has been playing, but clearly doesn't really matter. It's a team that's brought them this far. Either of these trainers could go all the way. Now, once again, no trainer in the history of Pokemon has gone 17-0 through a special event or regional championship level competition. And that's the trainer you're looking at who could be doing that right now with Aurelian Sula. David, take us through the team.
So we've got, of course, that Open Half Flame as we talked about there. But interestingly, the Booster Energy Fluttermane that's been really picking up across a lot of Pokemon's teams that we've seen, that really provides a lot of good speed control on that Icy Wind, but also threading a lot of damage into the Pokemon that are like weak to ice. Namely that Raging Bolt and mainly that Landorus that often takes over 50% from such a weak move on it, arguably.
Yeah, well, Landorus does take double super effective damage from Ice Wind, being a ground and flying type. And of course, Raging Bolt is rocking the Electro Web as well, able to snag Pokemon on the other side of the field. So there's double speed control options here for Aurelian. We've got to call out the Steel Terra type on the Rillaboom there as well. Not the more common Fire Terra type, but speaking of fire, it will be taking super effective damage from that type, whether it terrestrializes or not, and carrying the Miracle Seed, as well as, of course, setting up the grassy terrain to boost up the damage from Woodhammer. And as we've seen previously, David, Woodhammer on grassy terrain with Miracle Seed, that's doing damage, even if it's resisted, that can often just get 2-hit knockouts.
Yeah, and into Entei, as we've seen in previous sets. Now, here is Nikhil's team. Take note, everyone, because I think you're going to be seeing this a lot more after this weekend. Articuno with that Snow Cloak and the quadruple ice moves on it with that Choice Specs. Supported by the Ninetales, making it even bulkier and boosting up the damage with the Helping Hand as well. And the Arcanine Hisuian form, throwing back to previous regulations, showing this dog is definitely back and with a big bark and bite with all of those powerful moves at its disposal.
It's got Intimidate, and it's also got the Terra Ghost, making it even spookier than it was before. Ogerpon Wellspring Mask, and of course the Raging Bolt there as well. This one also has access to Electro Web, and the Landorus Incarnate on Nickel's team has the Terra Steel rather than the slightly more common Terra Poison, though Terra Steel has of course been rising up. Landorus also has access to Substitute here, so if it's able to sit behind one of them, that could turn the tables for Nickel.
It really could. There's plenty of options to bring to this matchup, honestly. And if Nikhil's in doubt or feels like, oh, I don't know, what should I bring here, or I'm not really sure, just bring the Articuno and click Sheer Cold. Yeah, there's no ice types on Aurelion's end that can resist the Sheer Cold either, so any of those could go down in one shot if given the chance.
Yes, the Sheer Cold is certainly a move that Aurelian is going to be fearing, getting the chills, and they're multiplying as the trainers are getting ready and set up on the stage. Now, thinking about how these two teams match up into each other here, the Landorus on Aurelian's side is running the more common Terra Poison type. If it goes for a Sludge Bomb into a Terra Steel Landorus on Nickel's side of the field, that is not going to be doing anything. But are you really bringing Landorus, if you're Aurelian, when there's so much Ice-type damage that could be coming out over from Nickel's side of the field? I doubt it. And then that puts the Rillaboom into question as well. Raging Bolt, that's taking super effective damage from Ice. This is why Ice is such a brilliant type offensively. Of course, Raging Bolt can terrestrialize away from that, going for his Terra Electric, boosting up its own damage output. But one thing's for certain, Aurelian will not have had half as much practice against Nickel's kind of team as Nickel will have had against Aurelian's.
Yeah, that's a good point, honestly. Bringing such a surprising team means that your opponent most likely has to kind of work out throughout game one as to what they should kind of be doing against the team, rather than what they've been planning against any of the other teams that they're more commonly gone up against. But what's interesting about the Articuno is, of course, its Choice Specs and has only attacking moves. And therefore, if Aurelion brings their Raging Bolt, it's quite safe to be thunderclapping into that slot as well. And it can bypass the defense boost that the Snow provides as well, and potentially do a lot of damage with that Terra Electric. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Aurelion maybe focus down onto the Raging Bolt as an option here. But of course, they need to keep it safe from Nikhil's Landorus, which can obviously threaten so much damage with that Earth Power, whether the Raging Bolt Terras or not.
Well, exactly. You're not getting rid of the ground type super effective damage either way. Urshifu
Rillaboom, of course, able to hit right through Aurora Veil thanks to the guaranteed critical hits that can come out from that Pokemon. And Fluttermane here able to provide Icy Wind support, bringing the ice of its own. Who are we predicting to win here? It's very close, actually, very balanced. 50% for Aurelion Sula, 43% for Nikhil Reddy. Yes, 57 versus 43 here. Of course, Aurelion perhaps has the legacy advantage, but Nikhil completely surprising the metagame here, could just go all the way.
Yeah, really, honestly could. I could not call it here, Charlie, to be honest. Seeing both these players on stream and how they've been playing so far really shows that both of them, like, honestly deserve this championship, but I can really not call it as who's going to take it here. Like, I mean, looking at the team matchups as well, they're both such solid options as well. So I do wonder as to what Pokemon they're going to bring, and honestly, I could see, or even make cases for pretty much all of them.
Right, so Rillaboom, even though it's weak to ice types, can get a fake out and cause a flinch into any of the Pokemon over on Nikhil's side of the field. And of course, we've got priority with the Grassy Glide as well. But here we go, trainers. Let's see what these Masters Finals trainers have been thinking going into the matchup. It's going to be Hisuian Arcanine and Raging Bolt coming out for Nikhil Reddy. And it's going to be the Landorus from Aurelion alongside, I believe, the Ogerpon Half-Flame Mask. And he's done it. They've done it. Aurelion has brought the Landorus in the face of the chills coming out from Nikhil's side.
Yeah, and what a lead as well. Looking at that, that's threatening a lot of damage into both of those slots. Nikhil's Pokemon can't protect either. They have to go onto the Terra or switch out if they're going to try and survive whatever Earth Power might be coming out here. And Aurelion doesn't need to Terra its Landorus any more either than Nikhil can. So, like, honestly, Aurelion's in such a good position just with that Landorus lead. And I'm guessing Nikhil was maybe thinking Aurelion wouldn't lead it, as you say, Charlie, in the threat of the double ice that could have been out this turn instead. And the Ogerpon Half-Flame also in a decent position too. It's going to be able to outspeed both of these options as well. So the question is, can this Raging Bolt survive an Earth Power with that Assault Vest though?
Mind games upon mind games as the Arcanine retreats back to its trainer. Alola Ninetales coming in instead. Setting up the snow, it's going to be boosting up its own defenses. Ogerpon is going to be going Hedgehog mode, going for Spiky Shield right now, keeping itself safe. Earth Power connecting down into the Alola Ninetales. That is a lot of damage. It's brought down very low. Of course, the snow only gives it a physical defense boost rather than a special defense boost. That's Draco Meteor plummeting down, but it lands into the spiky bunker of the Ogerpon.
So defensive play from both ends, along with an attack as well. But of course, Nikhil didn't have Protect as an option, so Ninetales takes so much damage, and it looks like it might go down here as well. No Aurora Veil to speak of for the rest of this game for Nikhil.
That is Ninetales already down. Aurora Veil is going to be wafting its way off the battlefield, leaving this Raging Bolt in the face of an Earth Power. Ooh. That's a lot of damage onto the Raging Bolt, even with the Assault Vest. You can see the Life Orb paying dividends there.
It's a miss as well.
Is going to be dodging the Draco Meteor. This is not going well for Nikhil here.
No, it's not. That's heartbreaking. 90% accurate is not 100, unfortunately. And that is a big, big miss. However, Articuno is now in exactly the weather it loves being in. And so Nikhil still has the opportunity to kind of get a little bit of luck for his own if a few attacks miss into that Articuno.
Right, but then the Articuno in this snow can be dishing out those blizzards. And with Rillaboom and Landorus on the field, both of them would be taking super effective damage. Got to be tempting to click that Terra Ice button, even when the back is against the wall and there is some Terra of some kind coming out here. It's going to be heading straight into the Articuno. It's becoming even more glittering than it once was. It's got a lovely chilly snowflake above its head, and it's here to freeze its surroundings. Let's see what the Blizzard is going to be able to do after the Thunderclap comes out, of course, into a switch. Seems not to be doing anything to that Rillaboom. It's Earth Power coming out next into the Raging Bolt. It's just the Articuno. There's Arcanine that's going to be coming in from the back, but it's going to be much safer without the Landorus on the field. If the Blizzard is going to get the KO, here it comes. It's Terra Ice. It's going to hit both Pokemon. They're taking two. It's a double knockout onto the Landorus and the Rillaboom. Articuno sitting pretty on the field, and just like that, Nikhil has evened up the score. It's 2 Pokemon apiece.
Charlie, that Articuno is popping off so hard at the moment here at the Utrecht Special Event, and that's a double KO there. That is Landorus and Rillaboom completely gone. I'm so surprised actually Aurelion didn't maybe go for a defensive Terra, or maybe a substitute on, or maybe a Taunt on the Landorus instead, like to be able to take that hit. I'm guessing they just did not expect that Blizzard coming straight out of the gate there. But Aurelion is now with 2 Pokemon versus 2 Pokemon. We've seen Aurelion take so many Pokemon down, even when they're back has been against the wall. So let's see if they can do it this time. And we can see the locking in of the Terror on this Ogerpon, which makes a lot of sense too. It outspeeds both of these options as well, and is threatening a lot of damage.
The Intimidate has come straight in with the Hisuian Arcanine. It's going to be boosting up its attack back to neutral. The Ogerpon, if it does indeed go for the Terror. Articuno is my favorite legendary, and it is so thrilling to be seeing it have such a fantastic showing here. It's time for the Terror. Aurelian deciding that Ogerpon, it's time to go big or go home. Its mask is gleaming on the field. It's going to be bringing its attack back up to neutral. It's threatening big fire-type damage into the Articuno, and it's going to be activating its embodied aspect right now. How is the turn going to shake out?
So it's a very safe Ivy Cudgel into that Articuno slot, which doesn't resist it. Extreme speed, a last-ditch attempt before it goes down, potentially this turn as well.
There's no Aurora Veil, but there is a defense boost from the snow. It's going into the Articuno.
Oh, it survives!
It hangs on such low HP, but the close combat double up is going to secure the knockout onto the Articuno. It's just the Hisuian Arcanine 9. Arcanine now. So excited.
But the close combat defense drops means now that this Arcanine can most likely get a KO on this Urshifu if it so chooses to. And of course, there is the ability for it to protect as well. And the Ogerpon, though, still threatens so much damage as well, with a Wood Hammer again into that slot. However, there's not much for Aurelion to lose here, but as you can see, going for a double protect, making sure the Pokemon stay a little bit healthier.
Right, getting a little bit of passive grassy terrain recovery, soaking up all the nutrients that Rillaboom so kindly provided on the field with that Meadow. Arcanine is going to be going for that extreme speed and targeting into the Urshifu, so it won't be taking any recoil damage from the spiky shield set up by Ogerpon.
And the snow is gone as well. Not that it makes a difference anymore now. The Articuno and Ninetales are both gone. But Urshifu's a little bit more healthy. It may even now be out of the range of an extreme speed, depending on how much damage it does this turn. And there's a Follow Me, keeping that Urshifu nice and safe, so it can immediately get that close combat, which will be super effective into that slot.
Yeah, and extreme speed brings Ogerpon down to about half health. There's Wicked Blow rather than the close combat, bringing the Arcanine down incredibly low. This is now valuable time for Nikhil to reconsider the game plan heading into Game 2. The thrills and chills that Nickel has been providing already cannot be underestimated, but it will be Aurelion Sula keeping that Urshifu nice and safe as the Hisuian Arcanine is forced to extreme speed right into the Ogerpon.
Yeah, and it's still not a KO as well, so Aurelion playing this very nicely. Arcanine goes down, Aurelion takes this Game 1 and is one game away from taking the championship.
It cannot be overstated that Aurelion Sula would be the first player in Pokemon history to have this record in a special event, a championship of this level that we have in the Pokemon circuit. One game away from taking that, but Nikhil ready here with the Articuno and potentially able to get some freezes down on the board. The fact that Articuno was able to survive there was huge, and Aurora Veil would have been fantastic if it had been able to be set up. Nikhil now has valuable information, though, heading into Game 2.
Yes, incredibly valuable information, knowing how much damage everything does, etc. And now we know the Ogerpon as well is obviously faster than the Arcanine as well. Because interestingly, Follow Me and Extreme Speed have the same speed priority bracket. Yeah. So if Arcanine is naturally faster than a Pokemon that is using Follow Me, you can get around it and get Extreme Speed off beforehand.
Really good point.
But because this Ogerpon is naturally fast, as we've been talking about, and it's been really good with how fast it is, it's able to keep its partners safe, even from extreme speeds.
Right, so Follow Me going off first, paying huge dividends there for Aurelion. Now, the Landorus and the Rillaboom were bought, even though they take so much damage from ice, and that worked out really well for Aurelion there, and that really threw a spanner in the works for Nikhil. And how is Nikhil going to be adapting here? So the four that Aurelion brought in that previous game, Ogerpon, Halflame, the Rillaboom, Urshifu, and the Landorus. Is Nikhil going to be predicting the same? Is it going to be something slightly different? Let's find out. This could be the last game here at the Utrecht Special Event. Is Articuno and Alolan Ninetales, the two chilly buddies paired next to each other, with Ogerpon, Halflame, and the Landorus Incarnate.
So a complete switch up for Nikhil, which makes a lot of sense. You don't want to be leading Pokemon that are both weak to ground so hard in front of what Landorus is, which Aurelion has been leading a lot, and across the set as well. And it's been this duo a lot of the time too. So Aurelion sticking with what they know and what has been great for them.
Well, it's going to be the Alolan Ninetales leaving the field now. Hisuian Arcanine coming in instead, dropping down a valuable Intimidate onto the Ogerpon Halflame. Of course, Landorus Incarnate doesn't mind too much about that being a special attacker. But Landorus is getting in on out of there anyway, and joining the field instead, it's going to be the Rillaboom. So if there is a Blizzard coming out, it will be taking super effective damage from the Articuno as Grassy Surge gets set up, providing a little bit of recovery at the end of every turn and boosting up Grass-type moves from the Ogerpon and indeed the the Rillaboom. It's time, trainers. It's terrestrialization coming into Aurelian's Ogerpon, getting that boost to its attack. Having already had the Intimidate, it will be going back up to neutral now, thanks to the Embody Aspect ability. Real fast-paced stuff here, trainers, as it's going to be a responding Terror coming out from Nickel, going once more down into that Articuno. It's leaning fully into its Ice typing, shedding its Fire type, is going to be maximizing the damage output that can be coming out from Blizzard.
Okay, let's see if that is the case. Ivy Cudgel is coming out. Is it into the Articuno or into that Arcanine slot? Yeah, it is the Arcanine slot. Nick Hill makes a really, really good switch there. But now the Blizzard. Here we go, trainers. This took down the Rillaboom last time. It does again!
That's a one-hit knockout onto the Rillaboom. And it goes immediately back to Aurelian, but it was able to provide the grassy terrain on the field, which could be huge for Ogerpon later on in the game with its grass-type moves.
And now, what does Aurelion switch in to make the most of this? It is going to be that Landorus that we can see as well. It's obviously a really nice option. Outspeeds that Arcanine really nicely and just locks it down with an Earth Power. However, the Terra's been committed to Ogerpon already, so this Landorus, if it wants to go for that Earth Power, needs to take that Blizzard in return, and Aurelion thinks it's worth it.
It's apparently so. The Ivy Cudgel super effective into the Articuno. It's enough to hang on, thanks to the defense boost provided by the Snow, but the Earth Power double up, that's going to secure the knockout into Articuno, and that is the Terra option down for Nikhil already. Although the Ninetales is in the back, could potentially set up an Aurora Veil later on in this game, but it's 3 Pokemon apiece with a Rock Slide coming out, super effective on the Ogerpon. Okay, so it's able to get the knockout onto Ogerpon. Aurelian down to just 2 Pokemon now.
Yes, and the Landorus is on the field, but when one Ice type goes down for Nikhil, that doesn't mean it's over yet. He can still bring the chills and bring in the Alolan Ninetales now to still threaten this Landorus Incarnate, which is naturally slower than the Alolan Ninetales as well, so probably this Ninetales will still likely outspeed it and be able to threaten a Blizzard into that slot, completely getting rid of it again. So the question is, does Aurelion play around this? Do they hope that the Landorus is faster in this situation as well to be able to take down that Arcanine? Because the Urshifu Single Strike can't do anything about this Fairy type in that Ninetales, especially with the Snow boosting its defense. It's very, very bulky right now.
Well, Arcanine is going to get out of there, and we're going to see the reveal of Nikhil's 4th Pokemon. It's going to be a great friend to Nikhil and a great friend to the battle, the Ogerpon Wellspring Mask. Landorus keeping itself safe this turn. It doesn't like being too cold in this refrigerator. Blizzard is coming out. It's going to be connecting down into the Urshifu at least and breaking the focus hash here. Is there going to be a freeze coming out from the Urshifu? No, there's not. Close combat into the Ogerpon Wellspring, brings it down to about 1/3 of its health, gets a crucial defense and special defense drop, and now Blizzard from the Alolan Ninetales heading into this next turn is looking real nice.
Aurelion may need to bank on the Snow running out at some point, and so they may need to go either for a Protect or just hope that the Landorus is fast and powerful enough. Sucker Punch into the Ogerpon does get another KO.
That's the knockout there with a Hisuian Arcanine lurking in the back, ready to bound right back onto the field. Here comes the Blizzard. That's going to be enough for the double knockout. We are going to a Game 3.
Nikhil with back against the wall absolutely takes down Aurelion's team with just blizzards both ways. It was a Blizzard to double KO earlier in the game and a Blizzard again to KO the rest.
Wow, this is nothing to ignore here, trainers. Nikhil already showing that no, this is not a team that's just a joke. It's able to claim a game against Aurelion Sula themselves, the trainer who was runner-up in this very event this time last year, taking it all the way to a Game 3, and we haven't seen, I don't want to speak it into existence, David, but we haven't seen a freeze yet. We also haven't seen the Aurora Veil coming up there yet, though.
No, Aurelion's been able to put on a lot of offensive pressure to be able to stop that sort of thing from happening. And because the games are so quick as well, we're less likely to see a freeze as if it was going to be a little bit longer. And I think that's a really nice way that Aurelion is playing this game to be able to do that, because the more turns you allow Nikhil to position and getting things around, that's more opportunity for freezes, more opportunity to set up with Aurora Veils, and to get Intimidate cycling in onto Aurelion's physical Pokemon. So I think they're playing it really nicely here. However, you can see that the Articuno is still so bulky, being able to take an Ivy Cudgel from that Ogerpon half flame. And we saw the double up at some point, but it was a little bit too late as well. So it seems like the leads are really important in this particular matchup, because as soon as one Pokemon's positioned in the exactly right position, it's threatening a one-hit KO. And so the Landorus on Aurelion's end, as you identified earlier, Charlie, is a really big target for ice moves.
Yeah, huge target. So Aurelion was able to capitalize off the Rillaboom and the Landorus in Game 1. But Game 2, it didn't work out so well. Nikhil showing, well, I will be able to punish you if you do go for for that play. So perhaps Aurelian is going to entirely mix it up here. Having said that, Nikhil could do the same, could lean entirely away from the snow mode, trying to catch Aurelian off guard. Well, enough speculation, trainers. It's time. It's the very final game here at the Utrecht Special Event between Aurelian Sula and Nikhil Reddy. Let's get right into this match as the leads hit the field. Alolan Ninetales and Articuno once more for Nikhil, and once more the Ogerpon, Half Flame and Landorus for Aurelian.
Okay, interesting. So it's the same leads as game 2 here. Now, the Ninetales immediately switched out into that Arcanine to be able to take that Ivy Cudgel that was so powerful before. Question is, does Aurelian go for that again? The Articuno is a lot more safer of a slot because you know it's most likely wanting to stay in a little bit longer because it can take the hit and it can threaten more KOs back against the Pokemon because it's a little bit stronger than the Ninetales is. So does Nikhil go for the same thing basically? That is the question. But again, Nikhil's team is so interesting because it has like hardly any protects. But because of the bulk that it provides, you don't need it as much if it can take the hits anyway. So if you're Aurelian, it's honestly a call here wherever you target, because an Arcanine switch-in is pretty safe for Nikhil, especially in, say, the Articuno slot, which is very unlikely to have an Earth Power thrown into it.
Well, let's see if that's the case, and it is going to be the Arcanine joining the field in place of the Articuno there. Could be a huge read if the Earth Power did indeed go into that slot. Ogerpon is going to be getting the attack drop thanks to that scary puppy. Let's Terra Trainers. It's going to be going, it seems, right into the other Ice type that's on the field. The Alolan Ninetales here becoming that Fire type. And there's no Rock type moves to speak of, but there certainly is an Earth Power. Now, Ivy Cudgel into that slot would be dealing resisted damage, but instead, it's going to be the Ogerpon going for the Spiky Shield here. If it's an Earth Power into the Alolan Ninetales, no, it's just going to be a Protect, so a very safe Aurora Veil. This is something Nikhil has not been able to set up yet in this game, and so this could be what turns the tides in Nikhil's favor.
An amazing call there to go straight for that Aurora Veil as that Landorus goes for the Protect. Amazing call for Nikhil, and getting such amazing advantage on top of that. The Aurora Veil is going to last pretty much the rest of the game based on that Light Clay the Ninetales is holding.
Light Clay is going to mean it's going to last for 8 turns, this Aurora Veil, and based on how fast these battles have been so far, that is going to be more than enough. As Rillaboom is once again brought, and that's Arcanine going to the back, and instead coming in its place, that is going to be the Articuno. Let's see if Nikhil called it based on what Aurelian did. Well, first it's going to be the responding Terra coming out from Aurelian. It's time for this Landorus to get grimy. It's going to be going for that Poison Terra type, boosting up the power of its Sludge Bombs and changing its resistances at the same time. It's not going to be taking doubly super effective damage at all from Blizzard anymore, but it's the Blizzard coming out first from the Alolan Ninetales. Huge damage into the Rillaboom. Earth Power was connecting down into what was the Hisuian Arcanine, but that's the Articuno coming in instead, so a huge call from Nikhil.
That is a massive switch yet again. Nikhil being so defensive and so calculated with exactly what he needs to switch in. When you can't protect, all you can do is switch. Nikhil is calling it every time.
And now it's going to be yet another switch coming out from Nikhil, and joining the field instead will be the Ogerpon Wellspring Master, same 4 Pokemon as in game 2. Fake Out connecting down into the Articuno. Earth Power resisted by the Ogerpon Wellspring. Nikhil is pivoting around masterfully here.
Yeah, another great switch here. Although Aurelian doesn't lose as much from this turn because there's no damage, obviously, and the Fake Out target into the Articuno is fairly safe as well. But now with the Ogerpon on the field, it's going to be able to redirect away any sort of pesky attacks that it might be going for. But Terra is off the board now for Nikhil, and that's been gone into the Ninetales instead. So the Rillaboom is offering a lot of damage with those Grass-type attacks into that Ogerpon particularly as well, but not so much into the Articuno being that flying type, and there's not a lot threatening, honestly. Like, looking at Aurelian's Pokemon, he needs that Ogerpon, rather, to come in and Ivy Cudgel it at some point. So, yeah, the Articuno looks really safe now to just go for another attack.
Articuno is loving being in this snowstorm on the field right now. It protects all round, though. Ogerpon Wellspring going for the Spike Shield, Rillaboom and indeed Landorus going for the Protect. We know that, well, the Articuno now is going to lock into Blizzard. Aurelian breathing a sigh of relief that it was not that sheer cold coming out from the Articuno, but heading into this next turn, the Protect is going to be burnt on both of Aurelian's Pokemon, so this is valuable information for Nikhil.
Yeah, it definitely is. And also Aurelion kind of going for the protect, kind of maybe scouting out for that Ogerpon as well, enables them to go for a Grassy Glide into that slot to get a lot of damage out. Even if a switch-in happens, it's still a valuable amount of information, because otherwise Rillaboom goes down without doing much at all. But it looks like Aurelion actually is deciding to save it here.
Yeah, switching it up for the Ogerpon joining the field instead. That is the Ogerpon Half Flame hitting the field now, Mold Breaker activating, and if it and the Ivy Cudgel connecting down instead into the Landorus. That's not going to be a critical hit there. Brought down to about a third of its health. A responding Sludge Bomb coming out into the Ogerpon. Over on Nickel's side of the field. It's behind the Aurora Veil, but it's enough for the knockout there. Even behind the Aurora Veil, it is down and out. Nikhil down to 3 Pokemon. Already has all 4, but here comes the Blizzard. That's the Landorus down now, and the Ogerpon taking a sizable chunk there as well.
That is a lot of damage there, but there is no freeze as we keep trying to put it into existence, and the snow is gone this time. But Nikhil has been smart and preserved that Ninetales Alolan form to bring in and set that snow yet again, improving the defense of the Articuno and the accuracy of its Blizzard. So in it comes with that Chandelier on its head. But Urshifu comes in this time for Aurelion, which obviously does a lot of damage here. But looking at how healthy those Pokemon are, I'm not sure if there's going to be any KOs that might happen here.
Yeah, exactly. Behind the Aurora Veil, they are safe, or more safe than they would have been. And the Ninetales is indeed lighting the way with that Fire Terror type. And in fact, it's going to be getting out and providing illumination back in its Pokeball. And Hisuian Arcanine is going to join the fray. Again, only physical attackers out on Aurelion's side of the field, taking an Intimidate drop. That could prove crucial, especially while the Aurora Veil is up. Ivy Cudgel connecting down into the Articuno with the Intimidate. And behind the Aurora Veil, look at how little damage that takes. Wicked Blow is going to get the critical hit right through the Aurora Veil, but the Articuno benefiting from the Ice-type defense boost as well. That's Ogerpon down. It's now the Urshifu alongside the Rillaboom here. Nikhil has the Pokemon advantage with 3, and the Aurora Veil is not going anywhere anytime soon. The same cannot be said for the grassy terrain, but Rillaboom is going to bring the meadow right back.
Nikhil's Pokemon are just so bulky, thanks to the setup that has been provided. Ice types are certainly back here, Charlie. Oh my goodness, they are so bulky and putting on so much offensive pressure into so many different types. Fake out, a last-ditch effort for this Rillaboom to try and position this Urshifu where it can.
Well, is it going to be paying off? There's another Wicked Blow into the Articuno. That's enough for the knockout. That's going down. So now it's just the Ninetales and the Hisuian Arcanine on the field right now. Ninetales will be coming out very shortly. This is incredibly close margins here, David.
The Ninetales honestly is looking really strong. There's so many turns of snow left, and it has those moves that it needs to be able to hit into both these Pokemon. Moonblast into Urshifu and Blizzard for this Rillaboom. The Rillaboom's not Assault Vest either, so it will likely go down to another Blizzard at this point, and maybe even the Urshifu as well here. The Arcanine's also in a really solid position to just throw out attacks before the Rillaboom can even go for a Wood Hammer. So the Urshifu making sense here, going on the defensive and going for the Detect.
Just seeing what's going to be happening for a turn, as the Extreme Speed is going to be the move of choice, attempting to break the Focus Sash onto the Urshifu, and now all eyes onto this Alola Ninetales. Is going to be going for the Blizzard into the Rillaboom, and this should... Oh, yes, it is! It's going to be enough for the knockout. Aurelion brought down to just the Urshifu, but it does still have that Focus Sash intact. Oh, no, it does not. The Urshifu is down to about half its health, but there's the Aurora Veil gone. The Alola Ninetales can be setting it up immediately again, though. It all comes down to this turn, David. That's the Extreme Speed.
It does
KO. Hands on. It's got 4 HP remaining, but the Moonblast is going to be claiming the knockout, and that is going to be Nikhil Reddy, your champion of the Utrecht Special Event.
Huge congratulations to Nikhil Reddy of the Netherlands. Amazing play, and what an incredible team to win with, and versus an incredible opponent up until now, undefeated until Nikhil Reddy was their opponent.
Who'd have thought it, David? It's going to be Articuno Cantonian form claiming the victory here in Utrecht. Absolutely mind-boggling, and alongside that, Ninetales too, and Hisuian Arcanine coming back to the fore and claiming a victory in Regulation Set F.
I didn't see it coming. Like, can you imagine if one of us put Articuno on our caster predictions?
No.
We'd have been like, oh, what are you doing? And then here it is, 2 of them in top 8, and one of them takes it all away.
Yeah,
oh
this
my
is
goodness.
the thing. It goes to show how the practice against different type matchups can go a long way. Because once more, Aurelian will not have been practicing against Nikhil's team really at all, whereas Nikhil will be far more coming back to the fore and claiming a victory in regulation set F.
I didn't see it coming. Like, can you imagine if one of us put Articuno on our caster predictions?
No.
We'd have been like, oh, what are you doing? And then here it is, 2 of them in top 8, and one of them takes it all away.
Yeah,
oh
this
my
is
goodness.
the thing. It goes to show how the practice against different type matchups can go a long way. Because once more, Aurelian will not have been practicing against Nikhil's team really at all, whereas Nikhil will be far more familiar with what the Pokemon over on Aurelian's side of the field do. It cannot be understated just how much of a victory this is for Nikhil as well. Aurelian, such a well-decorated player already, someone who finished 2nd at Utrecht last year and has done that again. But Nikhil able to come out with the home turf advantage. I interviewed them earlier and he was feeling nervous, but right now they've gone all the way.
They certainly have, like, and incredibly too. I don't understand, like, how you could just make it a crazy team like this and just get it so far all the way to the end. It's honestly mind-boggling. I'd love to talk to Nikhil and just talk to him about that team all day.
Well, hopefully we'll be able to hear from Nikhil very shortly in the winner's ceremony. But, well, David, this changes things up quite a bit. Anyone preparing for EUIC, looking at that Landorus Incarnate, might now have to go back to the drawing board a little bit.
I think so. And there was just nothing, it seems, to stop the snow from doing what it had done. And maybe that's testament to the drop in the Tornadus usage, for instance, because Tornadus has often been running like Rain Dance or Sunny Day occasionally, and maybe that's even dropped off even on those who are using Tornadus. So maybe we'll start to see a little bit of a rise in that, because as soon as you click that button, the snow is gone, and Articuno can't do what it does, Ninetales can't do what it does, and it really shuts down a lot of the modes. But in a game or a special event like this, where there's not a lot of that as an option, it makes a lot of sense to use this exact sort of team.
Right, exactly. Drop-off in Tornado is absolutely huge for Alolan Ninetales here. So maybe we'll go back to Tailwind plus Urshifu teams heading into EUIC. And of course, with the Rapid Strike on the rise already, then against Ice types, excuse me, the Rapid Strike style Urshifu is even better, of course, resisting those Ice type moves. What I find so interesting is a year ago for EUIC, we were all talking about Fisher on Ting Lu. And now heading into EUIC 2024, we are talking about sheer cold trainers. And there they are, the master of the chills, Nikhil Reddy, adding that Utrecht Special Event champion to their roster.
That is a phenomenal team. And it, on so many levels, it also doesn't really make a lot of sense either, because I'm like, where's your fake out? Or like, there's not enough protects on there, and where's your speed control? And but all of those rules go out the window when you're using Articuno.
Well, David, you provided the minus energy, and I'm going to be here providing the plus or positive energy for this team. Who needs fake out when you can just get off those helping hands that the Ninetales can go for? It's not something we saw Nikhil going for in that particular game, but something that is absolutely huge. And of course, we've seen Pokemon like Farigiraf running helping hand previously, but with Alolan Ninetales doing it instead, you know, a worthy substitute. Oakpon Wellspring once again taking the crown here. It is the overall more popular pick, and Raging Bolt once more, my #1 caster prediction, and a Pokemon that has done so well in Regulations ZF. And this is the thing, Nikhil has built a team that has these unique picks, but also that strong backbone.
Yeah, a really strong backbone, like especially going all the way up its neck, as you kind of say. Yeah. It makes a lot of sense to a lot of players' teams where if you need that bulky electric or dragon type, like it makes perfect sense to slot onto your team, because even the super effective Fairy type attacks it can easily take if it's running that Assault Vest. So, and I believe for our cast predictions, Charlie, to be fair, I have to bow to you because you put Raging Bolt up there as not your #1, I think. Yeah, there it is. Well played.
Well, thank you. I mean, it was hardly the hardest call to make there, but you know, the curiosity yours, David. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't see as many Blood Moon Ursaluna this tournament, especially after claiming victory over in Dortmund. And another really exciting thing, of course, is that Florian Temmer, a newcomer to the scene, was able to claim the championship there. Nikhil Reddy, another achievement behind them with that Lille top 32 finish this season, but but another relative newcomer. All bets are off in this season, trainers. And as we cast our eyes across the other caster predictions, Gouging Fire, we've seen a little bit of it. Hydrapple and Kingdra, we don't need to go there. But those are Pokemon that I still think could do well, though with the rise of Ice, maybe much less so. The Hydrapple, Golden Go, we didn't see too much. Surprisingly little Ting Lu and Porygon 2 as well, actually.
Yeah, that's true, actually. We haven't seen a whole lot of that. There was a lot in day one, I believe, but yeah, they seem to have really dropped off here. People have maybe found their answers to that sort of team here. And interestingly, I like Ben's predictions as well, that Okie Dokie. I think we did, there was some of them going around.
Yeah,
we maybe didn't finish them, feature them on stream as much. And the Roaring Moon too, there's obviously a place for that in a lot of Pokemon teams, but just not the ones that we've seen in top 8.
Well, exactly, yeah, Roaring Moon balanced so-called teams are here as well. But again, with the rise of Ice, you've got to think twice. And this is the thing, Ice is such a good offensive type. Defensively, it leaves a little bit to be desired. I wouldn't be surprised if heading into later on in Regulation Set F, we see some Articuno, but running a different Terra type in order to provide a little bit more longevity on the field rather than indexing all in on offense. I've got an Articuno plush at home, David. I'm really disappointed I didn't bring it this weekend now.
Well, obviously, like, you didn't want to bring too much heat to the area in Utrecht for what we brought, because Articuno would have been melting in front of that, and maybe would have been really jealous that it wasn't on the final teams itself.
Yeah, true. Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, Articuno, a Pokemon that, as you said earlier, we saw its stats on screen, and that special defense is nothing to be ignored. Behind the Aurora Veil, but then, of course, with the snow complementing that, because Ice types get that defense boost to their physical defense from snow. Now there are lots of Urshifu in the format right now, going for critical hits that can go right through an Aurora Veil, for example. But yeah, I mean, who'd have thought it? Articuno claiming a championship here. That's unheard of, I believe.
I think it is. I mean, if you kind of dial the years back, Articuno was all right, like maybe over 10 years ago or so. And again, just going for Blizzards quite significantly, to be honest. But yeah, here we are in 2024, where Articuno, Cantonian form of all things, is still here taking names, to be honest. And like, along with such a great supportive cast too, that Arcanine and that Ninetales, obviously, throwing back to Generation 1 as well, but with their new Hisuian forms as well, it makes a lot of sense too. These Pokemon are great and really good Pokemon, and there's probably a lot of love that these trainers have for a lot of these Pokemon that have been around for so long, and to have them on a team as well is just great for Nikhil.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all of these Gen 1 picks, a real throwback, and I love how it's complemented by 2 Generation 9 picks in the Ogerpon and the Raging Bolt, and then Landorus steady in the middle of Generation 5, bringing up the rear as well, using all of the tools across the generations that Nikhil had at their disposal here. Now, yes, the Blizzards, we didn't see any freezers coming out in that game. I'm quite pleased, David, that we didn't speak that one into existence. But again, Landorus Incarnate, even if it is here to stay, it's going to have to be considering a more defensive Terra type now heading into the rest of Regulation Set F.
Yeah, we did see a few Terra Steel or maybe a Terra Ghost going around across the weekend on Landorus, so that's maybe the switch-up players may want to be making a little bit. And it makes sense too, because if with a Steel type, you can obviously take on the Fairy types really well, thanks to but the Poison Terra does that already anyway. So what does Steel offer you, you may ask? And it's the ability to kind of take on so many other types of attacks, because Steel resists the most types in the game. So like the Ice type moves, as you said. So if Aurelion had that, maybe it would have been a slightly different game. Obviously making them more susceptible to the Arcanine Flare Blitzes, but then you still outspeed that anyway and can threaten a KO with the Earth Power. So Landorus, I think, is certainly a Pokemon that can be tweaked a little bit, but I think the main set that we've been seeing, like the Earth Power, Sludge Bomb, Protect at least, is definitely here to stay. It's so strong.
Yeah, now is Hisuian Arcanine back in Regulation Set F, having had such a victorious Regulation Set E. I remember when we learned yesterday, David, that there was an Articuno that had made Day 2, and we thought, oh, cool. And here we are, and it's gone all the way for proving just how cool it actually is with that Ice typing. Well, trainers, you're going to want to be hearing from our winner, Nikhil Reddy. We'll go to a very short break before that, and then we'll be getting into our winner's ceremony.
welcome Pokemon trainers to the first ever Pokemon Sweep Run here at the Pokemon Center pop-up store at the North American International Championships in Columbus, Ohio. I am joined here by two incredible trainers, Trainer Polaris and Trainer Cyrus, as they will be competing for their opportunity to win as many unique items from this Pokemon Center as possible. Trainers, you have 60 seconds each to run through the Pokemon Center and pick out one of whatever item you fancy. It has to fit in the bags that are provided, but feel free to get a little bit creative as what fit actually means. And you have two incredible coaches to help you as well. So Coach Necra and Coach Spraggles, please use this time to coach your trainers.
Wait, this is actually a Pokemon Center.
Yes, it's actually a Pokemon Center. This is it right here. All right, so remember our plan. We're small, but we're mighty, okay? We need to get in there. We need to get aggressive handshake. Let's do this thing. Boom, boom, boom. Nice, we got this.
All right, we've got the height advantage, so we gotta get all this stuff on the top shelf, right? All right, so it's TCG cards over here, we got our plush over here, got the big Squishmallows in the back. Oh yeah, I think that's a good plan. We've got the good plan.
All right, we have 60 seconds on the clock. Cyrus, Polaris, are you ready?
Yes.
All right, I love the energy. Let's get started in 3, 2, 1, sweep.
All right, let's go. Let's do this.
All right, it looks like our trainers are hitting up the Pokeballs first. I see a Cherish Ball from Cyrus, very nice. Polaris going for the Funko Pops, very, very stylish. And now it looks like Cyrus has made a beeline for the plush. Polaris is not that far behind, picking up the Togepi Squishmallow. Oh no, Koraidon just fell on the floor, but Cyrus saved him and gave him a beautiful home. Trainers, the clock is ticking. There is 30 seconds left. We're skipping the keychains, it looks like, going straight for the Charmander, Squirtle, and Gengar hat. Oh, we got the Charmander hat and backpack from Cyrus. Now that is a very bold play. 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Trainers, that is time. Please take your items up to the front. Trainers, congratulations. Polaris, let's start with you. What you get?
Right,
I got a bunch of playmats, deck boxes.
Oh, dump them all out. Let's see them all. Yeah, there we go. Oh, and a Cherish Ball too. That's very special. Got woo! All right, Cyrus, let's see your haul.
Incredible stuff. Look at that, 2 backpacks.
Wow.
We've been running this for about 3 months every other day, doing this run. So a lot of great stuff. We kind of knew what we wanted coming in.
Oh, I see that.
Really big. This was a big one for us.
Oh, is that Koraidon? Yeah, let's see it all. Look at all those plush.
I also got the Koraidon and the Miraidon.
You did? Are those your favorites?
Yeah, and this is how we were planning to win today.
Well,
Sorry, I don't know if we can still see you, bud, but it's huge.
Team Cyrus, you drive a very tough competition with that incredible Altaria plush. But Polaris, your love of the trading card game and Pikachu and Bulbasaur really shines through. Well, guess what? Everybody is going to be a winner today. So why don't you all pick out your favorite item, as you can get all of this exciting merchandise and more at the Pokemon Center. Well, trainers, the Utrecht Special Event on the video game side of things is drawing to a close, and it really has been a tournament of 2 parts. One part showed very consistent Pokemon choices, such as Incineroar, Rillaboom, and Ogerpon. But then the second part showed that there's still room for some contenders to break the meta wide open, and definitely give some trainers some food for thought ahead of EUIC. But now,
let's go into the medal ceremony and introduce our finalists. First, a trainer who has given us a masterclass in composure, consistency, and calculated plays. Please give a big round of applause to our runner-up, Aurélien Soula. Congratulations, Aurélien. It has been incredible watching you so strong throughout this tournament. How do you feel as the runner-up of the Utrecht Special Event?
Thanks. I mean, on one hand, I feel pretty good because, I went like 16-0 and didn't necessarily expect to do that well. But on the other hand, I would have liked to win a finals for once, especially since I already lost in finals last year. So, but I mean, I'll win a final eventually, and I mean, Nickel played well, so can't complain.
Maybe it'll be third time the charm. You just have to get into the finals next year if we come back to this location. Of course, though, in that match, even though it didn't go your way, you clearly had a game plan. You were picking in your moves so quick. What was your game plan going into this match?
So for context, I played Nickel in Swiss before, and I didn't pick Lindo. Then in game one, he went Ninetales Articuno, and I was just able to get pins with Ogerpon and Urshifu. But in game two, we started leading Arcanine Raging Bolt, and I lost game two pretty convincingly, I think. And then game three was really close. I won, but it was really close. So, but I didn't pick Lando a single time. So I thought he will go for the same lead. So, which he did. So I led Lando, which was really good into that lead. I considered clicking Ivy Cudgel on the Arcanine, but I felt like Ogerpon was too important to risk. But I mean, I hit my moves, and game one went well. But then game two, I wasn't sure if it'd keep going with the same lead or go back to Articuno Ninetales. And I thought my lead could play into Articuno Ninetales, but it got every turn right. So.
Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, but it gave us a really exciting match. What's next for you, Aurélien?
I'll be at EUIC, so I guess that's what's next.
Well, best of luck at that event just around the corner. One more time, give it up for our runner-up, Aurélien Soula. It's cold in here. There must be a champion in the atmosphere. Please give a large round of applause to our champion of the Utrecht Special Event, the Ice-type trainer master himself, Nikhil Reddy. Articuno, Ninetales, I would never have guessed it. How do you feel as the champion?
Feels really good because today's my birthday as well, so it's the best present I could get.
Happy birthday! That's incredible. Definitely the best present and one to remember. I mean, that whole match was incredible. What was your highlight, the best moment for you?
Game 2, turn 1, getting the correct call on which slot hit Ivy Cudgel. After that, the game was pretty straightforward.
It certainly was, and I think there's a question on everybody's lips. Who was your MVP? Was it the Articuno?
Yeah, it was the Articuno.
It's been so strong for you throughout this tournament, and you weren't the only one running it. Do you think we're going to see it pick up for EUIC?
Probably not. Because I think Sun is going to be more popular now after this result. So.
True, maybe people will be countering that snow mode instead. What is next for you? Are you going to be at the European International Championships?
This is my last event for the season, so it's nice to end on a win.
Well, we'll have to catch you in 2025. Before you go, is there anyone else you would like to give a big shout out to and give credit to for your win?
Just everyone who supported me, everyone in the crowd, and Team India for VGC.
Brilliant. Well, I'm sure they will be rooting for you every step of the way, and we'll be celebrating this amazing win with you. Happy birthday. Congratulations. One more time, our champion, Nikhil Reddy. Another special event in the books. But there are still many amazing events coming up, and we have our closing of the show as well, so we can catch up with the other commentators as we round things out. So don't go anywhere. It's a really quick break, and I'll see you in the lounge in just a moment.
I mean, I'm lost for words. What do we even say? Cantoni and Articuno goes all the way here in Utrecht. Imagine being told, happy birthday, here's a ticket to Honolulu. I mean...
Yeah, no, I'd take that, actually. Yeah, no, it's my birthday tomorrow, actually. Well, it's not my birthday tomorrow. I can pretend it's my birthday tomorrow because that's exactly what I would want to be receiving, I can tell you that.
Well, good for you for getting into the party spirit, Ben, and it's certainly a party going on here. Lou, you were just able to hear from Nikhil there, as well as Aurelian. What are your takeaways from that?
Do you know, honestly, I'm so inspired. Once again, we've had a beautiful storyline come through, a birthday celebration in the victory, as well as a Pokemon choice that is so unique. Not something I think anyone had on their radar at all coming into this tournament. And I think Nikhil makes a very, very good point. EUIC, watch out. Sun is going to be a medical because I think a lot of trainers are going to be inspired to pick up this ice mode we've seen here today.
Ice mode, absolutely, but we've got to give a shout out to Sand as well. I mean, Rock is going to be hitting ice for super effective as well as Steel, and those types don't take damage from the Sandstorm chips. So I think weather generally, what do you think, David?
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think the testament to how good Articuno and Snow has been this weekend is maybe a testament to how maybe unpopular Tornadus has been compared to other regulations, or in particularly this event here. Landorus has been the genie of choice for a lot of our trainers at the moment, and obviously does not have options usually to change the weather very much, whereas Tornadus often carries that, say, Prankster Sunny Day or Rain Dance that makes a huge difference, because just clicking that button ends any Snow sort of strategy that Nikhil might have. So trainers might pick up on that as not only an option to just cancel that option out, but also get that tailwind and that priority speed up. That's obviously always useful in any matchup.
Yeah, incredibly useful. And perhaps, therefore, we'll start to see Alola Ninetales running the Snowscape move to try and then manually set it after the changing. The weather walls are going to be here in force for EUIC trainers. Mark those words. And it's only just a few weeks to go until we have EUIC 2. But Articuno, that's just one story over the course of the weekend. You made a really nice distinction there, Lou, between the more balanced teams that we've been seeing, as well as the off-meta picks. And of course, Alola Ninetales was also on Evolve Liga's team there, with the Life Orb providing more damage coming out. Ben, what are you taking away?
I'm taking away that Ice is a really good offensive typing right now, with the prevalence of both Raging Bolt and Landorus. Those Pokemon as well really do struggle in front of those threats, but also seeing a little bit of what Aurora Veil can do and reminding us that the ability to put up Light Screen effectively, Light Screen and Reflect on the same turn is so valuable to a game plan. How many times did that Articuno, the Ninetales, the Arcanine on Nikhil's team and Amir's team equally were able to take those attacks because of the Aurora Veil support that the Ninetales was offering, and instead be able to launch out more Blizzards, more Flare Blitzes, more Rock Slides onto their opponent. A quick call out actually onto that Hisuian Arcanine. It's taken a little bit of a break, but it has taken another special event and a regional level event.
It's come back out of its kennel and it's here to play in Regulation Set F. This is the thing, Articuno has very high special defense, but then the defense boost it gets from Snow as well, that complements that, and so it's making it, even without the Aurora Veil, really bulky on the field. Shall we take a look at our updated EU Champions roster?
Let's do it.
Let's see Nikhil ready up there. There he is in all his glory, alongside all of our previous regional champions. And this is, of course, the Utrecht Special Event. Bologna 2 will be a special event. Lou, take a look at those faces.
Honestly, it's amazing seeing so many veterans of the competition, but then also so many newcomers coming through. And it's not just the tournament that has these two sides of the coin, it's also the history books at the moment as well. The 2024 season has been so diverse, with so many different regulations coming through as well, constantly things that these trainers have to adapt to. And it's amazing seeing so many awesome trainers here on this roster.
Right, and Florian Temmer, a German player, winning Dortmund. Nikhil Reddy, a player from the Netherlands, taking the Utrecht Special Event as well. So is there a bit of a home turf advantage, David? Do you think there's merit in that?
Well, having casted a few games over this weekend and being backstage, we could still hear the crowd roar with all of the matches that we've been having. So I think, yes, I would say there's definitely a little bit of home advantage when it comes to the support and encouragement you have from your home team here. But honestly, you've also got the friends and the family that may have come along with you as well, which is also great support too. So it's either way, it's always a great event for any trainer, regardless of where you're from.
I love hearing Aurelian being interviewed, always calling out their family, and all of our trainers that we've seen this weekend calling out their friends as well. This is a very difficult game if you're going it alone, trainers. We hope that we'll be able to see you at some events, making some connections, making some friends in order to team build together and enjoy this game, because as with most things, it's a game that's better played together, isn't it, Lou?
Oh, definitely. What is it they say, the friends we make along the way is the real play at the end of the day, or some kind of...
That's what you say now, Lou. That's the saying.
It's a catchphrase that's going to catch on, I'm sure. But it is true. At the end of the day, you know, winning's great, but if you don't have anyone to celebrate with, then it doesn't taste as sweet. So making sure that you've got those people cheering for you, whether it's friends, family, even people you've met for the very first time at an event, your opponents in previous Swiss rounds, for example, it's those little things that make the difference in making these memories so magical.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Lou. Let's take a look at our path through the calendar season for the Pokemon Regional Championships, the Play the Championships series. We're here in Utrecht. We've reached the end now. You can see there were only a couple of silhouettes left on that screen. We only have a couple more stops at the Regional Championship or Special Event level. But of course, we do have EUIC coming up very soon, David.
We certainly do. Now, if you thought Utrecht was a major event, of course it is, but EUIC is even more so. More championship points on the line and prizes to boot as well. And that'll be in London in April very shortly. I'm sure a lot of trainers are preparing very hard for it right now. It's also going to be the same rule set as well in the regulation set F. So if you've done your revision from today and the previous regulation set F tournaments as well, then you'll be very well prepared for what London has to offer.
Absolutely. And Stockholm, it's important to say, that's likely to be a different rule set coming out in that tournament there. So we'll have to see what the calendar has in store for us as we take more steps along the path to Honolulu, Ben.
Yeah, there's so many or so few events left in the season overall. Of course, there are more regional championships in the North American region that we have to look forward to as well. And I know some trainers do make their way across the pond to play as well as coming across. And that's one of the things that European Internationals is so good for. One of the things I'm most excited for is all of the representation from across the world. It's so fantastic being in Europe, seeing so much representation that we've had here this weekend, even from all of the places that we have in Europe. But also, when you add the world into that, it becomes a totally different ball game, and one that we should really be looking out for.
A totally different Pokeball game indeed, Ben. Now, what's the next event, be it in the EU or NA regions? Well, it is going to be Vancouver over in NA, and that's in just a couple of weeks' time. A beautiful city to get involved in the thrilling Pokemon action that is going down. How are trainers going to be adapting before EUIC and after Utrecht? The metagame goes so quickly these days, David, it could be that ice is already out of favor by EUIC.
It could possibly be, yeah. But the only way you're going to find that out is by practicing as much as you can. The Battle Stadium has a lot to offer as well for that. And if you've been participating in the Global Challenge as well, you may have got a flavor of what the EUIC metagame has to offer.
You might have done, or you might have gone up against more closed team sheet best of one strategies. We'd love to hear how you've been getting on from that event. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. We'd love to scroll through and see how it's been going, but we hope that it's gone well for you. And how about our next EU event at the regional championships level? That's going to be Stockholm over in Sweden, of course, in just over, well, around a couple of months' time. May 11th to May 12th over there. Absolutely beautiful place. Sweden, always a special place for Pokemon, Lou.
It is, and I'll be actually missing my cat's 10th birthday to be there. So there is no excuse not to miss out on that Pokemon action, whether you're there in person or whether you're maybe catching up with the broadcast.
Or just go and celebrate with Lou's cats.
They really would appreciate any love. You know, I'm a very bad cat mother for abandoning them for Pokemon.
No, Lou. We completely understand. I'm sure that it will be okay in the end. Well, we're nearly at the end of our time here at the Utrecht Special Event. David, any highlights you want to call out?
I mean, like, my highlight from yesterday was kind of Evar's really cool Ninetales Alolan team. And, like, well, Ninetales won as well. So, like, can I say my highlight is just that Articuno and Snow won the finals?
Of course you can.
Thank you.
Of course you can. And of course, Snow works differently in this generation from how Hail worked in previous generations. So it's a real victory for the new weather condition as well, of course.
Yeah, it's got to be that, honestly. Like, it's just something that none of us expected. We all try and be a little bit spicy with our caster predictions as well, but none of us were as bold to go for Articuno, I don't think. So kudos to Nikhil for not only predicting it would be good, but also using it at a tournament and winning.
Hydrapple could not be looking worse after this weekend. Kingdra as well with the freeze dry, of course. Ben, how about you?
Well, I was going to go for that as well, but since, David, you've already scored that highlight, I'm going to say seeing Aurelian Sula get so close to winning their event and going 16-0, it's not very often that we see a trainer manage to even go 14-0 in the Swiss rounds day 1 to day 2, showing so much consistency, and it's always fantastic to hear from them as such a calculating trainer, as you put it, Lou, and seeing them get so close and nearly able to clinch the finally get the win here. But it's just seeing their consistency all the way through over and over again that I really do value. Going forward into EUIC, going forward into the rest of our regionals and special events, Aurelian is always someone I've got my eye on.
For sure. Consistency is so impressive in this game, and I'm sure that victory is just around the corner for Aurelian, which I'll have to cross our fingers for that one. Lou, come on to you.
I mean, it's already kind of been covered, but if I'm being honest, casting over a mirror match of Articuno and Alola Ninetales was not something I ever expected to do in my casting career. So that was a really nice privilege to be able to have that kind of tick off the metaphorical bucket list of ideas I didn't even know I had. I think was really, really lovely. And for the viewers as well to see a mirror match. And sometimes when you see kind of mirror matches, you think, oh, it's going to be the same old story. I know what's coming. To actually see it with such diverse Pokemon and utilized so well, I thought was a really refreshing and unique experience for newer players as well as veterans to kind of remind them that the meta isn't maybe as scaffolded as they think.
Well, exactly. Being able to feature those teams in our notable matches list goes a long way as well, just showing just how diverse the metagame actually is. Trainers, there's so much action to be getting involved in, and you're going to be wanting to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon across all of the socials. Stay tuned to the YouTube and Twitch channels so you don't miss a beat of the action over in Stockholm in 2 months' time, Vancouver in just 2 weeks' time, and then, of course, EUIC as well. We are very nearly at our next international championships, so you're going to want to make sure that you're tuning into that. Well, casters, it's been an absolute pleasure as usual. I want to give a personal thank you, Utrecht, the location of my first live cast, and to do this alongside with you this weekend has been really, really special. Time to give you all one final adjective. Determined David, thank you. Bashful Ben, thank you. Don't blush too much. Lighthearted Lou, thank you for joining us. Lighthearted, I'm kind of running out of ideas for Elle, to be honest.
Yeah, we already had, what, Tinglu, Honolulu? I think you've done your quota, I'll be honest, Charlie. I've been very impressed all weekend long.
Well, thank you very much indeed there, Lou. And trainers, we so hope that you've enjoyed all of the action going on here at the Utrecht Special Event. It's been thrilling, that's for sure. Good luck for all of your team building. And the next place we will see you will be the European International Championships over here in the EU region. Utrecht all the way to support the stream here in Utrecht. And now we hope you have a very pleasant rest of your day. Thank you so much. Take care.
Bye.